See, we're live.
Sweet. Let me just change this. I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. All right. We did it. We're live. We're here.
I will be monitoring the email.
We have a lot of fun in store. We're going to wait to see who's in chat, and then we're going to say hi, and then it's going to be great. It's going to be a fun time for all.
Hello. How are you doing?
TB Spidey with the first comment. Evening, afternoon, it is both of those things.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. It's really dark here. Hello. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for joining.
Hype. We got the crew coming in. We got Zach. You're going to have to read these names. I'm too far away.
What's up, Gamer, Noisy Noivern, Thomas, Wakefield Wade, Robert, Gleejarts. Sorry, I messed that up. TV Spidey, hello. Just thank you guys so much for coming through, hanging out. Let's upgrade some decks.
Yeah, this is our deck audit stream. If you're not familiar, we are doing live deck audits where you, for a predetermined super chat amount, you can see above us, can submit your decks to be audited by us live. We're going to start a queue. Once the queue gets pretty sizable, we're going to pause the audits, then we're going to finish the queue, and so on and so forth, and we're just going to run this for like 4 or 5 hours and see what happens.
Yeah, sorry, I'm posting on Twitter. I'm going to post...
We're signal boosting this everywhere.
Yeah, so in the meantime, while we wait for decks and that sort of thing, we're open to like questions, just hanging out, just chatting.
I'll pull up Death is an Illusion. This is a precon from before. Or not precon, this is a deck we audited from before.
Hey Chris, we're trying to do this about once a week. We want to do streams twice a week. We are probably going to do 1 stream or 2 streams of deck audits. We're not exactly sure, but we'd like to do the deck audits at least once a week.
Yeah, at least once a week. We were thinking of throwing some other stuff. You know, we might do Historic Brawl. We might do deck roasts. We're going to be working on some kind of Commander gameplay coming up.
am really excited. It's the new evolution of Shuffle Scuffle.
Absolute hype.
So we're really excited to showcase that. We've been on some friend streams lately. We have an episode of Play to Win coming out soon, so go check that out when it happens.
Yeah, and the thing we really need also that we're going to get more of is like emotes. So if anyone has like if you're a channel member and you have the like Beezy or Joe or like I think there's a Poopy Baby emote, and spam those in the chat for sure because we got our first super chat.
Thank you so much, Norman.
Norman, you're in the queue.
Thank you so much, L33 Generic. I actually am sending them now. You can either send it to my Discord or I have a separate email for the deck audits now. It's going.
Yeah. Are we going to throw that in chat?
I am going to. One second. So it's going
send it to my Discord or I.
Wow, that was very loud.
How embarrassing! Oh my god. Yep, we'll get these decks into the queue.
So you can send it there. Yeah, that's how you submit. You can. It's either there or if you are going to Discord, just send it to this account and tell me your restrictions in the email and tell me what your name comes up as on YouTube because sometimes they don't match.
Yeah, if they match, then we're good. Otherwise, we got problems. Mia's got like this nice notebook that she's writing everything in. It just looks cool. I think it's because you got the gel tip pen also.
Yeah, this is like I actually really like writing things physically.
It makes me feel good. It definitely makes me feel good.
Yeah. So I have accepted a friend request.
Well, Jason, we are open to looking at all decks. We just ask that you super chat the correct amount, and then as soon as you submit the super chat, you are placed into the queue, and we're just going to run through the queue in the order that we get them. So far, only 2 people are in, so if you submit your deck for whatever level of audit you want, then you're in the queue third.
Yeah.
And you're going to get
regarding finishing a deck, we'll do the same amount as changes. If you want us to add 5 cards, it's $10, etc., etc.
Yeah, you can see the rates above us here.
Yeah, so we're also happy to finishing, I guess, the deck for you, in addition to making changes.
Yeah, we could just do ads instead. You know, it's like the same thing. I think Mia's going to send me the deck, and then we're probably good to go.
I'm waiting to get them, so 1 second. I am waiting, and then I will send them once they come in.
Let's look at Athlete's Foot for a second. That's kind of grossing me out.
You named it.
I did not name it. I name it after what they name it.
Yes, which
And
means
then I just write NN deck audit afterwards. I don't want to take responsibility for this. Yeah, Slimefoot and Squeeze is so dirty. They got the Hulk. They got the Hoof.
It's a lot.
They got Sir Conrad. They got a bunch of ways to make Saprolings. Itali. We were just doing our most hated commanders.
I just got Norman's. They're sending it to my old one, but that's fine too. I will just get it. I'll send it to you, B. Make sure to open it up in Discord.
I think I might have to just move it. Oh, we're good. Is there no way to maximize this? Whatever.
Well, I would like to see chat, so. If you submit, after you send the money, you can either send it to this email that I will drop below, or you can send it to my Discord at Mia Largo. And then we will just pull it up on stream.
All right. We have the first
in
deck.
the order.
It's Miirym. We have it, and
So you can send them right there once you send the super chat.
Yes, and all these decks are available on our NN Deck Audits account. Peep the different name.
I got you. You are right next, L33. Thank you so much.
Okay. This was 5 changes, I believe. Okay, we got Miirym. For those who don't know, Miirym is messed up. It's got flying. It's got War 2. Non-token dragons entering, clone themselves, and even if they're legendary, you still get the cone because they don't care about the legend rule. Because Magic doesn't care about the legend rule. They just care about, putting cards in your command zone.
Thank you so much, Brock. Yeah, send it over. We are happy to look at it.
Up to 82 viewers already? That's insane. Thank you to everyone who is watching.
Thank you so much, TV Spidey.
Okay.
Yeah, send it over.
Yeah, Teamer Dragons gets you a lot of stuff. Let's open up our Handy Dandy Scryfall page.
Oh,
and
Clark,
page.
happy 1 year to being a member.
Oh
and
my God.
We love Amber here.
Yowza. We do love Amber here.
What a sweet baby.
She might come in later. Who knows? Who's to say? So, oof. I have never been a fan of Elvish Piper really anywhere. Would you be on board cutting an Elvish Piper?
Elvish Piper. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It might be okay in certain decks that don't care about
you gotta wait a whole turn.
Yeah,
and
if you have haste and stuff, I don't mind this as much in what's it called? In Lathril, because everything has haste, so it's a little bit easier to power it out, and that also cares about elves. But in this, I'm not sure if I'd really keep it around.
Even in Lathril, you're not even saving any mana for this.
Yeah, exactly.
It costs 4 to play and 1 to activate, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures that cost more than 5.
Yeah. Also, seeing World Gorger, are you comboing with it?
Oh, does it just combo with itself? You enter and then exile everything, and then that probably, I'm gonna leave that alone because that probably.
I was just curious.
That smells infinite to me. Heroic intervention. Oh, we got
you got the fast mana here.
I don't know if I like make disappear though. That's
nah,
not super efficient. We're gonna get that out of there for something else. And I don't know why you would need to play Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast
when you have blue.
Yeah, you're just in blue. You have offer, you can't refuse.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I do know a lot of people combo it with what's it called? With the enchantments and stuff like I do in Kalia, so just making sure.
First Incubator, we got all the ways to make dragons cost less. Oh geez. Oh my god. We got 4 of the best cards in the format. Gives haste. Great Henge is awesome. Okay, so this is a really it's a sweatier.
Thank you so much, Perry. I saw you friended me on Discord, so just send it right there.
Our queue is building, folks, and we will get to everyone in the queue. Okay. And I guess for those who don't know, since we are up to basically 100 people watching, over 100 people watching now,
Thank
we are
you
doing
so much.
Live deck audits. We are editing your decks that you submit to us right now, live. There's a queue. That's what the super chats on the side are for. If you see that and you want to get in, look at the rates above our faces and just pick the one you want, send in the super chat, you go in the queue, and then we're going to look at your deck, make some changes live right now. I like Comet Storm out. I don't foresee this deck. I mean, maybe is that a payoff for World Gorger maybe? But we already have Impact Tremors. Maybe just Perforos would be better.
Yeah.
Something else that does that.
I mean,
this is just a spicy meatball.
That is pretty spicy.
I mean, even Endurance, I'm not sure what you're playing against this deck. I'm not sure what you're playing this deck against, but if you're not playing against CEDH decks, I feel like you could trim endurance. How many dragons are in here? There's actually only 12. I think with 12 dragons, I would cut Herald's Horn for sure. And then we got to make one more cut. I want to make it like a strategic cut. Something like, you know, we can't cut both of these, but I still would want to get rid of...
Isn't one like kind of better than the other?
Pyroblast is technically better. Oh wait, maybe not. So Pyroblast can target any permanent, even if it's not blue. So I think you would want to play Red Elemental Blast, because if somebody deflecting swats your Pyroblast, they can put it on a land or something and it won't do anything. I might have that backwards. Pretty sure I don't, so we're going to cut that one. Yeah, the other cards I would look at that I'm not a huge fan of is like Heroic Intervention. It feels like this deck is so sweaty that I almost don't want a purely defensive card like that. That costs 2 mana, maybe Cameo Safekeeping or something.
I mean, 1 if you're doing that, or even...
Oh, Veil of Summer would be better.
Veil of Summer's so good.
So I kind of want to just add, like, I want to add dragons to this deck, right?
Yeah.
Commander, Rug. That's what Teamer used to be called, is Rug. And then type Dragon. And I want to sort. So
yeah, I think the only person I'm missing for decks right now is TB Spidey.
TB Spidey, if you're out there, we're missing you for decks.
But you're a couple down in the queue. We have like 2 people ahead of you. So if you're just like working on an email or restrictions or something, no worries.
Okay. For dragons, Clouth.
Cloth is so good.
Absolutely cracked magic card. And the other, like, I wasn't even thinking about this, but oh my god, like, you get 2 Clouths with Miirym, and if you attack with just them, that's 16 mana.
That's nasty.
What even is that? What even is that?
I like the Brutaclad in here. That's very funny.
The Brutaclad's really funny. You're just like, oh, I have a Clouth, now I have 16 Clouths, and you lose.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing Brutaclad around without Staff of Nin. This is... So
yeah, Astral Dragon's kind of cool.
That's pretty cool.
Because then you get 2, and then it's just like, what is even happening at that point? Sign of Draco would cost 6 mana. I've heard Cavern Horde Dragon's pretty sweet. Is that in here? It is not in here. We're not going to... I don't know if I want to throw it in because it's like $15. But dragons, you know, if you're playing dragons, you got deep pockets.
I got TV Spidey. I got your deck. Thank you so much.
Heyo. Perfect. Man, is there maybe some dragons that do a little bit of interacting? Because if there's one thing I'm looking at this deck and I think it's not so great at, it's like, I mean, we can interact on the stack. Maybe like hitting creatures might be hard because we got all these non-creatures counters and change the target and stuff. We only have like Chaos Warp for creatures and maybe some like direct damage stuff. I've never liked Udvara Hellkite, but we're not gonna go too ham on these cuts. We already kind of finished with the cuts. We got to add some cards. Any recommendations from the chat for super spicy dragon tech that may or may not be a dragon? Ideally, dragons. Also, just a PSA for future and current deck auditeers. I can't, like, I'm not going to go through and re-list all the changes, but if you want to see what they are, just go to the deck, and you can scroll down here to where it says recent history, and since this deck is duplicated, the only history is going to be the changes we just made. So that'll be your record of what happened.
Thank you, the champion. Just checking, is this the Elesh Norn deck? I just want to make sure that they're all going to the same places. I think it is though because the usernames check out. So.
Excellent. So I won't go too.
Chris says Descendants Fury, Auton Soldier, Life Finds a Way, Cryptic Gateway. We're seeing upticks in usage.
Cryptic Gateway. That's not good in this deck just because this deck has so few dragons. Descendants Fury. I think that's like a. I almost know what that is. I'm trying to think of what Descendants Fury is. I can just look it up. Whenever one of our creatures you control hit, you can sacrifice one of them and flip until you reveal. That almost just like...
Yeah, the Ancient Dragon is actually Ancient Bronze.
That's cool.
Like, Ancient Copper is my favorite.
This feels almost like a Tivit Time Sieve win. Like this thing, when your creatures hit, you sacrifice one of your tokens to flip to hit a real dragon, which gives you a token, and
That's
it's
cool.
Like really, really wacky. But then I want more dragons. Like these last 3 cards probably should just be dragons.
Thank you so much, Isaiah.
Yeah, that really makes me want. I mean, dragon.
Yeah, it's fine. Just send it over. I'll be keeping an eye on the emails and stuff.
I like Atarka's.
People keep talking about Throne
That's a removal.
because you could get the double triggers.
All right, for the people talking about Throne, what is it? Wandering Throne?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Copper is nutty.
It might not be Wandering Throne.
Wander... Are you sure? Why don't we just type in...
Throne? Roaming Throne,
Yeah.
right?
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. I'll put the fever dream artwork so people can see it. All right, but I do we need another dragon. We only have 14.
Yeah, you need more stuff to make copies, though.
I don't even hate maybe Mass Vandal's close, but you don't have enough creatures that I would be comfortable always having one in my graveyard. Yeah. You do have Endurance, which goes to the graveyard, but overall, I mean, what is the last dragon you think we should add? There's middle tier stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's some middle tier stuff because I think of what's it called? The one that pings the... Yeah, sometimes I think of Dracozath. I'm not thinking of
What are some small boys? Maybe
I have some cost reducers in Vrondis that are pretty nice. Sometimes the mini ones.
I think Patron of the Arts could be good. It's a nice
Thank you so much, Thomas. Yeah, we can go get one of the cats.
We can go get one of the cats. Mia can...
Yeah, I will go get one of the cats. Thank you so much.
Hand me this next deck because I just finished here. And then I'll start the audit, and then we will
This
keep moving.
This says, thanks in advance, trying to power it up more and add the Isochron, Scepter, and Dramatic Reversal combo.
Oh, spicy.
So there we go. Thank you so much. And
okay, this one here. Clicking off. 125 viewers. You guys are amazing. I think, you know what? As amazing as everything is, why don't we just go for maybe 50 likes? We're already over halfway there. It does help this stream spread to more people, and we do want everybody to watch the deck audits. So help us out. Help us out, even though you already are. Okay, so we've got Alela. Alela makes your flyers bigger. She's got Death Touch. That's cool. And when you cast artifacts and enchantments, you get 1/1 flyers. There are actually 2/1s. This is heavily skewed towards artifacts. This is another super sweaty deck. It's got Lotus Petal.
Being grumpy, so here's the cat.
Amber is being grumpy, but we have a Miso. One little man. Hi, buddy. We do it for you, Miso. This is all for you. We're trying to
feed him.
Trying to feed Miso today. All the super chats go directly.
Directly to
5% of
Miso.
every super chat goes to feeding Miso.
Yeah, Amber was being a little bit of a grump, so unfortunately she's not here.
She may be later.
Yeah, thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate the donation. Yeah, some of this money going straight to Miso.
5%.
It's his college fund.
It's Miso's college fund. So, how do you feel about Black Market Connections? I think when you're playing...
I've talked about this multiple times. I don't like Black Market Connections because both in Limited and Commander, I've seen people take too much damage from it because it's not optional. Some people get really greedy and then, take the 6 saying, oh, it's 40 life, we're going to use it, and then just, hello, Miso. And then and then you end up dying to it because you have to take that damage every single time.
I find the problem is that this deck is the fastest Alela deck I've ever seen, literally. And so...
Sending the email right now in chat.
Black Market is not something I'm super stoked about. I think we're just gonna trim it. Oh, I gotta duplicate this deck. I'll get back in the swing of things. I will put spicy meatball. All right, here we go.
Hello, Miso. Thank you so much.
If you're trying to put in the Dramatic Scepter combo, I'm looking at Avacyn and I'm looking at Platinum Angel as just really expensive, kind of sort of do-nothings when you are playing things like Thassa's Oracle and Demonic Consultation.
That's fast.
You are not, you are not pulling punches and you just can't afford to play these big, giant things. I think that's, we'll just cut Jin too. They're not comboing. They're not, necessarily drawing you or finding you your win conditions, and they're not answering anything. So, this deck just, it's not that I'm not interested, it's that this deck is not interested. They will just rot in your hand as you try to cast literally anything else, because anything else is more profitable. I think Darksteel Forge is the perfect final cut. So what do we want to add? We know that you wanted to add the Scepter combo, so I kind of don't want to add that because you already know you want it in the deck, but we can just assume that you're trying to Scepter combo.
How much card draw and stuff? Sorry, I know you scrolled.
Card draw, I see Esper Sentinel, Fairy, Emery, Sphinx, Shimmer Dragon, and Nezahal. Study, Remora, Skull Clamp, Citadel, we're good. I
Okay.
think we're pretty good on that.
Because I was definitely thinking about, like, if you're trying to power out that combo, you want to get to it as soon as... Do you think Anguished is a little bit expensive? For
I
how
do,
fast
but
this is
this
going?
was a 5 change, right?
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
we're
yeah,
just we cut the really really expensive stuff, and we can move to like. Oh man, I think there's enough counter magic in here. Does this deck want? I mean, this deck probably wants Wishclaw Talisman, right?
This might be a weird one, but how about Spellskite?
Spellskite?
It's an artifact that triggers Alela, and then it'll protect whatever you're trying to...
But we don't have any creatures. Like our combo doesn't care.
yeah.
Our combo just needs to resolve. It's not an interesting combo that is disruptible. It just needs to like.
Oh, I guess I just meant if people were trying to kill, like, the Scepter.
Oh, maybe, but this deck already has so much counter magic.
Thanks, Chris.
What did Chris do?
He's just putting the prices in and stuff.
Oh yeah, thanks, Chris. We appreciate that. Chris is one of our mods, one of our only mods. I'm sure we'll get more at some point. I do appreciate the Field of the Dead in this deck, but again, that might be a cut just because when are you trying to win? Like turn 4, maybe? Turn 5? Alright, we gotta hunker down and add some cards to this deck. Let me just pull up Esper. Just to see.
Miso!
Miso's awful. He's the worst cat.
Miso is the worst cat, and you're not going to college if you keep acting like this.
We are trying to pay for your college tuition, and you're out here acting like a clown.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you think that college is free, Miso?
It's not free. It costs super chats. You need at least 5 super chats to go to college, Miso. And you're not going to go out and get them. Useless cat.
Yeah, it is very high powered. It's not... No way is BZ cutting Field, someone said.
Yeah, no, I'm not cutting it, but I am recommending it be cut. I think Dothy's another one of the,
Dothy's so good in the higher
it's another
powers.
disruptive... what is its name? Why can't I think?
Dothy Voidwalker?
Jesus. Oh, because it didn't come up. That's why I couldn't pick it out. Dothy's a fantastic little hate piece. It gets you card advantage. It means that whenever you're playing against me, I cannot win the game. That's always...
Is Draneth in here? I don't think I saw him.
That might be what you need instead. Like, you're going to need these hate pieces that can lock other players out of the game. Like Opposition Agent, too.
Yeah.
Maybe even over Draneth. But, like, these are going to lock people out of the game while you find your combo and disrupt other people, along with all your counter magic. Skullclamp's pretty cool. I guess Skullclamp works very well with Alela. I'm looking at Jet Medallion, Pearl Medallion, and Sapphire Medallion, and you don't have that many, like, of each. Maybe you still want the blue one, but your deck's a lot of colorless, and your 3 colors, so Pearl Medallion in this deck, I think, is kind of actively bad. You only have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Do they have offer
5 cards that it reduces. So I would actually, like, please cut Pearl Medallion. Please cut this card. Cut that for Scepter, and cut, like, Jet Medallion for...
Do they have offer you can't refuse in here?
They do not. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 counter spells. I don't think we should add too many more than that.
That's fair. That's fair.
How about just like Necropotence?
Yeah, Necropotence.
Like that is a fantastic card.
Oh, it's so good.
Obviously, Necropotence is good. We're not saying that we discovered Necropotence, but this deck is busted, and that card is.
I think it'll help you go fast. Blindo is so good.
Blindo's pretty cool. I don't know how to feel about Blindo.
What?
Oh, I did get another super chat from Steven
Thank
Schwartz.
you so much.
You're going in the queue, Steven. Welcome to the queue.
Was that the crew fix deck? Just like... Oh, no, we just got your deck. Thank you so much.
All right. You do also... This is a note, but since you already have Thoracle, cut down on these basics, get rid of them, or get rid of all but one of them, so then you can play Tainted Pact. And that's another alternative to just ripping through your whole deck. Yeah, it wasn't already in there. It's right there. Yeah, you can exile top card of your library, and you can just keep repeating that because none of them are ever going to share a name, and that's pretty good for you. Finally, you have top Citadel. Do you just want... Yeah, I would say maybe Reservoir. It's another combo, but like, if you just activate top 30 times and draw 30 cards, I mean, don't you just win?
Yeah, top. Yeah, that is pretty good.
Like, you probably just win, right?
Yeah, especially if one of the other parts of the combo gets exiled, you know?
Yeah, Arkham Daxon is basically just Bolas' Citadel on a stick, but how are we even gonna do... Like, what... How are we supposed to make Arkham Daxon work? This deck only has 1, 2, 3, 4 artifact creatures in it. 5. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
5, I guess, because of the construct. So, like, we better get another artifact creature in because Arkham Daxon is in trouble. So the type is creature, and the type is artifact. Sad Robot, unfortunately, no. Baleful Strix is like whatever.
I love Phyrexia Metamorph, just free copy.
Ethereum Sculptor could be good.
Hey, you're
Because
not
then
going to college with that attitude.
Then you could maybe set up some more loops. I don't hate it.
How about Spellskite?
Spellskite is another
Who mentioned that
consideration.
one? Crazy.
Get out of here. I really love Thought Monitor too.
Miso, that's...
Oh, no. Perfect.
What?
Aethersworn Canonist. You have all artifacts. This will shut down people for sure.
Bye, Miso.
Miso, we loved having you, buddy.
Yeah, debatable.
Go in the window. All right, next deck. We're moving on. This was a spicy Alela. All right, it's already sent. I am the one who's being slow. Boop. What is milled may never die.
Hold on, let me see if there's any... So this is a win that I believe... This is a deck that I believe should nearly never win, but if I did, I would want it to be by milling out the table. So it's obviously decided to be low power, no fast mana, infinites, combos, etc.
This is the opposite of what we just
And thank you so much, Feffy. We are adding you to the queue. Yeah.
167 people.
Please send it over.
Oh my god. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We are super happy to have such a large crowd. Throw a like if you're enjoying what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Synth Lattice, or as we call it, Microsoft Lattice, it is high risk, high reward, right? Because one Vandal Blast just completely, kind of shuts you down.
But this deck, the one that we just were tuning up had what 10 counter spells in it. So
yeah.
Don't run it out unless you have backup for it. So this deck is like supposed to be mill. I think that's cool. So we're not trying to do high power stuff.
I love the mill stuff. I love running.
Yeah, this is goofy.
I love running like Sphinx's Tutelage. Our friend Ian from Comedian, I milled like half of his deck.
We have the Toots.
Yeah.
We have the Corruption. We have Frank Sandy, but there's Teferi's Tutelage is like, it's very, very similar. It does target a person, but so does Sphinx's Tutelage.
Oh, it's added. It says it's
added. Oh. It must be considering. Oh my god. No, wait. There's a sideboard here, right? It's probably in there?
Yeah, probably.
Here it is. Okay, we're going to hide this sideboard. I don't know how to do that. Here, let me just do this. No, we'll leave it. Whatever, it's fine.
Thank you so much, T-Vox.
So cards I'm looking at cutting.
I'll drop the email right now.
Cards I'm looking at cutting. Hinder, you don't have the combo, which is Tunnel Vision. It's like you name a card and they mill till they hit it, but since you just hindered the spell, you know it's on the bottom and then they just die.
Thank you so much, Nathan.
I assume you don't want that, so we'll trim Hinder. I don't like it otherwise. Renicus's Vile Duplication. Oof. I mean, that's pretty slow. I get that it's cool with your commander.
I mean, but this is a slow deck, right?
Wow, how slow? We could make it more or less slow. I would try to make it.
I mean, the first line of the description is, so this is a deck that I believe should nearly never win.
Don't you want to win? I'm going to cut Guilt Feeder. I'm going to cut... I'm not sure what Phyrexian Obliterator is doing in here, although, I mean, it's a horror, but I'm sure that you don't want me to cut it. I know that people who play Phyrexian Obliterator, like, nobody is like, Phyrexian Obliterator, it's alright. They either love it or they hate it. Also, by the way, I do see you have Tunnel Vision, so I'm going to add Hinder back in the deck. I can also add in Spell Crumple. We'll do the opposite. We'll double down on it. And Vendilion Click is another one that's really funny. But I don't know if you want to play Vendilion Click. I'm not going to go that hard on it. Ooh. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's tuning in. Sewer Nemesis, it's just small potatoes for the milling. I get that it's a horror. But we're just trying to... I want to hope for better. I want better for you. So we have 2 changes. We can make 3 more, right? This is a 5 change?
Yes. Oh, no. This is the $20.
This is a 10. We got to start.
It's a $10.
We're going to start cutting some stuff.
So there isn't the option of, if you do want to not just mill, but force them to like discard their hand, you can make them draw a ton and then make them discard. But is is what's it called? What's my favorite card? Not favorite card, but Folio Fancies.
You love Folio Fancies.
I do be loving my Folio Fancies. It's amazing.
You can end stuff, make people draw a few if you want, or you can just never even activate it and just only do the last mode, which is like everybody mills cards, and then I usually have like 5 or 6 cards in my hand at like any point in the game, so that's going to work out decently.
It's so good. I pair it with like Forced Fruition and like all the other giant draw spells because their hands are gonna be like 20, and then it's like okay, 2-3 mana, and then tapping it make everyone mill their hand sized.
Oh, he has Whispers and Windfall, so that's like exactly what.
Thank you so much, Mason.
Mia was just saying. I don't like this guy. He's not a horror. It's funny that this deck has Spellskite in it because it is a horror. That is amusing. I mean, if you have Ruin Crab, you should probably just have Hedron Crab. I know it's not as efficient. It's still pretty efficient. Mill cards are not very good. We need all the help we can get.
Mill cards are not that good.
Chasm Skulker, I guess so.
Yeah, I like the fact that they have Breach in here. They have Rise of the Dark Realms.
Look, we got to make 10 cuts, so I am going to cut Obliterator. Feel free to add it back in, but I just would not. Yeah. I don't think it's not doing anything for you.
Yeah. Did you have put in Rise in the Dark Realms?
Rise of the Dark Realms? Okay, the Dank Realms. That is definitely a win condition.
Yeah,
undeniably a win condition.
Yeah, Breach and Rise is definitely really good.
Or just Breach by itselut.
Yeah.
I think you...
Mesmeric Orb, that's funny.
I want you to cast your spells a little bit more. So, like, I did cut that Dimir thing, the Key Rune, but let's add in Mind Stone for, like, a little bit more. Because your commander costs 4, right? So you're, like, you really want to go... Or it costs 5. So you really want to go, like, Signet on turn 2... Horror on turn 3, then this guy on turn 4, and that curves like perfectly into itself. How are we doing here? When it's 10 changes, I always gotta double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but 1 doesn't count, so 6. We gotta have 4 more changes to this deck. I do appreciate the use of MDFCs.
Landana spell, it's never dead.
Wow! Oh my god! Let's see. Realmbreaker, kind of slow, but I love this card too much. I could never cut it. I could never do that to you.
I mean...
Each end step they mill X, or X is what they milled. I mean, some mill cards are good, right? Like, Mesmeric Orb is great. Sphinx's Tutelage is pretty good. Psychic Corrosion can win games.
Folio Fancies, perfect.
Folio Fancies
Thank
is
you
broken.
so much, Animus.
I'm going to cut some of these cards that don't mill enough.
Yeah, I'm missing decks from T-Box, Nathan, Mason, and Animus, so send them over. We'll add you. We'll add you right in that order.
I cannot. I don't think I can, in good faith, do Teresian Mindbreaker. It's too disruptible. Now let's see play some other big giant monster. What does Shieldred do? I mean, she's a Rise of the Dark Realms, but she's really slow, and we have no ways to like abuse it. And she's not a horror, right? She's just a praetor. What do you think?
I don't think it's great, but how about just in creatures in general, considering Mill is like, I'm not going to say it's not just disruptible and slow, but if you can't keep creatures on the field, then like you're just so open to attacks, especially in the lower power metas.
Well, there's 22 here.
Yeah, I don't know.
So let's leave her, I guess, and we'll cut something else. There's another card that I do want to add. It's Altar of the Brood. You already have like a pseudo combo.
You're right. I did. VZ actually didn't even know what magic was until I came along.
Oh my god. I'm not even gonna ask what that was. There's Altar of the Brood. Since you already have the Tunnel Vision combo to kill somebody outright, Altar of the Brood says whenever another permanent enters, you mill each opponent for 1. And this guy, Zelix, says whenever someone mills a creature, you get a 1/1. So you mill each opponent for 1. You're looking at 3 cards. If any one of them is a creature, you make a 1/1 and repeat the process. And that can just go off. Like, that could go ham sandwich. I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the second super chat, champion. We just send it right where you sent it in the same thread, and I will add it right to the queue.
Yeah, Sir Conrad's pretty cool, too. You have him in your sideboard. That is an infinite combo, I think. So maybe let's not do that. Because Zelix is not infinite. It does not go infinite. It just mills a lot. I don't think you want an infinite combo. But this deck, like, let's make sure we can remove creatures, too. I really just kind of want to add Soul Shatter, because you've got the mill. I just want to not die. Let's get Soul Shatter, and let's get Snuff Out. Those are, like, 2 of the best interactive spells you could have. Because, yeah, you only had, like, Putrefy, Reality Shift, Drown.
Yeah.
But now we've got some, like, onboard stuff.
Thank you so much,
I'm pretty sure that's 10.
Abigol, I think. Sorry if I messed that up, but I am adding you to the queue right now. Yes, I did just get yours.
Okay, so we are on...
That's the Henzie one, right?
Yes, we are on to the next deck whenever you're ready.
1 second. This is TV Spidey.
Honestly, we're cruising 175 people. Tell your friends, the nerds are live.
I am
Clearly you already have, because we have a nice chunk of viewers. And 68 likes, which is almost 69. Honestly, kind of hoping for 69. I think before this stream is over...
Here be catch.
Super big goal, 169 likes. Then my grandma...
This is only cards from Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's gonna be... okay, let's pull it up and we'll see what they got in there. This is a 5 changes?
Yeah, no, this is a 10 changes.
10 changes from Lord of the Rings. I wonder how many how many cards are even in Lord of the Rings that we could change. This is black, blue, red. I mean, the set is LTR or LTC, I think. Okay. So, Arcane Signet. Are there any other signets? Because you want mana ramp. I see Mind Stone. Is that in here? No. Let's get Mind Stone in there.
Well, thank you so much for telling your wife that we're live. She's always welcome to watch, but I'm sorry she got grumpy from being woken up.
Oh my god. Well, I appreciate the commitment to that, honestly. Let's see. Wow, there's just so much stuff here. I think we could probably leave the lands alone. You know what you're doing with the lands, right? You got duels in there. You're not here to see us make 10 land cuts. Thought Vessel, also a Lord of the Rings card, apparently. You need all the ramp you could possibly get. Your commander is 1,000,000 mana, and when you hit it, you kind of win. So, Thought Vessel.
I loved some of the printings from Lord of the Rings, considering it was so pretty. The Gemstone Caverns.
Chalice.
Like, the foil for that was gorgeous. The Urborg, amazing.
Yes, Everflowing. I'm learning about... I didn't even know half these cards had a Lord of the Rings printing.
Thank you so much, James.
Like Worn Power Stone, too?
Is Relic of Sauron not in here?
I'm pretty sure it is.
I'm just reading chat.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, that is in there.
Oh, they're back again. I wanted to see whether that was good or not, considering that was the Smog one, right?
Yeah, they're back again is a lot of potential. I want to see how it ends up doing. So we short up your mana ramp. Now you can actually cast Sauron. I don't want to spend too much time on that. I guess we need card draw? There's only 4 Nazguls in here. Why not just play 9? I mean, like, Rohirrim Lancer is just kind of worse than a Nazgul, right? I don't want to add too many Nazguls to your deck, but I would assume you just want the full 9. Maybe it was just a mistake. But yeah, let's get some of these like stinky ones out of here, and we'll go up on Nazguls. I'll just add 1, but just know that you've got more to add. You have 4 more that you can add. I'm sure you've got all the tempt cards. I'm not even.
Have you been listing all of these, by the way?
Yes.
All of them?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
And this is only the 3rd deck, and I've clicked it 3 times.
I was just making sure because I'm linking people.
Yeah, I think Treason of Isengard is really rough. It's so expensive for like almost nothing. Same with this, Surrounded by Orcs. Amassing's cool, but like, it's not that good. Especially since Sauron just amasses so much. So, what about like cards that interact? Since you've got the threats, you've got the board state, you can ramp into it. How do you stop other things? I see Feed the Swarm as an option. It's certainly better than any of the. Thank God for whatever set these are coming out of. I'm glad that you have access to them. You even have because you already have Reanimate in there. That's cool.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I just got your email, so adding you to the queue right now.
Ooh, Go for the Throat. Look, Go for the Throat is a bad card, but I might add it in. Mystic Confluence is great. I'm not even sure. I'm kind of just going ham. I don't know if we're going over on changes. No, I've only removed 3 cards. Okay.
The only person whose deck I'm missing right now is Mason, so please feel free to send it over.
Hostage takers in this set? There's some weird ones. Inferno Titan?
Yeah.
That could be a top end. I mean, I know you had like 5 mana commons that were previously in this slot, so Inferno Titan's going to be way better than that.
Because it's so much mana and like you don't need like you just need one of each color, right, to cast Sauron, right? Okay. I was just thinking about the cyclers, like the Mountain Cycler and the Island Cycler. And that sort of thing. Do we want those?
Yeah, probably actually. Oliphant, Troll of Khazad-dûm, and Lorien.
Once you send the super chat, you
Reveal.
of $10 or more, depending on how many changes you want, you can send them to the email deckaudits@nitpicking-nerds.com.
Because we're professional like that. All right, so we just gotta make cuts now. Okay.
Coloring's good.
Amassing by itself, I'm not really that interesting. Or not interested that. I'm not interested in that.
Do we care about milling? I don't love this outside of a ton of mill decks, considering it's like...
Yeah, it's sort of just card draw. It's a little slow.
Yeah, especially
Let's get rid
since
of it.
it does take at least a turn or two, because it's like, okay, I'll lose whatever.
2 mana, deal 3. Try to get this out of the deck if you can. I might leave it just because of the implications of like how restricted this deck is. I don't like saving a creature for 2 mana though.
I actually never thought about reanimating the cyclers too.
Oh yeah,
It's not the worst.
That's fine. Yeah, why not? I mean, turn 2, Troll of Khazad-dûm, baby. That's like a Sarah Ascendant. It's reversed because you lose 6 life and then you start hitting people. All right, there's a few cards that could go. This thing is vanilla creature. This thing is basically a vanilla creature. This is kind of vanilla. Don't forget to get Nazguls in here too. This bumps up your army generation. What does this do? Mass Orcs 2, and then you steal something. Okay, I see it. I see the utility. I see the merit. When it attacks,
Thank you so much, Matavis. Adding you to the queue right now. And thank you so much, Theria. Adding you right after that.
Simply one more cut to be made. What the heck is this? A Mass X, Mill
What
X.
the heck is
You
this?
can cast a spell for free, or you can flash it back. Hey, you know what, Mia? This could be another card for your Zephi deck because it flashes back and changes the value of X.
That's pretty cool.
So that you could get that could count as a 10 drop on the stack for 5 mana.
Peasy's fingertips are bleeding.
That being said, I think I will cut this, and we have finished. I didn't think that we would get this many Lord of the Rings like meaningful changes, but I'm glad we did. Again, don't forget Nazguls. Next deck's in the queue on my computer.
This is a $20 change, and I have just says here's the Moxfield link. Thank you.
All right, we got free reign. That means there's $20 super chat, which means there will be 10 changes made to this particular deck. Thanks for the 80 likes, by the way. I appreciate
Thank you so
that.
much, everyone.
That's the goal we were trying to hit the whole time. It was 80.
Well, I mean, this is Abzan. This is
Abzan, just like
graveyard.
Absolute graveyard junk value. So there's Jahira to make the tokens that Myrkul makes into mana production. Grim Guardian, I love it. It's so like
Kamal to hurt people. Campbell, sorry.
Yeah, Campbell to hurt people.
So many letters.
So many letters. You're kind of fast here. You got all the rocks, or the rocks, all the mana.
What are we
relics.
using Mirkwood bats for? Are we sacking?
Creating and sacrificing
Okay.
the enchantment tokens, I assume.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, how many sack outlets do we really have? Do we have enough for that?
Even still.
I see Viscera Seer.
Oh, so there's Mondrak and Spirit Dancer to make extra tokens. I see, but and there's you can copy triggered abilities, but yeah, how many? I don't know about this Mirkwood Bats. I don't know about that one. Let's keep looking. We got the Holy Trinity. Oh wait, we don't have the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, it's
we
like
need 3 visits.
Kodama's Reach.
3 visits.
How
Get in there.
many basics are you running for Kodama's Reach?
Doesn't matter. Got it. And actually, they're only running like 10, so that's fine. Wow, so doubling season and parallel lives. It's every enchantment you've ever seen. Dark Tutelage can go. A little bit inefficient. Come on, Dark Tutelage can go. Get out. Bastion. Yeah, if you have enough. But like, creatures dying are enchantments aren't creatures, right? They're just enchantments.
I saw Diabolic Intent, which is a little bit interesting,
So I don't know if I'm super jazzed about this.
considering that's more of like, you know,
Village
It's-
Rites I will always cut
that's a little
from almost
spicy.
any deck. What's spicy?
Diabolic Intent.
Yeah, I mean, tutors are always great, especially when they don't even sacrifice the creature, it just stays in play, you know, the trigger of it. Deluge, okay, okay. How do you feel about 5 board wipes? That's probably too many. What would you cut?
Definitely not Vanquish and definitely not Austere, because I think you need to be able to hit a lot of other things. Yeah, maybe that.
So we'll just cut single combat and then say maybe you
How
have one
about
too many
any of
board
the
wipes.
single? Like, do you want Soul Shatter in here, or do you want like, because I see Path, but I'm not seeing like swords. I'm not seeing.
Yeah, where's the interaction? We got Path.
Do you want like
Beast
Anguished
Spark.
Unmaking to hit more than just creatures and stuff?
So I see 2 single targets.
And
Plus,
there's another heroic intervention too.
oh, I'm gonna get rid of it because our stuff is already going to be harder to interact with. That's kind of like the whole point of what we're doing.
Is there a privileged position in here?
I was still counting the interaction here.
Sorry.
1, 2, and then a bunch of board wipes. So I guess this is 3. 3? Yikes! Let's get our
Yes, I'll send.
like premium suite of removal spells. But also, you probably want like creatures that actually remove. So like maybe Ravenous Chupacabra. Just because then like it dies, it comes back, and the enchantment still has when it enters the battlefield, destroy a creature. Plus you'll get like 2 of them with like Elesh Norn, that's pretty sweet. 2 of them with Modrak, and you can get 2 triggers with Elesh Norn off both of them. Maybe we want more ETB things. Like, why don't we just like, doesn't this deck want a Wood Elves? I would assume this deck wants a Wood Elves pretty badly. And we can maybe even trim a little bit on like Arcane Signet here.
Flesh bag? Someone asked.
Ooh, Flashback could keep the chain going, so I guess Playcrafter is the best version of that. Because it can answer Planeswalkers, and it makes them discard if they don't have cards in hand. Or creatures on board. Okay. Okay. Things are happening. Yeah, this deck was missing ETBs, which is surprising because Elesh Norn was in it. So, anything else standing out to you?
I mean, there's a lot of enchantments. I would say privileged position is one of the, if those are like.
Well, privilege position doesn't have anything to do with enchantments, right?
Well, which one gives it Shroud?
Oh, it gives you a permanent Shroud, yeah. But, like, do you want... Oh, this deck has Sterling
Oh,
Grove.
Sterling Grove. Sorry, I guess that's what I was thinking of.
Okay. That's what it is.
Sidisi, someone asks.
Oh, Sidisi the Tutor. That's a little
spicy.
spicy. That can go find your win cons. If you want to go ham with Mirkwood Bats or Doubling Season. Oh, let me look for changes. We've made a few pretty quickly here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 3 more to make here. I'll make them count. I kind of just want them to be creatures that have ETP triggers. I should be all over this. I should know them by heart.
You really should. This is like everything you have the most fun doing.
It really is. Type.
Thank you so much, Julian. Adding you to the queue.
Eternal
Thank you
Wit-
so
yeah.
much, Caleb.
Eternal Witness is not in here. Mia, do we want to pause the queue for a second or just leave it going?
We do have a lot. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15. We have 16 in queue.
16 in the queue. I say we pause the queue temporarily and then get through those 16, and then we will reopen the queue. Does that sound good for you?
Yeah.
All right. We might have to just briefly take down our message here, our little pop-up, just because.
Ooh, that's a good one. If you're looking for tutors, the Beseech the Mirror, because you can sack artifacts to bring stuff out.
Oh yeah. I mean, I won't throw tutors in the deck, but that is one to consider for sure.
I didn't know there was a Magic YouTuber with the same name as you. That's really interesting.
Right,
But yeah, send it over.
Oh, there is. Wow, that's weird. Yeah. If I saw that name, I would have assumed it was the YouTuber. Ranger Captain, Lauren of the Third Path. I think Lauren of the Third Path is so funny. You just tap your enchantment to draw a card if you want, and it works right away. That's super neat. I'm getting too carried away with this deck. I gotta make maybe one more change, and then start cutting cards. The last change I would make... I really think doubling season is win more. Call me a hater, but I would cut it. All right, so then we just need to cut a Magic the Gathering card.
Do we want Painful Quandary? I like it a lot, but it doesn't seem super thematic.
Oh, right, yeah. What do we don't have, we're not grinding you out of cards in hand. We're making a bunch of enchantments so that you get ground out with our ETB value. I think this looks good. I like this deck. This is a spicy one. Also, this art is great. So we were going to move down in the queue. Again, we have, what, 15 more people in the queue, and then we will reopen the queue for the deck audits.
Yes, this is an Elesh Norn one. And you haven't sent me your second deck list yet, so feel free to just add it in the thread whenever.
Not super
This
sensitive.
is a $10 one.
This is a 5 changes. This
Yes.
is doubling your ETBs and cutting in half your opponents. Duplicate. Mom.
Yeah, happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays. It is December. We get to do all of our super
Make sure
cool
they're
like
listed.
end of the year wrap up videos. There's a lot of cool ones, including most hated commanders. We did a like a Q&A, not a Q&A,
Okay.
but like an open answer question of who's the commander that was released in 2023 that you hated the most. I really want to know people's answers to that. Either tell us in the chat and we'll check later, or fill it out. Like, we'll go to that post in the community tab and respond to it, because I want to know. We're going to get people's opinions so we can report on it in the video. So this is just going to be so much blink and just disgusting value. I see Cloud Shift, I add Ephemerate. Very simple. It's
It's
that
a 1-2
simple.
punch.
It's better than it's better than Cloud Shift. So
Is this a combo deck? Because if not, Silence?
is this a combo deck? Felidar Guardian. You can exile another target permanent you control, and Restoration Angel. It is a combo
And
deck.
Silence makes sense.
Infinite mana.
What's the payoff?
I don't know, anything like any other creature. Like 2 Felidars means you
Yeah,
flicker a
yeah.
land and Resto. Resto flickers Felidar and any other creatures. You get infinite ETBs of whatever creature you have in play.
Oh, there's a...
So there's Spiriting Companion. I think you probably at that point then also want Wall of Omens, just so you can draw your whole deck and win the game.
Yeah, I got yours, Caleb. I think the only person I'm waiting for right now is Julian's. The rest are all accounted for.
Sweet. So then with this deck, I guess if you draw your entire deck, then you can play Suture Priest, and then you can play Cavalier of Dawn. And as long as each opponent has a non-land permanent, you can continuously blow it up, make a golem, and then blow up the golem, forcing them to play infinite golems and lose infinite life.
Oh, B, by the way, this is a 10 change one. The person just submitted $10 twice.
Okay, so we will just double it.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
Legion Loyalty, creature you control have Myriad, that's cool. Grasp of Fate, I have never loved, even doubled. Wedding Announcement, I feel like we can do better. Felidar Retreat's great. Circle's
Do we want
great.
Legion Loyalty? I mean, Myriad's nice because of the double ETBs and stuff, but also 8 man's a little expensive.
8 mana is kind of expensive. Let's go ahead and trim it then. We don't need that. This deck is cracked. Golden Argosy, I think we might also not need. I think that card is good for non-white flicker decks. Like, we just have Eerie Interlude in Lazy Hill's Acrobatics. We don't have to go through the trouble of crewing this and then having it die in combat.
Do we have the MDFC, the expensive Emiria's, whatever?
Do we? 36 including MDFC. I see Owned Inversion, and I see Sajiri Shelter. Well, I will add 2 more for you, because I know you were wondering how many more MDFCs you could add. You can actually add Kabira's Takedown and Amiria's Call. Amiria's Call. You could never have too many MDFCs. I don't care what anyone says.
They're a land and a
Souls.
spell. I mean, how could you
It
not?
brings everything back as a 1/1, so you get all the triggers again. That's fine. I think Duplicant would go very well in here. That's a nice one. Depending on how infinite you're going, and it seems like we're going pretty infinite. We have the card Silence in this deck. I think you should probably do Inquisitor Exarch, I think it's called. It's just ETB. You
Commander
gain
here
two.
is Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines.
Yeah,
so
ETB
double
you gain
ETBs,
two, or
half
somebody loses two.
or 0 ETBs for everyone else.
Yeah, this ETB you gain 2 or somebody loses 2. That's an infinite outlay right there. I don't know. If we're not doing that, then I guess we're not doing anything
Preston?
with this deck. Preston has impressed me. He's kind of silly. He also goes infinite with ham sandwiches. Tiller Engine? What is Tiller Engine doing? Untap the land or tap something? How many tap lands are in here?
Field
Oh
of the
my
Dead.
god, it's a Field of the Dead! I'm so glad I checked. Let me foil that out for you.
Aerial Extortionist?
Oh, whoever said that, you have very fine taste. And actually, I'm going to cut this much, much worse version of the card. So what do we have for changes? The 10 ones always get me. I will never once remember all the way through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cuts. We need 5 more cuts and 2 more adds. Radiant Solar. Oh, that's another infinite payoff.
Some
you
of
just
these,
run through the dungeons.
I'm just not sure if they're like fast enough, considering this deck seems very fast since you have Grand Abolisher, you have combos and stuff. But like Sarah's Emissary, is that fast enough?
Oh, because, like, what are you attacking with? You know, these are all rinky-dink creatures. Maybe it is a good cut. On that same line of thought, what else would you cut? Court Street Denizen? Maybe? It tapped stuff? This deck doesn't even seem like it wins through combat. Because this combo makes infinite mana and generates infinite ETBs.
I mean, do we want Moonshaker then?
Well, at least that's an infinite, like any creature attacks for infinity. Let's get rid of this thing.
We're not accepting deck like things right now, considering we have a very big queue.
Yes, we are going to go through this queue, and then after the queue is done, we should have time. We will go back into the queue. But right now, we're making changes, folks. And, oh, Miso just made a little snoring noise.
It was really cute.
He
We
just
love
went,
him.
in his
Julian,
sleep.
I'm looking for your deck right now. Everyone else is accounted for?
I bet Miso's dreaming he's going to college.
Oh, I love him.
Maybe someday, buddy. Maybe someday. Panharmonicon. There's got to be an easy cut here. Let's see. I really don't even like Silence that much. I think you already have 2. I'm going to cut it.
Okay,
Like,
this might be weird. Do you want Reprieve in here?
that is a question I don't know if I can answer. If we're not done, we'll add it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we have 2 more changes to make. So we can add Reprieve, whatever. That's a little bit of interaction. Yeah, Silence I'm just not so sure about. It's very bad a lot of the time. And I think you'd just be better off playing more hate pieces like Grand Abolisher. Because you already have Ranger Captain and Grand Abolisher, which are the same thing. So Silence feels a little bit aggressive. And honestly, this Tiller Engine is not looking too hot. How many tap lands are in here? Very few. I love this Field of the Anime so much. Yeah, none of these lands
Just
are
got
even
yours,
tapped.
Julian. Thank you.
None of these lands are tapped. Get this thing out of here. And unless it combos, you know, I'm just going to get rid of it. That leaves, I think, 1 more change. I swear I'll remember at some point. Yes, 1 more change. Farewell. That's for you, Mia.
Farewell. Perfect.
Oh, Dusk Till Dawn. We've already got Farewell, Own to Inversion, and Vanquish, and this deck is super aggressive.
Hi, Chuck. Our queue is closed. He just gave $50 though, so like.
Toss them in the queue. I mean,
So okay,
our queue is
I
closed.
just sent it to you.
So our queue is closed.
I will add you in,
Our
but
queue-
please, yeah.
Our queue is closed to protect people because we don't want anyone entering the queue when we can't guarantee, like, 15 decks from now. I don't know what time that's going to be. It's going to be at least an hour and a half away. But we'll put you in for sure. We appreciate the generosity. It's just that I can't, like, after this, like, after Chuck's, I just can't guarantee that we get to everyone. And I'm not going to.
Yeah, we just don't want anyone to get in the queue and then give us money and then not be able to get to yours.
Right.
We just want to clear out a bunch first, and then we'll open up queue again.
Yeah.
But that is added. So ignore my last email. You are added. I'm just going to send it right now that it is.
Last ad is great. It's Lauren of the Third Path. I don't know how sweaty you're playing this deck. It seems to be pretty sweaty. But if you're playing against Thoracle players, this can kill them in response. It basically means that they can't go for the combo if Lauren is in play, which is pretty cool. That's very close to a silence, honestly. And then we can go to the next deck whenever Mia finishes entering you into the queue. We appreciate all of the generous donations
Yes, thank
today.
you so much.
All of the generous likes. Let's get the stream. I'm pulling this number out of thin air. How about 99 likes? That's like basically 6 more likes than what we're at right now. It just helps the video spread to more people. It helps get more people watching the coolest Commander stream ever. I don't know anyone who does deck audits. If they do, let me know, because I haven't heard of them.
I just sent you the next one.
Mm-hmm.
It says, there are no real restrictions. Go crazy and help me make mono white #1. Maybe a power rating?
Okay, power rating. Should we go based on the 1 to 10 scale or the 7.1 to 7.9?
Oh, well, every
scale?
deck's a 7. So.
Every deck is a 7. So where does this fall in the 7s? I would say we are
How many
making...
tap lands, first of all?
Oh, yeah. How many tap
It's
lands?
not 7.9 because you don't have Thassa's Oracle. I mean,
Right, and some people
you
don't even know
can't.
what we're talking about. But there are 0 tap lands in this deck.
Oh, so it's already above a
No,
7.
wait, there's one.
Oh, no. Well, okay, well, it's already above a 7.2, and it is below a 7.99999.
That's honestly another thing we could do is we could just do streams and say, you know, toss your deck up here and we'll tell you what the power level is out of 10 and from 7.1 to 7.9. Let's actually get to the deck. We have tokens, triplers. We are Sun God Annihilation. I like it.
That's
I'm
pretty
just going to
cool.
shorten that to Sun God.
This is a 5 change.
All right. 5 changes it shall be. Okay, so this deck, you want to juice it up. We want to go quote-unquote crazy.
So 7.4 to a 7.6. I really understand. Don't you worry.
Yeah, that's exactly where we would put it. I will cut Brimaz from every deck I ever see him in. I think that card, this is not an offense to anyone playing it. I just think the card is so bad, and I've seen it in play so many times. A couple of my friends love Brimaz, but he just doesn't do anything. Adeline is like Brimaz on steroids and other illegal performance-enhancing drugs. So we're just tripling up tokens. I appreciate the MDFCs. Got to respect the hustle on that. See, the problem is here, you have 19 basics. And as you saw from our last Brave Soul, that's a bit too many. I would cut it down to like 8 and then play Field of the Dead. But I won't add Field of the Dead.
Stop.
I won't add Field of the Dead. On Thin Ice, I do not like Oblivion Rings. We will remove that. Luminarch Ascension, I just think is another card that I don't trust it. I really don't trust it enough. Inspiring Leader could be cool. I don't hate that. I see that you have a lot of restraint and did not include Helm of the Host in this deck. That is like, it's flying a little too close to the sun, I think. Hero of Bladehold, don't love that one either. Oh, Handweaver Militia Captain is an easy cut for me. I haven't found that card to be super effective when I need it to be. The big stats don't make up for the fact that it doesn't make enough tokens. And Smuggler Share. A lot of white players are disappointed with this, and I kind of have to agree. I will let that be the last cut. So what are some like sick token cards? I think God Eternal Catcher is pretty awesome. I don't know if this deck has that enough creatures to justify that. But creating 3 4/4s is just like, Jesus. That'll slap. Let's look up token makers, dude. Let's do it. Let's search tokens plural. Okay, so we have Mondrak. And obviously
cool.
there's Anointed Procession.
Yes.
Obviously. Do you have Call the Coppercoats? I do not see Call the Coppercoats. That is a very efficient and cheaty way to spend not a lot of mana to get 1,000,000 creatures. If they have 10 creatures each, you spend 7 mana and you get 30. And if you have Ojer Talk, you get 90. And that's just not even real. That's not even a real number.
I love the Adeline. BZ just pulled a foil Adeline recently.
I did,
It's cool.
out of a repack. Repacks are supposed to be scams.
Pastimes did a thing. We were at PAX Unplugged, and it was a lot of fun.
It was fun. Ooh, Rabble Rousing, is that in here? It probably is. Yeah, I thought I saw those colors. Rabble Rousing's a nice one. What else do you think, Mia?
Didn't Cathar's Crusade?
Cathar's Crusade could be good. It's in there. It's in there.
Cool.
I would also just I don't know if I'd feel comfortable putting that in because I won't add it because of the accounting nightmare that it is. Benevolent Offering.
Not more Myriad in here. Battle Angel, Blade of Selves, etc.
Oh, okay. So what are the cards? What are the best cards that have Myriad?
Battle Angels isn't bad.
Oh, Myriad Landscape. Is that actually in the deck? Oh my God, it's actually not. For real though? Get Myriad Landscape in your deck.
That's
Oh no,
Myriad
not
Construct.
What did we just have?
BZ!
What did we do?
BZ!
If anyone can tell me what Myriad Construct does, I'll give you $100. Let's see. Oh, this crap. Okay, get out of here. Whoops.
We're doing good. We're having a great time. We have a very long queue, but I'm so happy that everyone's tuning in, and we're just going through.
Yeah, we
Thank
are.
you guys so much for joining us.
Seeing what we can get into. How are we looking? We got the 5 changes. We got to add 2 cards now. Ooh, what's some more token makers? I don't know about Battle Angels. It feels like the card's just so bad by itself. Like, that thing never triggers. It's not worded in a great way. What other kind of trouble can we get into with this deck? I don't hate SRAM's expertise. Battle Screech could be funny. Harmonious Archon. That if you have things like Inspiring Leader, I think Harmonious Archon is pretty good. It gives you 6 1/1s that become 3/3s. I also like that Ojer Talk just kind of can't die because it flips and it just says you transform it, you attack with 3 creatures. Yeah, that's so easy to do.
Yeah, I think there was some spice in Lost Caverns.
Lost Caverns was a good set. Wilds of Eldraine was a good set, but everybody forgot about it.
Oh, don't worry. In a week, like Murders at Karlov Manor has a first look. Don't worry. Don't even think about Lost Caverns.
Here's another thing. How many people, including you and me,
10.
want to call that set Murders at Markov Manor?
I do.
I
just messed up like 4 times.
Like, it doesn't matter that it's on Ravnica. You wanted to make a clue set. Your Murders at Karlov Manor does not roll off the tongue. And in fact, you have another person who has a manor that would be better.
Thank you so much for joining the stream, and thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Oh, let's not forget the basics though, right? Like literally Night of the White Orchid. Let's just
And we're gonna be trying to do this like about once a week, maybe 2. Someone asked Guildless Commons.
Guildless Commons could be an option. I don't have a strong enough opinion to make it one of the ads, but we'll add Night of the White Orchid, get the ramp going, and move to the next deck.
Starlight Spectacular? We just talked about that.
Starlight Spectacular? I'll add it to the suggested.
People are donating super chats, and we're adding them to a queue, but the queue is closed right now because we have like 15 people in queue right now. Here's the next one.
Well, we got 128 likes. Oh my god,
Thank
where did
you
the likes
so
come
much.
from? To keep the hype train rolling on these likes. Oh my god.
We're getting corrected as Murders at Karlov Manor, not Murders of Karlov Manor. Either way, I want to say Markov every single time.
Murders at Markov Manor.
Yeah. This is a 5 changer.
Okay, this next one here.
Yes.
If you have it on hand, how many decks have we gone through so far?
This is our 8th.
Okay, this is our 8th. That's not bad. 8 decks in an hour, just an hour and change. Plus part of that was just kind of us screwing around, waiting for people to pile in. So that's not bad. That's not bad. I just picked up a Hershey Kiss that was on this desk, and it was so warm.
It's because your computer's like.
It's because my computer's spitting hot fumes into it.
Thank you so much for the deck. For the super chat, but queue is closed right now. I will add you in, but please don't send as much right now until we are opening queue up again.
Yeah, at this point, starting with Insane Goon, we cannot guarantee. There might be time. There should be time.
However, we're not guaranteeing it, and
this is enter at your own risk, folks.
So
high risk. If we do have time, you beat everybody. Low, but the risk is if we don't have time, I promise that I did not have time.
Also, my name is Mia. I have been the host of Nitpicking Nerds since June. Joe left about then.
Yep, Mia's been here for
almost
6 months, 60 videos or something like that. She's the new host. You can go find Joe Cherry's Magic channel, but they actually stream on Twitch now. Yeah,
Joe Cherry's made a post on Twitter saying that they were leaving the Magic scene, and so their YouTube channel is not active, but it's, I think, Joe_Cherries at Twitch.
Or just Joe Cherry's. One of those two. All right. Casualty, instant sorceries, creatures with 2 power. That's what we want. So stuff like Talran.
Yeah. I love Victimize in here. That's a good one.
Yeah, especially since there's so many creatures. It seems like we're not going the spells that make creatures route. We're just going the creatures route.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Fill the Dead, approved. But
Already, deck perfect. Feel the Dead's in it.
I'm noticing this deck is a little bit light on lands. 35 for a 3.5 average mana value.
That is a little light. Also,
I consider 3.5 and up to start to be clunky, or a little bit, average to average plus. So I would maybe want an extra land in there. I mean, we can add it. We have all the power. They can't stop us. How about ramp? Where's the ramp? I see Arcane Signal.
Lot.
I see.
Do you want talismans? Do you want?
I mean, we want anything.
Yeah.
I might even like.
I mean, look at all these 6-drops right here.
If I could cut, if this was a 50. If I had to remake this deck, I would add like 7. 7 rocks like that. We'll add 1 or 2 as like a recommendation.
Thank you guys so much. And Joe didn't quit playing Magic, but Joe is not making Magic content at the moment.
Right.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Mia's doing a great job. You can cast a thing, and if it's put in the graveyard, you exile it. This card seems confusing and not great, so I will cut it. I think this card is not good either. It is fodder for your casualty.
Okay, quick question. Demi-Lich. Even though it's 4 mana, it's 4 blue pips.
Well, not really, though, because the idea is that you cast spells.
Okay.
But, like...
Is it good enough to stay, though? I just pulled one recently, and I, very quickly read it.
I'm glad this deck has a decent chunk of spells. Waste Management. I don't think Waste Management is good. I have not liked it. Actually, that card might have been in our worst pre-con cards. It's not any hate on you, just I don't like that card.
They say ramp is for suckers, better just get lucky.
You know what? Ramp is for suckers.
I might take a solo stream at some point. I know BZ just did a historic brawl stream.
Yeah, if Mia wants to tackle a solo stream, that's up to her.
If BZ is busy, I will maybe.
I'll make myself busy. I'll say, oh no, I got an appointment.
No.
I got this really important thing. It just came up. This deck is interesting. I think the creature count is just a little too high. How do you feel about Mira? That could be our last cut.
Spell you can put on the bottom. Yeah, I mean, with the Spellslinger decks, I'm not sure if that's what I really want, unless it's my commander or something. Especially,
the joke is that you casualty a spell, put a copy on the stack, and then put one of the 2 copies. You shuffle it back in and then flip something else.
I don't know. Especially with the high CMC of this deck, I would cut something on the top end.
Yeah, all right. Well, New York can be cut. This is a 5 change, right?
Yeah, 5 change.
Okay, I want maybe just more instances and sort. Oh no, okay. Let's get
MDFC.
Let's get Talisman of something.
Yeah. No, we do need more.
I mean, I'm gonna add 2. I think it's that important. Don't skip on this. Seriously, add at least 3 more of these, but I don't want to waste all your slots on mana ramp.
I mean, I like to, in some of my decks, like my Polymorph deck, I do like to run things that are the counter target spell, Amass Oryx 1. I don't know if you want that here.
You don't, because you want 2/2 tokens.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
because it's 2. I forgot about the casualty.
Field of the Dead is actually perfect for this deck, so I'm glad it's in there.
Foil it.
Foil it out.
Well, is there anything that makes 2/2s then?
What would be a good MDFC? What are the ones that are already in here?
What wouldn't be a good MDFC?
Literally. Seagate and Melica Rebirth. Okay.
Do you want Agadeems? That way you
it's a little awkward sometimes. I think Valakut Awakening would be good.
Because you could put your hand back?
Oops. What did I just do? I gave you some aura. I gave you this card. How about Valakut Awakening?
Oh! Kuro!
Kuro's here. What?
Thank you!
Oh my god. Get Kuro into the queue.
Okay.
Give us your stinky decks, Kuro. We can't guarantee we'll get to you anytime soon, but you're in the queue. It's a decently sized queue. We will audit your deck and we will tell everyone how bad you are. Or how good you are. Kuro is a streamer. If you are looking for Twitch and gameplay content, you should check out Kuro Hitsuki on Twitch.
We've been on a couple times. It's been super fun, and you should definitely check it out. He streams I'd say pretty frequently.
Yeah, I don't know when. I mean, I'm sure Kuro can tell you when he streams, but
yeah, drop in the chat.
He streams well enough that you'll see him.
We're happy to get games with you in PAX too, especially since B moved.
Yeah, it was great. And now we're streaming, so we're just doing everything.
Yeah, it is a deck that you've made before. Just send it. You could just chat it to me.
Just DM me on Messenger or something. All right.
Right now, the queue is full. We are not taking submissions, but the farther we go into the queue, the more we'll be able to see if we have time for more.
Right.
Someone said, unironically, how about Grave Titan?
Unironically, no. Unironically, I think it's bad. Oh, God.
Yeah,
Crazy.
definitely.
Ravenous Choops is good in this deck, for sure. That is, like, the perfect body that you just want to sacrifice. And it makes these other cards, like Malika Rebirth, Not Dead After All, Feign Death, it makes them way more useful. Most of these creatures don't have ETBs. So, like, stuff like Junji does, that's cool. But it seems like you're using those cards as mostly like a trick. But why don't you use them to, like, get card advantage? So you could, if you have Ravenous Choops
Ophiomancer?
and another creature, you could sack like a token to target both of them with 2 Not Dead After Alls, then sack them maybe to other casualty spells and get them both back and just go ham.
Yeah, no rush, Kuro. There's like 12 or 15 people ahead of you. So like whenever you get around to it, and I hope you have a great dinner. Also,
Yeah.
someone says Ophiomancer, burn down the house.
Ophiomancer, no, because the tokens are too small for us. Same with burn down the house. We need
Jadar? That could be interesting.
Oh, Jadar's so good in this deck. Yeah, Jadar is like perfect. This is the guy that, not that Phoenix. This is what you want. He just poops out useless crap every turn, and you sacrifice him over and over and over. That I like. We need one more. One more, like, pretty good little dude.
Are you looking to make 2/2s, or are you just looking to...
Okay, I think this is maybe a little bit strong, but Agent of Treachery. It's removal. It works with your Not Dead After Alls, and it's kind of just a hammer. This deck might need a little bit of closing power anyway, and as soon as you resolve a second Agent of Treachery, everyone's going to quit the game. Because that's just annoying. It's just too annoying.
I'm sending you the next one, by the way. It is a 10, and I'm just going to run to go to the bathroom. Do you need anything?
No, I just need you to run.
Oh,
I need you to... Well, that's what you said. Mia's sprinting to the bathroom. It must be an emergency. She just told me to shut up, which is kind of rude. Alright. This is... Wow, Kotori. This is not Shorakai. Very impressive. Already you get 7 gold stars from me. This looks like the upgraded precon. So this was, I think she said 10? This is, I believe, Teferi. Okay, cool. Alright. So, Kazuma is a vehicle on the back. Inspired works super well with vehicles because it's crewing to tap and then it untaps for value. Scalar Tiller, same stuff. Okay, I see what's going on here. I don't know about Wonder. Because how do we get it into the graveyard? If Shorakai was your commander, I would say jam it all day, but I'm going to trim it. I'm going to trim that one. Instants are a little bit lacking. I kind of want some more removal. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can do a little bit better than that. And then, of course, this suite of unchangeable vehicles. There's so many. Let's get rid of this locket that I noticed in favor of just any other 2-mana rock. I won't bother adding it, but that's what you should do. 35 lands for a 3.32 mana base feels closer to what I'd like. I'm starting to feel like 3.25 for me is like a 35 lands.
You won't have fun.
Oh, Amber's coming in?
You won't have
Oh my God, Amber's here. I really didn't expect that. She just wanted to hang out. What a pleasant surprise from our favorite daughter. Hi.
I don't know how much fun you'll have, but good luck.
I don't know how much fun she'll have either, but throw down some hype for Amber in the chat.
We love Amber.
We got Amber here. Oh my God.
Yes.
She's such a camera hog. She wanted to be more famous than me, so. Her college is already paid for.
Yeah, I'm petting her right now.
She graduated like years ago.
Come here.
But she still wants the super chats. She's a little squirrely right now, but she just wants to rub up against technology. I think you might be able to see her tail flitting over the camera.
Oh. Ooh, the hell was that?
She's not a little laugh-loving right now.
Don't get spicy with me.
Oh, it's because Miso's right there.
Well, yeah, that's why I told her.
I forgot he was literally 2 feet away.
That's why when I walked in, I went like, Amber, you're not gonna like this. Don't get out.
Yeah, well, that's what happens, Amber.
Right now.
This is why we don't give you the super chat money. 0% of super chat money will be going to Amber.
Somebody is not going to college anymore.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Yeah, someone's not going to second college.
Someone's not getting their masters. All right, we're going to cut the hotshot pilot. He does not crew well enough. I don't even think I... Oh, I did. Okay. Get out of here. Let's relist this deck. This deck is tough because it's tight.
Yeah, that's a... It said basically like I can send you another deck if this one is like if you can't find changes to this one.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah,
We'll
we
make
got
happen.
it.
We already got 4. We just need one more. We just need another, and I want to make sure it makes sense.
I mean, there's Terramorphic in here. If we want to go faster, do we want Terramorphic?
I think well, I don't want to waste it on saying that dual lands are better than Terramorphic Expanse. Usually we leave the lands untouched unless they offer more changes.
No, this is not Field of the Dead, you know?
And Unwinding Clock, vehicles having vigilance, that seems to be all this does for you, aside from Shorokai. But again, if Shorokai was my commander, then I would play it. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, exile more graveyards? It just doesn't feel like it's worth a whole card. But now we get to add more stuff. And I really am curious, like, some of the cards that just say vehicle on them, I'm not sure what they are.
Asked Awaken Cyberdrive.
Is that in here? It is not in here. And this deck could probably use another...
Yeah, rest in peace. Amber's Doctorate. Yeah, that one, the dream is dead.
Amber's Doctorate is not in the cards.
Yeah, Tempered Steel.
Tempered Steel's in here.
Cosmia, God of the Voyage.
Yeah, she's in here too.
Dance of the Manse. Thank you. I
I've
appreciate
never
it.
been a Dance of the Manse fan. Chad, I'm curious because I've never really gotten a hard answer to this. Can you hear those random donation noises that are going off, or is that just on our end?
I think it's just on our... I'll fix that later.
I'm just curious. So I think Anchor to Reality is funny because it searches for a vehicle. And that's the card I was thinking of, but I couldn't think of the name. Anchor to Reality. That's funny. If you have Dead-Eyed Quartermaster, you're going to love this. Vehicles have flying. Yeah, the vehicles are not the best. Vehicles need some love. I mean, why not Lita? Mechanical engineer. She makes vehicles. And she kind of gives you that, like, thing you were looking for with the Unwinding Clock. But at least she produces vehicles. I might give it a shot. This is a weird card. But also, we did say we want removal. So let's throw in Duplicant. Let's get some dupes.
Duplicant's good.
Let's get some dupes in here. That can crew pretty well.
Astral Dragon, they asked.
Oh, that's really funny. I like Astral Dragon. Make 2 more vehicles. It just feels very on theme. Plus, it has flying. It close out games. You can close out games with that.
What do you think about the Indomitable? We did mention that it was pretty cool to have.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, for sure. If that's not in here, yeah, good call. That's like the best new vehicle now. That's some hot fire. Also consider the one that explores because it might be better than, Mobile Garrison or even Consulate Dreadnought.
I just send you the next one if you're done.
I am done, so we
Okay.
can go to the next one.
It says, I suppose in terms of restrictions, would love to go not too expensive. The lands in mana base could definitely do with fixing, but I suppose maybe more interested in any other suggestion. There's a mini rogue package which maybe doesn't do enough. Could go bigger on just flashes in general. Looking forward to your thoughts.
Right. Alela wants you to cast spells.
It's a 10 change, by the way.
10 changes. Alela wants you to cast spells on their turn, so you get the 1/1s. And then when your 1/1s hit, you goad. But this deck looks like it's also just trying to be fairies and rogues anyway.
I think you gotta pick a lane.
Marie the Killing Quill, huh? I think with these types of decks, when there's 2 main themes and people want me to change cards, I have to cut into one of the themes because there's so few slots to actually change when you want to upgrade the deck.
I don't think rogues do enough. I would just go with casting spells on other people's turn, make it kind of look like a Nimrus deck.
You've already got 2 things to do, so you're actually kind of having 3 things.
Yeah,
'Cause you
I'd
want
cut the
fairies,
rogues,
flash,
personally.
and you also want rogues. So what are the rogue synergies? Okay, let's see. This thing,
I mean,
but
that's
it's
also
also a fairy.
I just mean the straight up rogues.
Well, I'm looking for those. Let's see. So Marie is the first one. Rogue. I mean, the rogue, the like residual rogues are fine. That's not that big of a deal. Anawana might also trim, especially since this rogue thing seems pretty light. There's like barely anything here. Yeah, like that was it, right?
Yeah.
That was pretty much it. And let's see if there's others. Destroy all creatures. Choose not fairies for the board wipe.
Do we like flatline?
Flatline. Creatures your opponents control have base power. No, I don't like these effects, especially when you're in blue and you can just wreck them. Spell Stutter, yeah.
Do we like Rowan's Grim Search? I feel like you could just do that with like
It is an
Night's
instant.
Whisper or something. Yeah.
So we want it to be an instant, but I'm just thinking of like, is there other? There might not even be that many other instants that work this way, so maybe we'll leave
for
it
3 mana. Yeah, maybe.
I don't like Fairy Frolic, Fairy Fencing. That's just like a little expensive.
Yeah, wants more flash. Doesn't have Op Agent. Lethal Scheme.
Lethal Scheme is fantastic. I was trying to process those. Opposition Agent could be it, but I think since we're not doing rogues, we just won't bother. Try to keep it to fairies. I don't like this card. I don't know if you feel differently, but I want to cut it.
No, I wouldn't do that. Why wouldn't you just play like... I don't know. I feel like you could play other buffing effects at that point, which give more... I'd rather spend 1 more mana for like the banner or whatever.
Mm-hmm. What about... This deck seems like a reconnaissance deck. Like a reconnaissance mission deck.
Yeah. Do you like Bitter Blossom?
Since, I mean, you've already got Bite It, so you might as well have recon.
I know how much BZ hates Bitter Blossom.
I don't like Bitter Blossom, but in a fairy deck...
It's also at 31 lands.
Yeah, in a fairy deck, I have to say, I guess.
How
so.
slim is this deck run, considering it has 31 lands, 33 with MDFCs?
Yeah, wait a second. 3.08. And we didn't cut things that were that expensive, so maybe it was like 3.3 or 3.1.
Yeah, he says if we're cutting rogues, yeah, Prosperous Thief and Notorious Throng can go.
Whenever one of our ninjas or rogues... Oh, yep, that's true. Notorious Throng, which one is that? Is that... Oh, this one, too. Well, yeah, only with a rogue. Did they change... Dude, what is the Oracle text on Prowl? Because I have never, like... Let's see. I need to look this up. Prowl was introduced. You can cast it for its Prowl if you dealt combat damage to a player. Can you get out of here, please? Combat damage. I don't need these ads. I hate MTG Wiki for these ads. Okay. If a creature that shared a creature type with a card with Prowl. All Prowl cards...
Yeah, Lethal Scheme is a budget bomb. 80 cents.
1 fairy and 1... Yeah, Lethal Scheme's a budget bomb?
According to this chat, it says it's at 80 cents.
Oh my god, that is going to be the only card we even mention on the next episode of Budget Bombs.
BZ talks about Lethal Scheme for 20 minutes.
That is so hyped. That is extremely hyped. Alright, this is a 10 change, right?
Yes, this is a 10 change.
So we've got 6 changes. We need to make 4 more cuts. Let's do those first. I don't generally love, like, just stat boosts. Let's just get rid of this.
Yeah, because it's a rogue.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's 1. At least it says flash. It's not a very powerful card, though. Yeah, I don't want to cut that, too.
Yeah, we have all the little nerdy cantrips.
Oh, and we just finished figuring out we have to cut that, so it's 3, and then we need 1 more.
Do we, like, keep watch? You have to be attacking and you have to have...
I do not love it, no. I do not love it. We can find other instances, like Soul Shatter. Look, I'm sorry, but that card is seriously slept on.
I want card draw on other people's turns. I want little... Do you want, like, preordain?
No, because we want instants.
Oh, yeah. I forgot it was sorcery for some reason. I guess I thought because of the price spike, it was, like, good enough to be instant. Sorry, B.
Curtain's Call. That's another one that I would really like to see in this deck, because it's going to take out all the creatures that can kind of get left in play. It just sweeps up stuff. It's so good. It's so good. I wonder if we look up blue-black and we look up cards with flash. Hullbreaker Horror? Yeah. We just got smacked by a fairies deck with Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah. It was the pre-con,
It's
too.
so nasty, dude.
We were playing $20 decks.
It dominates the game. It's seriously a win condition. I don't doubt that card is a win condition for a second. Okay.
I think we just might
Some of
need
these are
more
stinky.
draw power, but instant speed.
Sure, yeah. Maybe just more ways to draw at instant speed. So let's just search type instant
Or if it has flash.
cards. Counter spells are always good. Oh, Factor Fiction.
Yeah, Foffin is nice.
And then when you have things like Factor Fiction, we can afford... Dig Through Time. Because now we'll have enough cards in our graveyard with like Brainstorm, Consider, Opt, Fact or Fiction. Keep up on cards. We'll just never run out. I love that. Stinging Study is like a. You know what?
I mean, how much is the?
We were worried about the land count a little bit. Maybe an MDFC, but Slim Division I was thinking about. It's already in there. Smart move. Smart move. You win this round. You win this round. Archmage's Charm. That's one of those cards that you know, Mystic Confluence is the same way. You hold it up, and you don't have to worry about any bad scenarios because no matter what happens, you can cast it. So Mystic Confluence and Archmage's Charm.
I mean, I don't know. Recently, BZ played the Mystic Confluence, and I manatized him.
Therefore what? You
I'm not saying it's
monster.
bad. I'm just saying
Therefore
he
what?
just said nothing bad can ever happen from a Mystic Confluence. Well, you can get manatized. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you can get manatized.
Shuffle Scuffle is not returning as a official video series, but we are looking to put gameplay on our streams. So it's going to be the next evolution of Shuffle Scuffle.
Yeah, that's the next. Oh, Chuck actually is joining as a member. We appreciate you, Chuck. We almost didn't see that. Thank you. You get access to. There will be more reasons to be members, and we'll shout it out like once we revamp the system a little bit.
We're revamping Patreon right now, and the members and a couple other things.
Membership's going to be a bigger part of the channel coming up, and we're going to have like really goofy emotes and stuff that you'll get access to. For now, it's just weird pictures of like me and Joe. There's a little chat. I love a little chat. You're going to make varies, and it kind of sacrifices them for big value.
Do we want offer? Do we want counter magic?
We have counter magic. I figure it's a little bit interchangeable. And we added Archmage's Charm and Mystic Confluence.
Cool.
So that wraps up Alela 2, and we can hop on to the next deck.
Cool. This is going to be a 10 change.
Wow, people are really liking the 10 changes today. I love it.
Oh, not 10 change. This is a $10, so 5 change.
5 changes, never mind.
This is a Henzie list. Nothing off the table other than combos. Looking to power it up as much as you can with the 5 cuts. Also said, feel free to make it as sweaty as you can.
Sweat Lords, rejoice. We are getting sweaty. Check your pits, folks. Yep, they're damp. Extremely damp. There we go. Here it is. Let's duplicate it. Sweat. Actually, you know what? I typed a Q on accident. Squet.
And then deck audit.
I'll put it in all caps because we're so sweaty.
We are so sweaty.
You won't believe number 3 on our sweatiest cards ever.
Immediately, I see Atali Primal Storm, which is like, don't you have to tap and attack it? But
if only it cost 5 and had haste.
Oh! For some reason I thought Blitz came in attacking, which is why I was like, oh no. But
no,
yeah,
it's
fine.
the best possible wording, pretty much.
Good.
While I'm looking at this deck real quick, we are in an apartment complex, and the neighbors above us must be. If you're watching, neighbors above us, please stop throwing your children into the walls and having a scream party because
just get rid of your children. Honestly,
I hate you. I hate you upstairs neighbors. I hate you. Look, the walls aren't even thin in this place. They're just screaming at the top of their lungs.
We hate them. What's the new creature that dies and makes tokens?
It's funny that description is actually not helpful at all. I'm not sure what the new creature is that dies and makes tokens. I'm sure that I'll know what you're talking about if you just give me the name, but I'm not 100% sure. I think Kura, not a fan. Kuro Hitsuki, cool. Kura the Boundless Sky, not cool.
Archpriest of Shadows?
Where's that? This is like when it hits. Yeah, the lack of evasion is making me a little bit upsetty. You know what? You want Ringer of the Last Gift. That card is cracked.
Oh, that's a good one.
That just reanimates your entire board.
Yeah,
and
they're not
hearing
the screaming, by the way.
Well, no. Sorry, chat. You can't hear the screaming.
We're
hearing it, and I hate it.
Yeah, we just hate them.
Adaphage is too clunky.
Gruff Triplets? I think that might be...
Gruff Triplets is honestly not sweaty enough. If we get to
I
add
was
the
gonna say, it's a little
sweatiest
slow.
cards, we're going to add cards that warp the game every single time you play them. We already have the Bringer. Let's add Living Death.
Yeah, we have D-Toots in here.
I have a lot of experience against this deck. Joe Cherry's had to cut these cards because they were literally
too sweaty.
They were just dominating. And they were like, well, I don't want to win every game. Like, let me take some of these cards out. In the future, if you want to upgrade the sweatiness, I would cut Farseek. I would cut Kodama's Reach, Cultivate, Painful Truths, and I would cut like almost everything that isn't a creature, except for these explosive, end the game cards. Because you could just get a version of like...
I don't know why BZ just went off about the neighbors too, but it's pretty funny.
I'm sick of these neighbors. Our viewership went up when I ranted about the neighbors. So if you have any other anti-children stories, please let them.
Yeah, he's putting Living Death Demon in Carador 4.
Yes, Carador 4. Welcome to the $5 budget Thunderdome. That's the name of the deck.
Yeah.
I don't really love Ilharg either.
Honestly, we will challenge them to a Magic game to beat the sets into the children.
You know what I'm gonna pull up?
What?
I'm gonna pull up Joe's deck because I know Joe had the best, just the best cards. Actually, I need to search. Ooh, I need to re-log in. I'll do it on my phone. Let's have this deck looked at. Mia, you can tell an anti-children story while I pull up Joe's list on my phone.
Anti-children story. I mean, there's so many, but I don't know. There was just the neighbors are really rough. Sometimes we just hear about them. They scream, "What's wrong with you?" And then they're just stomping of children and crying. And it's it always stops suspiciously at 9 p.m., which is right before the quiet hours too. So we can't complain enough because I went to our leasing office and they're like, "Well, kids will be kids." I'm like, "Well, I don't like screaming," but what can you really say? Ancient Copper Dragon, Balor.
So Disciple of Bolas is what I'm looking at here. Balor is absolutely unhinged in this deck, and I hate it.
Joe said something about Timeless Witness instead of Ewit.
Joe did say something about Timeless Witness as basically strictly better, not literally, but I am going to switch those out.
Yeah, honestly, me also at the children, not just the mother.
Yeah, I hear more screaming too. Which is lovely.
To the neighbors, we hate you.
Yes. Another card that's really, really good in this deck is Yawgmoth, and I'm honestly sad that I'm running out of
Grand Physician.
Yes. I'm running out of ads, and there's a lot more cracked stuff you could put in. Just to get this last one in, Kessig Cage Breakers is a nice win condition, but I do have to just move on because while there are so many more Primaris Illuminator and Seed Guide Ash, Henzie has been upgraded, even with 101. I'll move this to considering.
Here, this one says it's a toolboxy deck.
We just did that.
Well, this one also says God of Toolbox. It's Karametra, and it says, "I just play good stuff and ramp into the endgame and then pray."
Oh. Pray to Karametra? Let's duplicate.
The description is just also, "We just do stuff around here." How many decks are in queue right now? It's... like 12?
Yeah, we're getting through. Don't worry about it. There should be able to be time.
Yeah, okay. I have hit the ceiling with brooms before.
Yeah, we did.
We've tried a lot
actually screamed pretty loud at them.
Look, 2 can play at that game.
2 can play.
And also, there's some things I'm not allowed to... Yeah, there's a lot of things I'm not allowed to say on this stream. Or to the children. However, if you watch our Howling Salt Mine...
It started with shut. And it may have ended with up. And you know what? That could have been the whole thing. There might not have been any other words in between.
Of course, thank you so much for joining.
5 changes?
This is Nathan, so yeah, this is a 5 change.
I absolutely love Karametra. I used to have a Karametra deck, and it was a lot of fun. But I did end up taking it apart, just because I did the things I wanted to do with it. I was satisfied. Field of the Dead, foil that out. That's your biggest mistake so far. Let me foil that for you. Spelunking, huh? Lands you control enter untapped. Oh, that's super good. That's actually funny. If I built this deck today, I would play that.
All I'll say is that nothing I did violated the lease agreement.
Yeah, I guess not. Wow, Grand Abolisher? Why do we even have Grand Abolisher? Do we have combos? I don't see any. I don't like Master of Ceremonies. That's a card I've played with and against enough.
Did you like Deep Gnome Terramancer? I remember the hype.
No, it was also pretty bad. Not bad, but just underwhelming. I wouldn't dedicate a slot to it. Boromir is just a Selfless Spirit variant. Sylvan Ranger. Do we need that many lands? We have lands, right? We have lands at home. I'm always going to cut Avacyn. If I have to make a deck sweatier, the first thing I do is cut Avacyn.
Yeah, Avacyn is fun, but it's not sweaty as a Kali player.
Same with Rampaging Baloths. I just don't think you need it. Especially when you're going to start spamming Field of the Dead lands. You just get it for 0 mana, basically. So now we just need this is a 5 change, right? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Now we just need to find some like really sick Karametra cards. You know what we might be able to do?
What?
That almost never gets done on the stream.
Put Field of the Dead in?
We might be able to go to Redacted website because I have an old. I think my name was Beezy, and I have an old account. Let me see if I can get into it.
You just got into it like a few months ago, so.
Ooh. Beezy? I thought it was Beezy.
I don't know that. You don't even have to log in. Couldn't you just search? Oh, there you go.
Maybe. We're in. I just hacked the mainframe. Tapped Out would not let me in if they knew what I've said about them. Alright, let's go to decks, and let's see what this old... Like, these are oldies. Look at this. I used to have this deck.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we've ever actively said what Redacted is until now.
Tapped Out is a member of the group that is known as Redacted. Tapped Out is not exclusively what we're talking about when we say Redacted. They just so happen to be occasionally redacted. Okay.
I mean, it's not super sway. It's definitely good, but I don't know. When I say Kalia is sweaty, I mean I have a CEDH Kalia, and I would never put Avacyn in it. But I guess in a normal Kalia list that was like higher powered, it might not be the worst card. I'd say it's mid to high power for Kalia lists.
So they said they wanted to go. Did they say they want to go sweatier? They said we just play good stuff, right?
It said I play good stuff and pray.
I think Stone Cedar.
Yeah, play good stuff, ramp into endgame, and pray. That was like all I was given.
Well, Stone Cedar might generate loops with things like White Mane Lion. If you have a Celestia Sanctuary in the deck, which it looks like you do, I see it. It's right here. Yep, there it is. If you have this in the deck, you can untap it whenever a land enters. So you can use Karametra, White Mane Lion, and Stone Cedar to literally rip every land out of your deck all at once. And instant speed, too. And I think maybe adding another land wasn't that bad for you anyway, because you had 3.5 average mana value. So this isn't that bad. You win with Scoot Swarm, you win with Crater Hoof. I think a card that I had in the crusty list was Fierce Empath. That is also...
Mirari's Wake? I know BZ doesn't usually like Mirari's Wake.
I think it's fine here.
Okay, that's good then.
Maybe.
I know he doesn't like it.
If you have experience again and don't like it, please cut it. But I think it's probably fine.
I've heard you complain about Mirari's Wake so many times.
Look, it's just not great, okay? What else was in here? Instance.
Elvish Chorus? I know BZ loves that card.
Oh, I love Elven Chorus. Yeah.
BZ's been so hype about that. It's been pretty good lately, actually.
It's just kind of slapped. I had the opportunity to sell mine at an event at PAX, and I did not do it. Because I'm keeping that. We're keeping those. Okay, next deck.
Mm-hmm.
See, we're cruising through this queue. Stay tuned, folks. Your patience will pay off.
It just says, feel free to make as your own, and it is a 10 changer.
10 changes will be made to this deck that was lovingly named Blue, Black, Red. Okay. Switch. So this deck just looks like make people hate you.
Yeah. Some questions here. Yes, we do touch cardboard every day. Gladriel Dismissal. We were actually talking with Kuro about it recently. It was pretty cool. I think it will...
We touch cardboard.
I think it'll see a fair amount of play in Commander, and I think it's actually pretty cheap right now, considering I think it will spike a little bit. We're not accepting audits right now. The queue is closed. However, we may accept more later.
We just have to get through the queue, and then we'll reopen it. Because we're doing this for at least 4 hours, and it's only been an hour and 43. We have how many left in the queue? Maybe 10?
Like 11?
11, yeah. See, we're getting there, folks. So this is, all right. I hate you.deck. You use Xander, and I'm sure you're cloning him and stuff to make it so that they're milling out and dying and all that good stuff. I mean, I guess I'll cut Nullify. I don't think that's a very good card. This is not legal, so I'm just going to leave it in. actually, because clearly it's rule zeroed for you. And you must like it because it's a fun card. Rending Volley, we can just do better with this stuff.
Do we like Spell Swindle?
Rise of the Dreadmarn I haven't liked either. Spell Swindle, at least it's explosive, but there's things like Arc Lightning that I just need to get out of here. They're very low impact, and you're going to struggle when you have too many of those in your hand. Koth helps for mountains, but
How many this.
not even that many mountains. Also,
Oh, Black Market. Get rid of Black Market. I hate that
all right,
card.
we're working on it. We need 10 changes here. Black Market. Yeah, I'm not a Black Market fan. I don't know if I ever will be. And Soul Artifact. I'm not going to count this as a cut, but technically it's illegal. But if you're rule zeroing this other card, it's probably fine.
How about Haunted One?
Where is that? Creatures that share... It gains Undyings. Yeah, you want to sack Xander and he gains Undying.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure about...
When a land enters under someone's control, I see what you're trying to do here, because you have too many basics in the deck for Field of the Dead. So you played the closest thing you possibly could. Big respect for that, but I'd probably still cut it.
Wait, why are you putting in Timeless Lotus? Because it's not...
I'm just not cutting it, because it must be rule zero.
Oh, okay.
I'm either telling him that it's illegal and he can change it, or it's rule zero, then I won't bother. What's in Soul Artifact 4? It turns an artifact into a 5/5. But there's no evasion on the 5/5?
Not big on Wand of Wonder. I think it's very hit or miss.
I think there's just other cards in here, like, there's cards that are like closer to like draft cards, and I just wanted to make sure we got rid of those before we looked too hard into it. Like, what's the Tomb Tyrant?
Do we like Archetype?
It's at least evasion, potentially a closer. I'm just looking at like Tomb Tyrant. Do we have enough zombies?
How many do we have? I can see one.
There's 6. There's 6 zombies, and I cut one of the cards that makes them.
I don't think that's enough.
I think we can cut this Dreadhorde Invasion, and as the last cut, we'll cut this Tomb Tyrant with kind of an asterisk that says this Cemetery Reaper is not looking so hot either. So keep an eye on the zombie theme. I think your zombie theme is a little too slow, or not slow. It's too subtle. It's too shallow to pay. It's not going to pay you off. You can have cards that happen to be zombies, but like I don't think the Will Helt or Cemetery Reaper or Death Baron or Diregraph's going to do much for you.
Timeless Lotus didn't get the ban hammer. Timeless Lotus is just a Woober card, and it shouldn't be in this deck in terms of like legality.
Yeah, the color identity of it is Wooburg, and this is a Grixis deck.
So, but it's in here, so I guess it's like rule zeroed.
Yeah, I have to assume. Otherwise, I won't buy. Like, otherwise, it was just a common mistake.
If the queue were to be open, which it may be at a certain point, which I will let you know, you would send a super chat of $10 or more, and then you would email me the deck based on how many, and then the amount is based on how much you would how many changed.
Yeah, once the rates are visible above our heads,
it will be on.
That's when the queue is open. The queue is currently closed,
Do you like
but
the
it's only
vexing
temporary.
puzzle block?
There's so many rocks in this deck. I don't hate it. There's just a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Well, Xander's
11.
a little expensive, right?
Totally, no, I agree with it. Xander's one of those cards that doesn't really ask anything of you. So, we don't really have any clones.
Yeah, every single live stream that we do is created as a VOD, and we have like a live stream playlist or something so people can look back and watch it later.
Right. So if you don't know, when you clone Lord Xander, you get the ETB, which is pretty brutal. It makes somebody discard half their hand, which nobody wants to do. You don't get the attacks trigger when you clone it. The legend rule triggers, your new copy dies, and then when that one dies, target opponent sacrifices half of the non-land permanents they control. So I think if you want maybe some kind of sack outlet, like it looks like you like milling people, so why don't you throw Alter Dementia in, so that when Xander's in trouble or if he was going to get exiled, you can just sack him, mill people a bunch, and then I think I'm really gonna do this. I'm gonna add like Spark Double. It gives you double.
Hellkite Courser?
Hellkite Courser, because that puts him into play for free a turn before he would come and play anyway. You get the enters, attacks, and if you sack him, you get the dice too.
Do we want that 5 mana thing that says that if he hits?
What? I just don't know what thing you mean.
He's like a 5 mana. If he hits you, you can put your commander into play for free.
Oh, Geode Golem? Sure. That's a cool one to experiment with. See if you like it. When your commander costs $1 million, like Xander, it could be good to have. I want other clones. I
I
probably
was
want like
I love
Phantasmal.
Phyrexian Metamorph. That's
yeah.
like I think that's amazing. Card.
I won't throw too many in here because it's kind of like not interesting. But I'll throw Phantasmal and Phyrexian Metamorph. Those are the best three, along with Spark Double.
Do we want blink cards maybe?
Ooh, Exile then Return.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many.
There's a few in blue. I want to make sure they don't.
I run them all in like.
I want to make sure they don't suck by themselves.
Very Time Twist isn't the worst. I run that in like Yarok and stuff.
Yeah, there's Blur, I guess. There's not a ton of great ones. How many ETBs do we have? Very few, if any. Maybe Blink's not great. We are blue. We do have some counter spells.
Well, I mean, I figured it could also save a creature too.
Yeah, that's usually just not. Like if that's what your average spell is going to be, maybe it's not great. Do you want any more sack outlets? Whip of Erebos is pretty cool because it like can bring him back. Oh, you know what? Malakir Rebirth. This deck is very, very, very light on lands. I assume you know that, but please add lands to your deck. I would recommend at least getting to 36. No, 38, including MDFCs.
That's a lot.
Well, this deck is... We're trying to cast a 7-drop, and then we're trying to cast it again. You're just going to need that.
Someone says, think Scam card would be better since you get the ETB and the Death Trigger. Well, how about cards like Not Dead Yet After All?
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's just throw one in as a recommendation. You should try it out and see how you like it. Ideally, though, I would like other cards that work with it. It's kind of why I wasn't super high into Fairies Time Twist, but I'll add it. So we'll throw the twist in there, but just like get more ETBs, have more cards to abuse. What's an example of a decent little flicker card we could throw in? Sad Robot, right? Psalms of Mulcrum is good with Teferi's Time Twist. It's good in ramping. It's good with Not Dead After All. That's going to tie the deck together. So I think that is 10 changes. And Mia, if you want to queue up the next one,
Done.
I'll double check.
It's a 5-changer.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, would love to keep with the deck theme of Legends Matters, looking for potential replacements for the remaining non-legendaries and review of the mana base.
I see a lot of Isshin and Mardu decks that are Legends Matters. Okay. So you want things to maybe turn the non-legends into that are legends. So like, this isn't a legend and this isn't a legend. So keep an eye out.
Well,
it feels like this deck kind of wants to be a Shaned deck in disguise.
I mean, yeah, because
I've never loved this. I think this card, it looks cool and it makes sense in my head, but it never plays good on paper.
If this is combat, I mean,
what were you gonna say?
Well, I was just thinking, how about does Karlach do double combat triggers, right? Or no?
Karlach.
Yeah, there's Karlach. Yeah, there we go.
It'll give you 2 with Isshin.
Yeah, I was just thinking about additional combat triggers instead of what you just took out and stuff. Because
I mean, there's Aurelia, there's Karlach. That might be some of the only ones that are legendary creatures.
Is there anything like Moonshaker that's legendary?
No, not that powerful.
Okay, maybe not that powerful, but like a buff that, when you attack.
There is. It's called Fervent Charge, and it's good with Isshin. It's a weird old crusty card, but it says whenever a creature you control attacks gets +2/+2. That's +4/+4 with our boy. Ooh, we're closing up on 169 likes. Let's get that number up a little bit.
All the way up.
It would make me happy, and it would help pay for Miso's college. Miso's currently asleep, very few feet away.
Miso's like in the 3rd grade mentally, so we're trying to save.
They held him back
like 10 times. Sword of Hearthenhome and Godo plus Helm. That's a lot of mana investment. Do we want it though?
I don't know if this deck's trying to go infinite. Oh. I don't think this card is great. I mean, if I wouldn't play Avacyn, I wouldn't play a card that's worse than Avacyn, right? Seems like a fair cut. Is Avacyn in here? No, she's not. There's no Sunforger in here. I thought there would be.
It's about trickery.
But Boros Charm, I do not like at all. Honestly, I like Tybalt's Trickery better than Boros Charm.
I like it better than
You
Bull's
like it-
Reversal.
You like it better than living. You like it better than breathing.
Tybalt's Trickery is awesome, okay? All I'm saying is that whatever the new format they just made on Arena, Tybalt's Trickery is one of the 3 cards that got restricted. So
They restricted Channel, Demonic Tutor.
in Tybalt's Trickery. So obviously they're all on the same level of powerful.
Yeah, they're all equally good. Mana base looks solid. Mia, could you guess what I would say?
There's no Field of the Dead.
There's no Field of the Dead, and it's free.
It's free real estate.
Seriously, get this Field of the Dead in here. All you have to do is take out 2 mountains and 2 plains for 2 snow mountains and 2 snow plains, and you'll basically never miss.
Yeah,
all you
timeless.
gotta
I think your removal could be a little bit better. If you're not hitting lands, Generous Gift could be replaced for Stroke of Midnight. I think you need maybe a Path would be nice.
I think he wanted a legend specifically, so let's make sure we bring in a legend. Okay, come on now. Come on, Scryfall, that's not
Also,
what I
it
meant.
says BUR.
Oh, okay. There we go. Elesh Norn's probably in here, right?
No, it's not.
Oh.
Put in Elesh Norn.
Okay, well, you wanted legends, so instead of Fervent Charge, we'll put an Elesh Norn. That's a win con for sure. And then maybe just like, is there one that has an attack? Is Adeline in here? She is. Yeah, that makes sense. What
I mean,
weird...
that's not bad.
Oh, Dracusa.
That's not bad.
Do we have Hasty Boys? Enablers for haste?
Not really.
Greaves,
Besides.
Boots, and Rising Day. So
Rising
kind of.
Day is pretty nice.
Let's get Dracusa in there. That could be a closer. This doesn't look like a, you're not infinite comboing, but these cards help just slam the door on the game. Isshin is very, very popular. Whoa. That art kind of slaps.
Yeah, I used to have that. I think I have that in Fun Kalia.
All right.
Okay, sending.
Well, the neighbors are at it again, folks.
Oh my god, I hate them so much.
How far do you think you could throw a child?
How old are they? I'm not saying that matters, but I'm just saying, how big is this child?
Let's say it's miso sized.
Oh god.
Wait, that's not very big. We're not advocating for throwing babies. Never mind.
Sorry, I was like,
I thought
I was
miso was
getting a
larger.
little. Miso's like 10 pounds. That's an infant. That's a large infant.
Cancel that order.
Well, I mean, you asked a hypothetical. This is a weird Yidris Super Friends deck. No budget restrictions, but I don't play with mana positive rocks or tutors.
I knew it was weird when the deck was called Shrek and his evil friends.
That's pretty funny.
How many Shrek movies have there been?
Four, perhaps? Yeah, Brina's good. You should have had that.
This is Shrek 5. This time it's personal.
Also, look, all I'm saying is that you ask me a question where I have some knowledge, I will have an answer immediately ready.
He is an evil witch who hates children.
No, don't hate children. I just hate the children above me.
Alright, so this is, okay, Super Friends. Big, expensive, like, impactful cards. My first question whenever I see Savitri is how many dragons are in the deck? One? Which one?
Huh?
Nicol Bolas. Okay, so Savitri can only find Nicol Bolas. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like maybe you want another one. Because she doesn't even... She kind of doesn't do that much without... if you have Nicol Bolas in your hand. I'm not sure about that. Steven, Tribe Elder, Vorinclex is great. Karth is cool. I'm not really sure what Ragavan's doing. If we have to cut a card, I'm cutting Ragavan. This is a 5 change, right?
Yeah, this is a 5 change.
Definitely getting Ragavan out of there. This is cool. I've never really seen like a 4-color type of Walker deck with like these 4 colors.
Yeah. When we open Q again, you can submit whatever commander decks you want. PL8. Power level 8. Yeah, you can submit whatever decks you want. Just know that if it is CEDH, that we probably won't be the best people to answer that question, but we will still try. But Q's not open right now. Once we get a few people down, then I will open Q. But the last few edits that we have to do there are a couple 50s, which are pretty large.
Yeah,
So.
we'll make sure they get the...
So once
time
like
they
the second,
deserve.
once the second 50 is done, I'll probably open Q again.
Okay, Ichor Gauntlet.
I mean, planeswalkers, right?
Yeah, as good as like.
Yeah, we
not good.
we will
As-
review it if time allows.
As hyper specific as this card is, I still think it's bad in the Planeswalker decks.
Yeesh.
I don't know. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, I mean, a lot of these Planeswalkers are so expensive that I wouldn't really count that. I mean, so we're looking at whenever you cast like these 2-drops, you can put loyalty on, but most of your Planeswalkers you don't want a 0 to proliferate, and so like. This card is just weird flux channeler, like worse flux channeler. I really don't know.
And did I have the normal ones like Flux Channeler and the Elf and stuff?
Yeah, they don't. Oh my God! Wait, they don't have Evolution Sage.
Yeah, that one.
That's like partner in crime. That's honestly, I think this card's better than Doubling Season, for Planeswalker decks. Oh no, sorry, for counters decks, and it's really really good. It's close. To Doubling Season in the Planeswalker decks.
It's good. It's really good.
Not better, but it's very, very good.
And do we think there's too many new cards? I'm not going to say too many, but I'm going to say sometimes I have trouble remembering all the new cards.
Yeah. I want to cut the fairies thing, and that card that you play that you like.
What? There's so many.
Experimental Augury.
Yeah. Do we
It's
want
just cheaper.
Do we want disallow?
Nope. For a second, I was like, to add? No. And then I was like, oh, there it is. We're shutting down attackers. Your mana base is literally perfect. You're playing off-color fetches, so in no universe do you need to play Chromatic Lantern.
That is true.
You are not going to ever have a problem with it.
Big sideboard. Big considering.
All right, so we need one more cut, right? This was a 5?
Yes.
Okay. One more cut for this deck. Cultivate. How many lands do you have? Two? Do you even see forests or mountains in here? One forest. Is there a mountain?
There's one mountain.
One mountain. How do you feel about Cultivate with 6 basics?
When you don't know what a 3-letter, you can just search the entirety of like the set, like Lost Caverns of Ixalan.
Yeah, you just go.
Or you could just find any card from it, and it'll say in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah. It should tell you on MTG Wiki too, I think.
Because we want to see 20 ads. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you can see the expansion code right here. Or if you look on any card, it should be next to like the set number. We could pull up a card. It'll say like, okay, maybe not.
New cards?
New cards. Yeah, like how it says DOM right here.
Yeah, DOM.
Yeah, they said cut the Cultivate.
Okay.
And they need Force of Will. How sweaty are we making this deck?
Yeah, does a Planeswalker deck need Force of Will? This card.
Easy,
you
please.
silly goose. Wait.
Please.
Okay.
Please, they didn't pay us for you to just put Field of the Dead in.
I know, we
everything.
already hit our 5 cuts anyway. Bummer, right? Are they missing any absolute banger proliferates? Are they missing any absolute banger Planeswalkers?
I mean, do you want a Traxon? Oh no, it's everything but.
Yeah, you can't.
It's everything but white.
I can't put Field of the Dead in this deck. You can't put a Traxa in this deck.
I'm just saying, you said banger proliferate.
Okay, so.
I'm not sure if this is a Nar set. Oh wait, yeah, there's Sweaty Teferi that you love.
Ooh, is he in here?
Yeah, he's in here.
He is. I'm sure you have some of the best ones. We're just checking.
How does a Walker deck not want Field of the Dead? I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm saying that people aren't paying us for BZ to go use 20% of their cuts to go, well, you didn't have Field of the Dead in, so...
Aren't they, though? I don't know. They could be. That'll be a different stream. What about Valky? Tilt's pretty cool. Like, Tilt's...
Sure. He slaps.
Tilt's as good as the rest of these cards. Oh, sorry. Valky. Alright, we need 2 more, and I think Planeswalkers are not the way to go. Let's try to find a card that proliferates.
Yeah.
Oh, Yawgmoth can be nasty.
Yeah, that's really good.
But our creature count, kind of low.
Yeah, a little low to sack stuff.
We won't get that that value from the main ability on it. Oh, Staff of Completion.
Yeah. Vraska's been pretty
You have
interesting,
it.
too.
Vraska's great.
Oh.
Tekthal, huh? How often?
Are you proliferating?
I think if your commander doesn't do it, I'm off. I'm off it. Could be doing something like Drown and Ichor. Or Expand the Sphere. Because they can proliferate multiple times, but they have functions. They're not just trash. that only proliferates. I like Expand the Sphere. A lot of these Planeswalkers can ultimate very quickly. And you know what? It looks like you've got like some of these fun ultimate Planeswalker cards. Let's get in Settle the Score. The most random uncommon that just says put 2 loyalties on a Planeswalker. I like it.
Sending you the next deck.
That'll ultimate. Let's get to the next deck.
It is a 5-changer. It says no specific restrictions.
Good choice of art. This, I think, is literally one of the best Magic artworks ever.
It's really cool.
It's probably top 10. Oh no, it doesn't end in parentheses. I didn't close it. It's audit. Ooh. There we go. 5-changer. There's the best art ever. Let's just have that on screen to look at. Very low creature count. Like way.
Yeah, it is pretty low.
So what do we got? We got a lot of ways to control the board. 1, 2, 3, 4 board wipes. You would love this person because they have Imps Mischief in their deck.
And TP
Tithe.
and Anguish.
I will cut Tithe whenever I can.
Yeah, Anguish of Making, Disparks. Have you considered, if you're going for low mana removal, have you considered Vanishing Verse?
Vanishing Verse has been not as bad as I thought. It just doesn't good. It's not good at hitting artifacts. Okay, so there's a lot of enchantments, kind of what you expect from a Liesa deck. I think it's looking like, oh, Ghostly Prison, goad your creatures so that you can't attack me, or give them double strike when they attack someone else, so that
I don't like Sphere of Safety.
Your lower creature count is more justified.
Not big on Phyrexian Arena.
Ghostly Prison I won't take out, but I will take out Sphere of Safety. Even in these, like in Orzhov enchantment decks, I've seen it a couple times, and it has not been good. It really hasn't. What are we doing with Bloodthirsty Blade? Is this part of the theme?
Yeah.
We have found Well of Lost Dreams to underperform.
Oh my god, it's awful.
It has just been so slow lately.
It's been so do nothing.
I cannot.
It has big Mind's Eye energy.
It kind of does. Is it the new Mind's Eye?
Yeah, it's kind of the new Mind's Eye.
Kind of the new Mind's Eye, everybody. So, all right. We have win cons. We have some card draw.
Well, Read the Bones. That's one of your favorite cards.
I do love Read the Bones. I don't love it in Commander, but I love it.
Did you want to put in Vanishing first, though?
For you? Anything. Boom. Whoever summoned that thing had better confess right this moment. Ugh.
It's pretty gross.
Alright. You know what's weird is that Inklings are white and black. So you can't cast a Vanishing Verse on an Inkling. So what? Come on, Wizards. Flavor, fail.
Get it together, really. Someone says add tutors, but I mean there are a couple tutors in here already.
Very much like I won't use 20% of their ads on a field, that I really won't use it on one of the best cards in the format.
Yeah.
/tutor.
But if you do add in tutors, I would suggest putting an Imp Seal in here if it's not already, considering it is like, it went from 600 to like 80 or something.
Are there any other good creatures that tax that could go into this suite?
Do you want like Thalia? Do you want like...
No, we don't. We only have 12 creatures. So we don't want Thalia.
Yeah. You want I mean, are you just vomiting one big spell and passing? Do you want like Archon? Not Archon. Archon of Emeria or something like that.
A Rule of Law.
Yeah. Do you want Drani? Do you want
I mean, even just like Knight of the White Orchid though. You know, we cut Tithe. We want a ramp. These are just gonna come down. They're gonna be little speed bumps, and they're gonna advance your game plan.
Oh wait, there's Nighthawk Scavenger in here. I know we can't cut more, but like.
Yeah, at least it's better than Vampire Nighthawk.
Yeah.
Vampire Nighthawk I would never play ever in literally any
Abolisher?
Circumstance. No, that deck isn't sweaty. It's just kind of like goading stuff and like we can't do anything with the Grand Abolisher. There's no combos. It's like the best thing we can do is attack for 5.
I think this like what's it called? It kind of like masks itself as sweaty a little bit because you see like the tutors and you see like some of the stats.
But as soon as you take it out of CDH, it does nothing.
Yeah,
it does very little. Grim Hireling, if you have more creatures, but you don't.
Slappy Hands is interesting. It's actually performed better than I thought lately.
This feels like a Slappy Hands deck. It taxes them. You're trying to tax opponents.
Oppo?
We did just hit 100 actually, so But wait. We need to do
2 more?
Oh, weird. We just need 2 more cuts. What did you want to cut before?
I wanted to scroll that. I mean, Phyrexian Arena, I don't love.
I didn't even see that. Okay, we'll get rid of Arena.
Let's see what else.
The Monarch cards make sense. But if you have Court of Ambition, why not Court of Grace? That makes jump blockers. That makes, like, creatures that affect the board. It makes you the Monarch. It seems like that's what you want to do.
I mean,
randomly, there's just a Sanguine Bond combo. That's like every white-black.
Obviously, we don't love Ghostly Prison, but we won't linger on that too long.
But I really, really don't like Oblivion Ring. Or
yeah,
pretty
we don't
much
like O-Ring.
any variation of it. So
Charismatic Conqueror, they ask.
Look, I think that card is like way
overpriced.
It's not over.
I mean overpriced in terms of like money.
Yeah, I think it's just over. Like, I want to either make a token or tap their thing, but I don't want them to be able to choose whatever's worse for me. I just don't know if that's going to play well. If it does, I'll happily change my tone, but it kind of looks stinky right now. Keeper of the Accord could be good. We have very few creatures, so we're going to be hanging out. It kind of has a spell-like effect without casting spells. I think that's where I would end up with this deck.
Sure. Sending the next one.
Oops. Ooh, this was like a record speed. Record speed.
So this one says,
transition.
I'm looking to spice up my Gruul extra combat deck. I've built it with the idea of having 3 different options for commander in Wolfgar of Icewind Dale, Cloth the Unrivaled, and Xenagos, God of Revels. The deck seems to run pretty well at the moment, but I think it could be better. There isn't anything off the table. It's my favorite deck, but I have not been playing it much recently. I've been struggling to hang at tables with friends. I've gone through a significant rebuild. I'd love to get another view about what can be improved. This is a 10 change.
10 changes. Or $10.
10 changes.
Uh-huh. Thoughts?
Hunter's Insight. Get that out of here.
I think Hunter's Insight asks a bit too much of you. When a lot of the green card drop is just guaranteed anyway.
I don't even know what World at War is off the top of my head.
Extra combat. Just another extra combat. Elder Gargaroth. I do not like Elder Gargaroth. It feels too vanilla, and it feels like you don't get the advantage right away. Even if you do get, a second trigger or a second combat. 2 3/3s or 2 cards, it's just small potatoes. Like we were going over some...
How about Jolene, the Plunder? Oh, wait. Did you say that was a...
No, it was Wolfgar, Clouth, or Xenagos.
Yeah, do we care about Jolene?
So you get 2 treasures when you attack, and if you have Wolfgar, you get 3? No, it's not sounding great.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not sounding great to me. Let's cut it. Somberwald Sage, you might want a few more creatures before you try to do that.
I mean, are we going with tutors, considering you do have Gamble?
What's up with Crackle with Power? Oh, is that if you have Clouth? Yeah, if you have Clouth, that's pretty stupid. That is sufficiently dumb.
Do we like Bear Umbra?
I'm always going to cut Arcane Signet in a green deck. Bear Umbra.
The Gate?
Dolmen Gate. Prevent the damage that's dealt to your dudes.
Power 9 of Commander, obviously.
I don't love it. Maybe we won't cut it. Maybe we'll just kind of leave it and go,
Yeah.
Let's get red-green attacks cards. Oh, Atali's not in here.
Ooh.
That's a perfect attack trigger. Welcome aboard, little friend. This is 10 changes. Let's get the cuts out of the way before I go too ham on this. I'm not the biggest fan of Elemental Bond.
Do we like Bear Umbra?
Untapping your lands so that you can slam another Haymaker afterwards. This deck does have infinite combos in it. With Ancient Copper Dragon, Savage Ventmaw, and then things like Hellkite Charger and Aggravated Assault. Blossoming Bog Beast. You can only ever gain life with this, but when you double the trigger, you gain 2, then your creatures get +2/+2. Then you gain 4, and they get +4/+4, so it's +6.
Chat says Layla.
Oh, Laylia? That's
Laylia?
like a nice early game play. Don't hate it. Don't hate it, chat.
Why is Jolene with the trigger doubler only 3?
Let me see. Oh, let's go back to her. Maybe I misread it? Really? Come on. Okay. Whenever a player attacks one or more of your opponents, then a player... Oh, so that would be doubled. So you get 4. It wouldn't try to give you all at once. It'd be 2 instances of 1, which turns to 4. But if you're switching commanders, that's what gets confusing. Jolene's not that good with anyone who isn't Wolfgar. And I think if your commander is Clouth, your deck is busted. If you had to pick one, I think Clouth is the strongest by a mile. You're just going to play Crackle with Power and kill everybody? Wait, this was 10 changes. We only did 4 so far.
Do we want...
Double the power, and when you double... Yeah.
I think that's a lot of mana to put into that, though.
Let's go ahead and trim Bear Umbra. Let's trim... We gotta go with our gut.
Yeah.
Trim those.
I mean, Wild Growth's in here. Do we want, like, Utopia?
With 10 forests? Probably. Help get that ramp going. I mean, if you're playing one, you should probably play the other, unless you're 3 colors. Relentless Assault, Gamble. These are all just, like, non-cuttable cards. They're just dumb. They're very strong. Hydra, I think, is bad by itself. I don't like it when it only doubles its own stuff.
Summer rolls what mana? Yeah.
3 for only creatures. I think I would cut it. There's so much...
We don't like Toski.
I think in this deck it's okay.
Really?
But
You would want Auron?
I want both. I think we're just trying to punch that much. But I also now want, like, you know, smaller creatures that can attack and do stuff.
They said also Captain Lannery and a really dumb Timmy card is Door of Durin. I know that's a Lord of the Rings card, but...
It puts things into play tapped and attacking from, like, the top of your deck, I think. There's some smaller stuff like the Pack Leader that could draw you some cards. I don't like Robber of the Rich.
Do we want the Ruby as a mana door?
Ruby's kind of funny. I think I like Ruby. None of the other mana dorks can attack as 5/5s, but this one can. Is there I'm looking for evasion. Does this seem like a Mana Gorge or Hydra deck to you?
Not most decks don't seem like Mana Gorge or Hydra decks to me.
Yeah. Yeah, there is that. Maybe we want cards that, like, destroy... Because for removal, these creatures don't really remove anything. And we have a board wipe, but there's, like, Nature's Claim and Beast Within and SWAT maybe, but I think this deck wants removal-ese.
Do we want... This might be weird. Since there's so many big creatures, do we want, like, Last March of the Ents?
How big are our creatures?
And pretty large.
7. Would you cast Last March if it drew you 4 cards?
I mean, I played in Selvala and I've cast it off 4 and then 1, so... But
Was that because you had infinite mana?
But that's because I had combos and stuff, so... Maybe if my creatures aren't as big, I wouldn't. But I'm seeing like 7, 6... 5, 6. So...
6?
It's like debatable, I guess? You want something with trample, maybe?
Here's what I want. I want Rising of the Day. I want haste. And I want Fires of Yavimaya.
How about the other one? Wait, how about the one that's a lot of value? It's like exile the top 5 cards. Well,
oh, just as like generic.
Yeah, generic gruel good stuff.
Escape to the Wilds.
There we go.
That could be a nice little generic card that keeps you ahead. Because I don't see, you know, there's a little bit of card draw. Yeah, Rishkar's Expertise is also here. We have 100.
Yeah.
I guess we don't.
Did we do enough?
I think that was 10.
Just check.
I thought I checked. No, that's 8. Yeah, okay, wait, 2 more. I just want to make sure that there's like... Because like the middle game, I just look and I see like a big hole. Wolfgar's 5 mana. We want like really good 4s and really good 3s. And we want removal, so maybe let's use that opportunity to get some 4 and 3 drops that can remove things.
I mean, do we want like Rex Sage and stuff then?
Very potentially, yeah.
We're not really looking to combo if they're not really looking to combo. Halana Elena.
Wanalena's a punchy type card, for sure. Oh, doesn't they also say at the beginning of combat? That's cool. When you make extra combats, they get bigger, and there's certain things like a natural growth that grow it, so then it'll grow, and then it'll grow it again, and it'll grow again. It can lead to some snowball starts. Fight Bear, Gem Razor, doesn't really enter.
Does anything give trample?
Does anything give like a
Anything in the deck already? Yeah. Because
Garrick's Uprising does.
Is there anything else we can add that gives trample?
This gives trample, and this gives trample. So that's at least 3. Trample's very spicy with some things.
I was thinking just in case they had little chumpies. Druid of Purification, Cut Dragonborn Champion, Legion Loyalist.
Druid of Purification, perfect. Someone said Dragonborn Champion. Oh, I don't know. I don't really have an issue with it. I think it's kind of the middle game we're looking for.
Someone says Crater Hoof. I don't know. It's like we're not here to tell you that like Crater Hoof's good. Crater Hoof's good.
Wait a minute. Those 2 sentences were in direct opposition.
Get rid of the gate, maybe.
All right, for you, I'll cut the gate.
Thank you.
Sylvan Libraries. It's such a generic card. It's not.
What's Savage Beating?
Extra combat.
Oh, do we want Heroic Intervention? I mean, maybe.
Honestly, not really. Not all that badly. I don't. I want to smack people with my Wolfgar or my Clouth. You know what? For this deck, this is what I would do.
Yeah. We're not just trying, we're trying to put spice, but we're not trying just to cram in, every single card that's yeah, we know this is good. We're not, that's why we're not putting combos in here.
Mana Crypt is not going to be a card you see added very often. All right, next.
1 second. Oh, maybe we should put it in Azuri's Predation. That would have been kind of sick.
Ooh, Azuri's Predation would have been cool. I'll add it to the considering. Last minute.
Okay. So this one says, so basically this is the same deck I ran 10 years ago when I stopped playing. I added Thoracle because it's nuts. Really interested in new eyes and opinions on the deck since I'm getting back into it after an extended break. Originally it was Sliver Queen who I swapped back and forth with, but I really just run Garth so I can play my Lotus and get access to a second Brain Geyser. Also, yes, the deck is 100% proxy free. I could obviously drop the Workshop and the Candelabra, especially because Workshop is in opening hand with artifacts is nuts. Otherwise it can be dead. That's cool, so I read it. Anyways, looking forward to new opinions on anything I could have missed.
How many?
5.
5. Okay. Well, this deck is not proxied. You say. Interesting. Let me just zoom back out. let me just zoom back out. This is the most expensive deck we have ever added. And so we're trying to combo
I saw Crows and Grip.
We're trying to Thoracle. Yeah, I think Crows and Grip and Void Slime are classic underperformers. Good eye on that one, Mia. Crop rotation. Are we cropping for Cradle? No.
Yeah, bro.
But maybe we're getting some bangers.
There's
like
so much.
The Workshop
so
or the Bazaar. Ooh, man. Some dollar signs in chat for this deck.
Do we maybe want, considering you do have Thoracle, do you want, Tainted Pact or something along with Demonic, if that, gets countered or something? Or do you just want to run more,
No, that makes sense. Hermit Druid. Why? Oh, so you're just trying to Hermit Druid and then just play Thoracle. I think Tainted Pact is good. It's a tutor. I think...
Yeah, someone says cropping for Tabernacle most times.
Yeah, I would cut Farseek and Life from the Loam, right? If you're in this competitive space where you have 3 creatures in your entire deck and you're just trying to
power up
turbo, Tainted Pact's already in there.
Okay.
Then I don't know.
Is Anguish Unmaking too expensive then? At 3 mana?
This deck is existing in a weird spot. It doesn't seem like a CEDH deck, but it's got some of the best cards in Magic in it.
Yeah, I think it's too slow for CEDH. I think it's too powerful for normal for casual.
What's up with Memory Jar? Do we have Windfall? Time Twister. Yeah, How do we make infinite mana? Does it have something to do with Candelabra?
Thank you for the donation. And
Oh,
why
Myrkul,
did we zoom in on the watery grave? Ask Beezy for that.
No,
one.
I did not zoom in on Watery Grave. I zoomed in on the price tag when he said it wasn't proxied. It had nothing to do with Watery Grave. But you know what? This one's for you. Whoa! Whoa! All right. There, now the Watery Grave sticks out like a sore thumb. That's the other upgrade I would do. I would change Watery Grave to the new Ravnica remastered version. All right, we got to get ads now. That's a little intimidating with this deck, because this deck is stacked.
Well,
I
do
mean,
we want...
sheesh.
I'm
Right?
not going to say NOS, but do you want to run NOS?
What's the average mana value? 2.25. That means Ad Nauseam can draw you 10 cards for 20 life. Ish. Maybe more, assuming lands.
Do you want tutors?
Oh wait, we want to count lands for that. 1.32 with lands, so it can draw you 20 cards for like 30 life. Maybe you do. Yeah, at that point, that sounds good. Ad Nauseam, welcome aboard. Nice and shiny to ruin this deck's crusty vibe.
Go up. So you do have the Imp Seal, you have the Demonic Tutor, you have... Yeah, you don't have enough creatures, because I was thinking, like, do you want, like, Diabolic Intent? Or
The deck probably wants some creatures. I think Opposition Agent is a very powerful card. If you're playing against other Thoracle players, you can totally snipe their win right out from under them.
Yeah. Stacks pieces, maybe. I mean, you're the one who's rushing towards the win, though, so I'm not sure if Stacks is really good in this
Yeah, this deck just seems like
Necropotence?
all or nothing.
It's a glass cannon.
Necropotence is both old and crusty and busted. That's going to win you games for sure. I will
Make
switch
it the
printer.
crusty version that I have.
Ooh, this one?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I see. So Mana Reflection and Candelabra that would go infinite. So that's like another way to do it. Okay. That's how you brain geyser people. Do you want... I would also go Cryptic Command. It's like not a very good card in competitive, even though it is in 1v1 formats.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
cut it.
Necro is dope.
Especially in a 5-color deck, it might be hard to get those 3 pips.
I'm also probably looking... Now that we have added Oppo, we can get Wishclaw. We can get Wishclaw in there. I know it does not have an old version, but...
Is there a crustier Wishclaw? I mean, it's a Thoracle win. Do we want more protection for the win, like Silence or Abolisher, or...
Grand Abolisher might go a long way. I think that might be where I start this and try to maybe get some more creatures in, because you're very weak to just like random beats. CEDH has creature decks, and you don't want to be the player that gets farmed by like a Yuriko or a Tymna or something, and then you just get destroyed. Because if people can keep up with your combo or stall you long enough with their own Opposition Agent or their own silences, then you cannot block anything. So those are good things to keep in mind, and we can move to the next deck.
This one says, I sent it to you already.
Word.
It's a casual commander list featuring a teamer mid-range strategy with a hint of Voltron as plan B, no infinites, no tutors.
Okay. 5 changes? 5 changes. Hint of Voltron, hint of ATB, they said?
Hint of Voltron as a plan B. No infinites, no tutors.
No infinites and no tutors. I see some blinks. I see some active treasoning. I assume we have sack outlets. No. Oh, we have Ashnod's Altar. And we have Phyrexian Altar. And we have Bombardment and Greater Good and Evolutionary Leap.
Do we get tempted by the Auric?
Do we like it? Do we have it?
Well, we don't have it. Do we like it? Because it is stealing.
Maybe. It does steal things.
Do we like foreign cards? I really like the Japanese ones. My Demonic Tutor is the demon one. That's really cool. I like the Japanese Tainted Pact, and I have a couple other ones like Dark Writ in there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about foreign cards?
I don't play with them, but I don't hate them. I just prefer to like be able to read my own cards. Even if I know what they do, I think it's just like an OCD thing. Gargadon is not a good sack outlet, I would say, so I'd probably cut that. And I think I would add Altar of Dementia. Because I love that card. If you go wide enough, you just win. Or go tall enough, you just win. So we got some ways to give hexproof. We've got Swiftfoot, Champions, and then there's this random guy, the Augmenter. Slappy Hands is in here. I'm not sure what the cantrips are doing. I think I might cut those.
Even Preordain, that's one
Even
of your favorite.
Preordain, one of my favorite cards ever.
Do we want other like board wipes?
Maybe this deck wants, instead of a
Like
board wipe,
black.
they want Mob Rule.
They have Mob Rule.
Maybe instead of a board wipe, they want a second copy of Mob Rule. I assume we're not.
I mean, they have Expropriate.
Like we don't. If you,
yeah, they've seized the spotlight. That's
okay,
cool.
I'm glad you said Expropriate, because Insurrection is less lame than Expropriate, and that's just a slam dunk win condition. Steal everybody's stuff and then kill it all.
Yeah, reading your cards is cool, but like, I really like the art of some of the Strixhaven Japanese ones.
Oh yeah, they definitely have some. The art is great on some of those, but for me, I think, Raised by Giants is in here, just to make her a 10/10.
It's that Voltron Plan B.
Oh right.
Oh whoa, Field of the Dead's in here.
Excellent choice. Let me foil that out for you.
You say that like you're handing out foil Field of the Dead.
Go
at
check your
any
deck.
point.
I'm like David Blaine. Check your deck. I think Hero's Blade is not the Voltron I would go with. Conjurer's Closet. That's part of the Blink. What are we closeting?
Do you have Thassa in here?
One,
Oh yeah, yeah.
2.
How about if you want Fairy Artisans for ETBs, what do you Aboleth right? Is that the one that Chris plays?
You didn't even finish saying it, was it?
Aboleth Spawn or whatever? Because that's ETBs, right? That's the most recent ETB.
No, it's the most recent
creature.
creature.
Oh, creature.
I mean, it gets ETBs, but you keep a token copy.
Yeah. I
There's
was just
not
thinking
enough
about ETBs.
Blink stuff. I want more Blink stuff for my Blink sub-theme. You know, like why not Zealous Conscripts, right? It blinks, ETBs. It seems like what this deck wants to do. I won't use this version because this version makes my eyes bleed. How about the cool-looking version? Also, Zealous Conscripts is a weird name for a card. This one woman is very front and center, but she's a conscript. She's not all of them, and they're like in the background. It's just a weird. It feels like grammatically correct.
Really putting the
incorrect to say
nitpicking and nitpicking nerds, huh?
this. Yeah, it feels grammatically incorrect to call this conscripts.
Conjurer steals creatures permanently, no?
Yeah. If you active treason something, you flicker it, it comes back under your control.
Shadow Spear might be playable, they say.
See, Shadow Spear I like more than that Hero's Blade. That's cool. How are we looking? This was a 5 changers. I think we got there.
Cool.
I like Shadow Spear a lot as a big upgrade for the Voltron.
Thank you so much, Traveler. Queue is
No,
closed.
wait. We do need one more. Because I double added Mob Rule in accident, so we should cut one more card.
Okay. There is ramp in here in a green deck, and you should, or there's Arcane Signet or something, and you should ramp it.
Ooh. Yeah, I accidentally...
Thank you so much, Traveler. The queue is closed right now. However, we will be opening it up later. We do have some really big audits at the moment, though, so we will let you know. When the prices above our heads are up, that means queue will be reopened for deck submissions.
Can you make a rhyme out of it?
What?
Can you make a rhyme out of that? When the prices are above our heads...
I also just, queue will be open.
What a great...
No one said I was good at like rap battling or anything.
This isn't a rap battle.
You're putting me on the spot. Save me.
You know what they say, everyone. When the prices are over our heads,
Q will be open.
you will be open.
Well, I wasn't the business major. Anyways, did you want to put in Tempted by the Arik? Or did we not ever put that in?
For you, just to get everyone to forget that you said the worst rhyme in history.
Yeah, look at what they're saying, okay?
When the prices are above, your decks will be given love. That's so good.
Yeah.
When the price is above our heads, your decks can get in our beds.
Nope.
We will not be sleeping with any decks.
I sent you the next one. It is a 5 change.
This is a professional relationship with these decks that we're having.
Yeah, they said mob rules could be good in this deck. third copy. They said, thank you for taking the time to inspect it. I'm looking for a more budget-friendly deck. I wouldn't spend more than $50 for the 5 replacements. The primer is exploit the value of adventure cards through Kess and other recursion effects to keep playing cards from exile/graveyard.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah. I've never seen something like this. You do have one problem with the deck, is you're using the gross Ood version of this talisman. So let me switch that for you. That's so much less ugly. I never liked the Ood. They always kind of freak me out. There was a scene in Doctor Who where, like, this guy had an Ood servant, and he was basically just like, I don't know, Jeff Bezos or insert any bad billionaire. And the Ood was, like, his personal caretaker, and was always giving him, like, these pills for hair loss. And then you find out at the end that the Ood was, like, poisoning him, and the dude, like, turns into an Ood. He, like, pukes out a little orb into his hand, and he just gets all these tentacles come out of his mouth. It's really gross. And it doesn't even look good. It's not even like...
I mean, that's just Doctor Who in a nutshell, right?
It doesn't even look good. Yes, that is Doctor Who in a nutshell.
Look, from what I've seen out of the show, that's all I know.
Funny that Bladewing is in this Kess deck. I think it kind of makes sense.
When the prices are above our head, your decks will crack some heads. Rhyming head with head, I'm smart.
Okay, this is a confusing deck to want to edit. Is it 5 changes?
Yeah.
Okay. I will double check just to see what kind of cards say adventure on them.
I mean, we've seen some of the multicolored adventure cards recently too, which have been pretty cool.
I feel like we got one.
Yeah.
Lozan says whenever you cast an adventure spell.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was like, not that it's that good, I don't think, but like the otter one that's like blue and red.
I think that's here.
Oh.
This
Cool.
one, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, so Lozan's a good, like, win condition. I wonder if there's other ones like that that care about adventures.
Well,
What is this? This says adventure on
they're
it.
casting from exile, right? Do we want to put more exile?
Well,
Okay.
you cast it from your graveyard, and then you cast it from exile. Yeah, so maybe, like,
Do you want
Like
passionate?
Passionate Archaeologist, maybe? That's kind of funny.
Do we want impulse draw?
Let's get... Oh, my God. Never mind. Holy Jesus. $22?
Oh, never mind.
Whoa. 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 There's another one. Keeper of Secrets, right? That one's actually a little bit different.
Do we want Windfall in here?
Why? Oh, it's in here. I was like, no, but then I didn't see it was in here. $17 for this card? Dude, what is happening? I'm glad I picked these up. Yikes.
Do we want, like, there's Faithless Looting in here. Do we want, Inspired Tinkering?
I would like not for Faithless Looting to be in here. I will cut that one.
Do we want, like, Prosper? Do we want, like...
Isn't Prosper say from exile?
Yeah.
We want something that would say anywhere other than your hand.
Okay. Can you search that?
I could. Other hand. Maybe I need to search anywhere. Jeez, I cannot believe these cards are
$10,000.
so much money. Maybe Flaming Tyrannosaur. Okay. Okay.
Whoa, only $6.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's an actual payoff for this. The first spell you cast from anywhere other than
That's
your hand
pretty
is
sick.
Demonstrate. And whenever you I mean, this isn't going to be expensive. Why'd I even check? You can have someone demonstrate like an adventure. That's kind of
Do we want Demonstrate stuff too?
anything with paradox? I don't remember what paradox is.
It's
I
the
think it
little-
just says whenever you cast a spell, like... Yeah, it's literally just this, like, meaningless text that's on the Tyrannosaur. Okay.
Oh, do we want Delayed Blast?
Does that say from exile? If it was cast from exile, so we don't want that.
Yeah.
We have cut 2 cards. We've added 3 cards. So we need to add 2 and cut 3. What does this do? You can cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. Okay, so you want to adventure it. Funny.
Oh, how about things like the Wildfire Devils and stuff?
I don't think Wildfire
Or just like things that
Devils
cast
are-
like out of random. Are there any cards like that?
Some of them are weird. I don't know the exact ruling because, like, Wildfire Devils does not work with adventures.
That's weird.
At least I'm like 1,000%, 99.99% sure. The Lost and the Damned is amazing.
Miso is so cute right now. He's just sleeping like right across from us, and he's just so fluffy. He's so cute.
Oh right, yeah. I just saw this card and I was like, looking at it. Yeah, was it already in here? No, it wasn't. So that's like a perfect ad. Perfect for the deck, I'd say. How are we looking on interaction? Because this deck has
Probably not
got
that
a lot
much.
of fun stuff already. I want to make sure it
Do we want
doesn't.
more card draw?
Yeah, I want to make sure we don't run out of cards. I think something like Fact or Fiction is great. Fills your graveyard up. Fun fact, like little life hack, if you have to search a card that is blank or blank, don't search or, and just search Fact Fiction and it comes right up. I don't know why that is. But if you search Fact or Fiction, a bunch of crap comes up. So we've now added 4 cards.
Do we
one
want?
more.
How much is Unmarked Grave?
A tutor?
Oh, well, it's creature card into the graveyard, right? Because I see they're putting tutors to the graveyard.
Well, we're okay searching for creatures for the graveyard because they
okay.
all have adventures.
Yeah. Well, then maybe like Entomb and stuff too. Then
Well, we only got one more, so Unmarked Grave
budget.
seems fine.
Cool.
Non-legendary card. Doesn't even have to be a... It could be an instant or sorcery if you want. It's even better than Burial Life, probably. Okay, and then we need to cut 4 cards. Altar of Ball? Oh, it has an adventure. I was like, what is this doing? Rakdos Charm, yeah. Maybe I would trim... I don't know. We gotta trim some stuff. There's so much stuff in this deck.
Is Stormkiln like? Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is good, but I think this deck is glutted by a lot of adventures, and it's going to be like, if you can't, there's 12 adventures. Oh no, wait, sorry.
I mean, do we want Blade Wing?
24. Hold on, 24. Yeah, there's like 24 adventure cards in here. You probably do because you have 35 creatures.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But I just think some of these are going to have to go because this is like stapley removal stuff. Frantic
What
Search
does the
can go.
altar do?
Altar is an adventure card.
Oh, okay. So many adventure cards I didn't know existed.
Amulet copies, but I think it's a slow card, and I don't mind cutting it. I think you should really add Fields of the Dead to this deck. Actually, I'm not going to, but you should. If you know what's good, if you know what's good for you.
Don't threaten people on YouTube.
That wasn't a threat. Tolerant is funny. Tap a creature and I'm trying to see if there's any bad.
Well, I mean, it's tap a creature and then it's a vanilla creature, so.
Yeah, but we want the... Okay, Merchant of the Veil I think can go. Because that adventure is bad. I don't want to cast that adventure very much. A lot of these adventures are surprisingly
Pretty okay.
functional in this deck. We need one more cut, though. Oh, you know what? I think Hypnotic Sprite. Since it doesn't work with Kess, you can't counter something when it's your turn. It's not going to happen. So I would get rid of that. And I think that's pretty good.
Cool.
I like this deck. This is a sweet one. This, I want to put a little bit of, like, I don't know. Whenever someone asks me what's the coolest deck I've seen recently, it might be Kess Adventures.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so I just sent you this one. This is a $50 one, so 25 changes. This says, this is a mid-power Voltron strategy focusing on enchanting creatures that I can then make into my commander by mutating Brokos onto them and knocking people out with a big trampling commander. Only restriction is no humans, which does limit my card draw options because a lot of the enchantresses are humans, but I haven't had a chance to get my hands on some of the newer non-human runs from recent sets.
So it's a budget, like a Voltron kind of thing?
I don't think it's his budget.
Okay.
But it is mid-power Voltron strategy.
Mid-power Voltron, we're pumping up Brokos and dealing 21 commander, and that art is weird.
Yeah.
It looks like a brushwag.
Do you want to change it?
I don't. I like the comic book art.
Do you
So we want creatures that wear auras very well and wear mutates.
How about like Cold Eye Selkie? Isn't that the one that everyone like?
Cold-Eyed Selkie is a very popular one. I'm
I
wondering,
admit,
since we have so many ads, why don't we cut all the cards first?
sure.
Because, like, it's going to be a lot. I think Commune with Nature is replaceable. I don't... Not that After All is kind of cute, because you get all the creatures back individually.
I was like, I don't like Stubborn Denial.
I don't like the Hexproof. Well, it's
It's just fully counter
It's
it.
better than Offer You Can't Refuse if you always have something. Counter spell the targets. I don't like this one. Not a big fan here. I think we can upgrade all of this stuff into... Yeah, this
Better.
board wipe can be upgraded to be better.
I mean, do we like Deadly Tempest?
Uh,
I think they're better board wipes.
yeah. I don't know if we want to, like... swapping a board wipe for a board wipe is... Yeah, maybe we could.
Well, we're fully cutting a quarter of the deck.
That's true. We got to do a big overhaul. Let's look at the land base.
A lot of basics.
Are there any... Yeah, I think... I'm going to write this down so I remember, but... We won't do all lands, but we're going to change some of your mana base.
Someone says Bushwhack, sneaky MDFC.
No, seriously. It's happening. We're going to cut 2 of each, and we will add those back later. Pattern of Rebirth. Here, I'll blackboard that for you. You're welcome. This card is not good. I think this card is a little bit... It's just not punchy enough. We can get some real stats on some of these auras that we put on.
Do we want Seal?
So I don't really like the Umbras.
There's another Umbra.
Snake draws cards. Boar is more stat-wise.
There's Bear.
Get rid of this one. Bear at least has like text on it. I don't know if we're gonna be hitting enough, and if we are, we want more, but I don't really feel like doing that. Steal an enchantment.
Do we want Leyline? Do we like...
Oh, well, Flash is
nice, but...
it's okay. Steal an enchantment. I don't want
He also says mana base has not been touched in a hot minute, not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay, we'll add some cards. We won't waste too much time on it, but we'll add some.
Do we want Ghoulish Impetus?
It's not really for our thing.
Yeah.
But I guess...
Well, I mean, do we want it in general in the deck?
Well, I'm saying we don't want to... It doesn't enchant our thing, so maybe not.
Imprison... Oh, I don't like Imprison in the Moon.
Really? Do you like Song of the Dryads?
I like... Song of the Dryads hits more, though, right?
It hits... Yeah, it hits more.
Yeah. It's not just creature, land, or planeswalker.
But I guess we're a green deck.
Yeah.
So we'll just add
that's what I was saying.
3 more cuts, you say. Creatures that you control that are enchanted.
Do we want Fertile Ground if we don't have Utopia
Yes.
Sprawl?
Yes, because we will have Utopia Sprawl.
Okay.
And then some of these... Like, we need 2 more cuts, and some of these creatures I'm not thrilled by.
You're not sold on?
Like, this is a very vanilla bestow creature, as is this one. So I want to trim them.
We're down to 25.
Yeah, that was 25. Is there anything I want to add back in, maybe? Because some of the creatures were, like, kind of lackluster.
I'm pretty happy with these cuts, I think.
I guess we can maybe...
I mean, why would you do that when you could just, like, put counter magic, I guess?
Well, if this deck is an
Oh,
Enchantress
yeah.
deck.
Enchantress, sorry.
Let's bring back Imprison. We'll just double it up with the other ones. And I want to maybe trim... Return target enchantment, an aura that goes from your graveyard onto this. I don't think we want that either. Provoke and can't be locked on more than 1 creature? Again, I'm a little weirded out, but I guess Honor Commander, that's pretty cool. That could be pretty neat. Just for the future, Herald of Torment's not one I'm thrilled by. And the same is true of maybe like Elusive Tormentor, but we gotta start adding cards.
Doesn't Elusive Tormentor wear
Song of the Dryads, Kenra's Transformation. Let's get some removal.
Doesn't it wear stuff pretty well?
I don't even know how this works. Like, you want to transform it and then mutate on top of it? But it's just weird that, like, what if you try to transform a card that is mutated? I don't know. I'm going to pretend that person makes his deck knows.
I don't know. I remember it being a big thing when people were building Otrimi decks.
We said Utopia Sprawl for some more rampies.
Yeah.
Okay. Just make sure your forest count is high, and it looks like you're pretty good on forest. But we can actually add We probably.
I mean, do you want like a overgrown tomb and stuff? Oh no, you have it. You have it. Where's the Triland? Okay, Zagoth and
This deck does not have breeding pool.
yeah, breeding pool.
So we'll add the rest of the shocks.
This is his mid tower. Do you think it's not fast enough for the tapped dual lands? You know what I'm
Like
saying?
what? I mean, Sunken Hollow's a shoe-in.
Whichever ones are like budget, but they're still like swamp forest. You know?
Oh, I don't think it needs that. I would highly recommend Urborg and Yavimaya.
Yeah, Yavimaya is good.
That's 4 lands.
They say Glad, Cover, Scout, Troll, let's see, Thrun, Witch Stalker, Troll Ascetic.
Ooh, Thrun? Okay. Thrun is a very good creature that hits hard and is hard to kill. I'm just trying
Season
to
of
think-
Growth is solid, they say.
Ooh, Season of Growth is so good! Your mutates target creatures. Is it already in there? No, it wasn't. Okay, we need to add 2 more lands before I forget about them. We have this. We do not have Drowned Catacombs.
Are we... Are we afraid of, do we want, like, Command Beacon, maybe? Are we afraid of our commander getting, like, killed a lot?
It casts from the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
One more. Perhaps an MDFC. Perhaps an Agadeem's Awakening. Now you won't get flooded as much. And you won't get screwed as much. Can MDFCs... Is there anything I
This
can't...
isn't an ad for MDFCs.
Damn it. I was hoping. What's your board wipe of choice? To replace that Deadly Tempest.
I mean, I would probably go Deluge or something if you're trying to go faster.
Ooh, Toxic Deluge because... Not to go faster, but because our creature is going to be the biggest creature. And we'll take everything else out. We have Ancestral Mask. We have Romancer's Guise.
Anything
Those are gonna be
interesting you've added
huge.
in your Archangel deck in green?
It's got
and
some.
blue?
It's got most of the staples in there. I feel good about card draw. Maybe Rishkar's expertise.
Yeah. As I told you before, Cold Eye Selkie is good to put on.
Yes. So the creatures that deal combat damage that do like something silly. Bug.
Ivy works with Mutate and Auras as well. Gemrazor.
Oh yeah, we want the cards that say, like, this gives you another effect whenever you mutate onto the creature you already wanted to do it. So instead of just getting a big boy, you get destroy something. We'll have to add the rest of those too. But you just said Cold Eye Selkie?
Yeah, that's one people often mutate on top of.
Mm-hmm. And for good reason. Let's just check to see if there's anything else here. Not a ton. But we will search mutate. Alright, we don't need to go too hard on this, but like Auspicious Starix,
Oh, the Shark is good.
the bounce one.
I don't think it's bad.
I like this one. It just gains control of a non-creature artifact.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Souvenir Snatcher. I won't fill your deck with mutates, maybe one more. Maybe just Dirge Bat. This just gives you like, I want the ones that interact.
Sea Dasher, someone suggested.
Yeah, let's just add the ones that interact. Now you can like take over the game a little bit further by just spamming stuff onto the creatures you already have. Oh, but you know what though? I think I might just be dumb. Mutates only are good when you have 1 million of them. Let's just get rid of. I don't like that at all. I think I like
stack it on one big.
I like Gemrazor because it's a one-time thing, but the rest of them need more to do work. Gemrazor's fine as like a one of. I'm glad I realized that because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Are there any indestructible creatures?
I think there's one or two.
There's like
I mean, Toski's not bad, but I think it's in
Oh.
here, right?
Toski's indestructible. It has to attack each turn, but isn't that what we were doing anyway?
Yeah, I think so. Do we want Coma? I don't.
Eh?
Eh.
Some of the gods could be funny. How about Predator Ooze? It's just indestructible.
Yeah, he says I trade off the mutate package for better auras and aura bearers.
No, totally. Yeah, I almost brain farted, but I would leave in Gem Razor because that's kind of like a Rex Sage that triggers twice in your deck.
Do we want Last March here?
Ooh, maybe we.
Your creature's gonna be really big, right?
There's not that many creatures, but it does draw cards. I think I would try Last March. It's a lot of card draw. This helps me feel a little bit better about the card draw situation, but I know we added some interaction. I maybe want a little bit more.
Do we want creatures that interact? Like something like a Frilled Mystic or anything that like you could slap down a creature and then use it later, maybe?
All right, let's search deals combat damage again, because I think there's some creatures that hit and kill stuff. Like, not so much Rankle.
No, we're not looking for prankles here.
We're not pranking. Maybe... Oh, Glissa Sunslayer will not, can't blocked. Maybe not Slitherblade. Maybe Ghostly Pilferer. We can discard a card if we want to cheat it out, and we get the card draw. And if we pump it up, it can still sneak through.
Someone says Witness Protection or Cephalid Constable.
Oh, Cephalid Constable is kind of an unfun one. This is the one that bounces X permanents, where X is the damage you connect for. We can put it in, but it is nasty. It is absolutely dirty. I'll hit you for 6. I'll bounce all your lands. Go ahead.
That's rough.
It's turn 5. What else are you thinking?
They said the Black Gate. Did we add in lands?
We should have gotten our lands.
Yeah, we're at 35. That's not bad.
Yeah, and this deck's mana value is 3.03, so we're doing good.
Do you want any more ramp, or you think we're good?
We've got 1, 2, 3. 4? Oh, wait a second. Maybe we do want ramp. Maybe we do want more enchantments that ramp. I mean, Wolf Willow Haven
Do you want like
is functionally identical to
is
this.
Nyx Bloom Agent enchantment or no?
Nyx Bloom Agent is an enchantment. Are there any more Constellation? That would be my next question. Yeah. There's Tetessin. Yeah, but he's a human. Never mind. I almost said it. I almost got. I think Nessian Wanderer is pretty underrated. Composer of Spring is not a human, and it does ramp you and could get out of hand.
Do you think Ivy Gleeful Spell Thief would be fit well into this archetype?
When you cast an aura spell onto your big creature, it also goes onto Ivy.
But does it target?
Yes.
The auras do target? I thought they didn't target.
Auras target when you cast them.
Yeah, okay.
I think Nessian Wanderer is a little underrated. Oh, and then since we're doing the Nessian Wanderer thing, this pairs really well with cards like Exploration.
Yeah, he says he has a friend with an Ivy Mutate deck, doesn't want to step on his toes too much.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best way to go for this deck anyway. I like the extra lands. That's very, very good. Maybe we can just find like in each enchantment. The Seiju is obviously great. We don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Grim Guardian is so funny. I love that card. Show and tell? What the? Maybe just some more instants. Just to add to our trick factor. Like, we got Stubborn Denial. Let's get another counterspell in there. What's a counterspell that makes sense?
Do you just mean like cheap, or do you mean like...
Well, like, I want it to have some kind of synergy. But I'm trying to... Mana Gorger Hydra could be nasty. Maybe Sublime Epiphany.
That's expensive, but could be cool.
Because it'll make a copy of your mutate stack. If you have a big thing, it's a counterspell. It can like get some stuff out of the way, but it can make another one of your big unblockable hexproof things. I just, I don't want to just like, oh, play counterspell.
He says the interaction package is definitely hard to find flavorful fits for.
Yeah, I think Sublime is at least a decent choice. And then maybe we just need a Beast Within or something to round this out. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Cool.
I want to have instants. That's very important. So maybe Beast Within could be something else, but it's good to have catch-alls. This deck was fun to look at.
It looks really cool.
There's some really interesting stuff like Liesa. I want to see a first strike death touch combat damage trigger. Toski indestructible. All the while you're like Doomwake gianting people. This is a cool one. How many people are in the queue, by the way? I think that's something that our viewers might be interested in.
The next one is a 50, so I was going to open up queue once we were done with
No, I'm asking how many are in the queue.
Oh, only like 3 more.
There are 3 people in the queue. So after the next 3 people, we will be reopening the queue. However, Mia's going to have to entertain everyone because I need to get more water. Do you want some?
Yeah, I'll take some.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Entertain the folks.
God, I don't know.
More rhymes.
I'm not making rhymes. I wasn't here to make rhymes to begin with. Also, Kuro, if you're listening, send me your deck list. You're almost up. Do we need more decks to edit? I am going to be opening queue after this coming deck list, but it is a $50 one, so it's 25 changes. So it will take a little bit of time. Yeah, and thank you so much for joining. We really do appreciate you donating and just everyone participating in stream, just having a really good time. I thought I had you down. I'll send you the deck list. Just put your details in, like how much you paid and that sort of thing. I thought I had you written down. I'm so sorry. I'll toss it in and just let me know your restrictions, how much you paid, and that sort of thing. And yeah, these lists have been really, really fun. Thank you guys so much for joining. Oh no, Insane Goon, you're right after the next 50 we have. I have you down for 10. It's right after this, and then we have Chuck, we have Insane Goon, we have Kuro, and then it'll be open to people, but we'll open it right after this one. Not everyone wants to run tutors, so we're hesitant to put them out. We all know that, demonic tutor is great, worldly tutor is really good if you want to find a creature, but not everyone wants to rock at that power level, so if people aren't saying that they want us to put tutors in, we would really prefer to put cards in that are based on their theme versus just things that are generically good. We're not gonna cut your swamp and say, oh, did you know that Badlands is better in a Rakdos deck? Because I don't know, we feel like we'd rather do something a little bit more thematic. Yeah, we just want to make sure that we're building synergistic decks, and we also want to make sure that we really like building budget decks. We like building things at all power levels, and we respect that all of you guys also like to build things at different power levels, so we want to kind of tune it to whatever you're already putting down for us to look at. We want to kind of match what we're seeing already. Yeah, it does make it a lot more interesting, and it just makes it so that you'll have a deck to play at every table with. Yeah, also, things are costly. People will submit budget restrictions in the emails and when you submit them to queue anyways, so we do want to keep that in mind, but obviously money is an issue. Not everyone can just pull out 5 guys cradles. Once we have the pricing above our heads, you can submit a super chat of $10, $25, or $50, After you submit the super chat, I'll write you down, and you can submit it to the email that I have, that I will chat out if you need it, or it's deckaudits@nitpicking-nerds.com. You'll put it there, and just put your restrictions in there. Put how much you paid, and then also kind of the what's it called? Yeah, the restrictions, and also the username on YouTube that matches with matches with the don't bring her in here. She's not gonna have a good time. That matches with the YouTube name, so I just know everyone's donations are going to like the right deck lists. And once everyone's back,
she's farting with the idea.
Dude, she's not gonna have a good time.
She's not gonna have a good time.
She's just gonna hiss again. And then once that happens, I will match you up, and then we'll add you to queue. Sorry about that. Have a good one.
We're just clarifying some rules.
Yeah, and I'm not letting her in.
Oh, Amber, you're not going to.
If you were nicer to Miso, maybe.
Maybe if Amber was nicer, she would come in. Currently, Miso's still asleep, like completely asleep. So we're not going to disturb our boy. Oh wait, what the? All right, so this time we have a Godzilla deck. Duplicate that. Oops. Maybe if I remembered my own thing. I had to go get some painkillers. My voice is very weak, so it will completely give out on me if I do this for too long uninterrupted. We should be good though. Wow, okay. So this was let's see. This should be Chuck's deck, I think. It should be another 50. It's another 25. This is another 25 changer?
Yeah.
Cool.
See, it's really funny considering Amber. Thank you so much. Queue is not open right now, but it will be open soon, so we can get to it. But right now, queue is officially not open, so please only send deck lists when we actively have the pricing above our heads. But you can send it to the email that deckaudits@nitpicking-nerds.com.
Okay, you were saying about Miso or something?
Amber is so annoying because I tried to grab her to be the first cat in here, right? And so because a long time ago in the beginning of the stream, someone was like, "Love Miso and Amber," and I was like, "Yeah, okay. Well, the people want to see Amber. Let's bring in the Amber." And I said, "Hey, buddy," and I tried to pet her, and she hissed at me. So I said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go get the nicer cat, I guess." And then I went to get Miso, and now she's just trying to come in here. So the last time you saw Amber, Miso was just sleeping, and she walked up on the desk, and she looked at him, hissed at me when I tried to move the camera to show all of you her, and then just ran out. So I'm not having a good time with her right now.
We're over it. Do you have any thoughts about this deck?
Sorry, one second. Looking to update for big power with a fighting sub-theme, kind of themed around Godzilla and dinosaurs, but flexible if it's synergistic.
Big power, Godzilla, dinosaurs. Well, we got to make 25 changes. So those are going to start flying, because I think that when we got to make those changes, I want to get rid of things like Domri. I think, well, maybe not Domri, but I think Collector Oof. I don't know. That's certainly not on theme, right? The archetype I'm not a big fan of. Stomper makes total sense. Anger, if you have enough ways to discard it, we'll see. Druid's busted. Survivors is great. Goreclaw's cool. Fighting, we'll see. Little mini prime time, cool. Gargaroth, not a big fan of again. Perforos, don't really like him. He's not a great guy.
Not a great guy.
Perforos, not a great guy.
Noted.
I see Kogla, I see Morod, big, giant, stinky boys that are attacking.
Very big Timmy deck.
A very big Timmy deck. Green Sun Zenith, Vandal Blast, sure. Decimate, yeah, I could live with a Decimate.
I'm loving the Chandra's Ignition.
Ranger's Path, we will add something else. I'm sure it'll be Sky Shroud Claim.
But in this deck, Chandra's Ignition?
Deal 7.
But no, it's Voltron. They said it was Voltron, right? So.
No, it's just big boys.
Oh, okay.
Dinosaurs, power matters. Crossroads for haste. Crater, I don't think we need. Food Chain.
Do we?
I don't think we need food chain either. Unless I am missing something. I don't think I am.
Yeah, he says so it doesn't have to be 25, but he wants to support the channel, so whatever makes sense. But, like...
Okay, well, we'll do it until we think it makes sense then. But I do appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Brazen Cannonade, whenever attack creature dies, it deals 2. If you attacked with a creature, that's kind of the plan. Defense of the Heart. This art is weird. I know it's the football secret layer, but who even are these people?
That's the Blood Bowl super lair. Is it? I don't... I think it's Blood Bowl.
I can tell you right now,
Battle Bowl?
we are way down on lands. We need way more. There's only 33, but this average mana value is 4. Maybe it's
That's
a little
pretty,
bit less.
pretty large.
Yeah, that's really large. Never been a big Mage Slayer guy, personally.
Do we have enough ramp in here?
Not.
Do we even have the trifecta?
We don't have the Holy Trinity. We are disrupted. We need Sky Shroud. So we don't need to keep track of, like, you know, one for one. We can just add stuff as we feel we need to.
Do we want Azuri's?
Azuri's Predation. I think we would want Garrick's Uprising because we got so many big boys, and then that wombos with Azuri's Predation. That's a little bit of a wombo.
Do we want something like, if we're going to be ramping and we do actually have the land for it, do we want things like, not Vicious Shadows, but whichever, Impact Tremors? Are we going to be bringing in enough stuff?
No, this deck has very few creatures and they're very big.
Do we want Mana Dorks or anything?
Possibly?
Yeah, Great or Good. That's a pretty sick one. Someone says Bessie, the Doctor's Roadster.
Because it makes something unblockable? Maybe. So Shamanic, Rishkars, I like both of those. I would think that I would have liked Traverse the Outlands. Haven't been a big fan of it, personally. I won't cut it, but it's just not a huge fan. That's all. Ram through, it's Liffy. Heroic Intervention. Heroic Intervention. Card draw looks good for this deck. Quartzwood Crasher, I get it. Trample, big boys.
Do we want
Terror of the Peaks is perfect.
What's it called? If we're casting a lot of creature spells, do we want things like a Silverback and stuff? Because that is a big.
I don't know how many. So Warstorm Surge is just exactly Terror of the Peaks, but
yeah.
So like how many creatures? We have 23.
We're
casting like one creature a turn, right?
Yeah, that's
we
why
have
I was
one
thinking.
Creature that costs 2 and 2 that costs 3.
True, but that's why I was thinking about Silverback Elder because it fits into the maybe it's not Godzilla, it's King Kong. Whoops, might be.
Yeah, he is closer to King Kong, but then we got Kogla in here.
If the theme is fighting in dinos, Apex Altasaur.
Oh, you know what? I can't really fault you for that. That makes a lot of, you know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he says I'm a major Timmy, so big spells are my weakness.
Got it. I mean, at least you have some of the reducers. You know, you have Shadow, you have an Archomancer, and you have Goreclaw. So you're doing the right stuff.
If we need the mana, do we want like Jessica's Will or?
Jessica's Will just kind of a stapley card.
Yeah, I was just thinking, considering it's so much mana to bring out all this stuff.
Isn't it already in here?
Is it? I didn't see. There we go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I thought you were talking about cutting it.
No. I was just thinking about like how would I just let my hand fully down?
Yeah, so for Lance, if you're looking for ads, I assume you are. If you're at 33, I think you're like definitely too low. I would consider maybe Shinka could be good. That is a free roll that just gives like first strike, so your commanders don't have to fold to a stupid death toucher. I would also add Sokenzan. I know it's not like crazy, but it's literally just better than a mountain. Get all these
Drum
lands
Hunter
that are better than a mountain. Drum Hunter's got some like, it's got some abilities on it. I think we have enough draw. It's not my favorite. What are we potting into? We're potting away like anger into Quartzwood Crasher. That's kind of funny. I mean, that is something you could do. Not loving this anger. I think I'm going to cut it. We already have other ways to give haste.
I like the Kogla and Yidaro. That's cool.
Yeah, and the Yidaro. Kogla, Yidaro, and Yidaro.
Both Galtas. New Galta could be spicy.
Stampede Tyrant, just go, and they have haste. We do have all the combos with it, like refill our hand immediately with Tribute and Garrick's Uprising. Give them all haste. We don't even need to put more than 2 creatures in play. We just win.
Thank you so much, Alan. I will add you right now. I got your email.
Okay. So I think we're almost good. This deck it's got a lot of the big boys that I would want to have. You don't have like old Atali, but maybe that's because it's like a power thing, you know? But if he has haste, a lot of the cards in this deck have haste. And it's kind of dinosaur themed. Maybe that's one for you to consider. I know everyone.
Someone says Mosswort Bridge if it isn't in there for the land base.
It is. It's so good.
Yeah, it's really good. Do we have the other one?
We got to make a few cuts. I'm thinking Brazen Cannonade can go.
Do we like Rams there?
This one of extra combat can go. And we just need to add more lands. So like, what's left? Cinderglades here, Rockfall, Spire Garden, maybe like Sheltered Thicket, or a Carplusion Forest. That's better. And again, I won't add 1,000 lands to your deck, but keep this land count at least, please, for me, at least 36, probably 38 after the MBFCs.
Okay, so right now we are going to be reopening queue. So you can submit now. I did just get an email from Brian, but I did not see the super chat. So that's processing right now. I'm just letting you know. However, the next one right now is, you're going to have fun with this.
I'm going to
have fun? I see it right now. Thank you so much. Add to queue. Yeah, you're going to have fun. I think this was like half, 3/4 for you.
Oh.
$10, no budget, restrictions, BZ, judge me, lol.
For some reason, these are opening in the wrong tab now, but whatever. No budget restrictions and BZ judge you? Whew. Can't say no to that. How many changes is this one?
10.
So yes.
So it's 5 changes, $10.
So the queue is the queue is open.
Yes, but you have to maybe, what's it called? Can I see? So don't keep it up. Keep it open on here.
That needed to be open.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So the queue is open. So feel free to
get rig added to queue.
Yes. Throw in your super chats for the amounts that we specified. You'll be added to the queue. However, we are at 3 hours and 17 minutes. So
we won't stop around maybe 9ish. We are hungry for dinner.
We might do 10 more decks or something after like this page here. Maybe when we get to 10.
Yeah, we're at 4 right now.
Right. So
yeah, and thank you so much for joining the stream.
So 6 more, we might call it after that.
Yeah, no worries, Brian. We got you. We got you in the queue.
So this is a Carador Initiative deck. Love it.
That's pretty cool.
And there's 5 changes, right?
Yes, 5 changes.
All right, so it wants to just re-trigger the initiative over and over and over and over. 34 lands. Feels about right for this curve. Jeez, this is goofy. I love goofy.
It's really cool.
All right, I just need to like take a second and absorb this. There's so much going on. Mana dorks. Hate bear utility pieces. And then you get to the initiative card.
The Eldrazi Displacer.
You love Eldrazi Displacer.
You do. It's in your favorite deck last time I checked.
Exile any number of non-angel creatures. Okay. First cuts that come to mind is Zoni. Has never been great. Never been great for me. Sister enters and returns something.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Added to the queue. And thank you so much, TMC level.
Also
you are also added to the queue. I just send those over.
Yes, we have space for four more people in the queue. So don't think you have unlimited time, folks, because you in fact do not. Dredge is all right. I've never hated
Kuro,
Dredge.
if you're still listening, send me your deck. And if you
not,
don't,
we'll just pick one.
Yes.
We'll just pick one.
We will just roast you for a deck.
Yeah, we'll just pick one. I think more than likely he was just being generous. Flicker Wisp, one-time deal.
Well, it's like
sorcery speed.
I appreciate
slow
him,
return.
but like he did pay for something, so let us do the thing.
Let's see.
Thank you so much.
Initiative cards.
Thank you so much, Vidor. I will put the email in right now. 1 second.
I'm just kind of looking at some of these more expensive cards that we can cut. So this deck does have infinites in it also, and they have nothing to do with venturing into the dungeon, but they might be a good backup plan. Culling Ritual is so strong. Oh, Commune. I've never been a big fan with Commune. I think there's creatures that do something similar.
Yeah. Just so you know, this is USD for the currency. So it's $10 USD. I'm not exactly what that converts to. There's a couple like pounds that it's pretty easy to convert. It's like usually 1-to-1. So I'm just letting you know it's $10 USD for us to start doing.
This is true. All right. I'm going to put another Hershey Kiss in my mouth.
I'm sending the email in chat right now.
And then we got to add these cards. Well, we got to add cards. I'm not sure if there's any ventures you forgot, but I'll check for my own sanity. We got White Plume, we got Nadar. Do we have a server rack? That seems like it would be good. Could be something to consider, but he kind of is like not initiative. He's dungeon only.
Thank you so much, Jarvis. We really appreciate it, and we're gonna be doing these like once a week or something. So there's always next time.
Yeah, there is always next time. Don't worry about this never happening again. That's not.
Yeah.
Don't need to worry about that.
Unfortunately, we are doing this through Super Chats only at the moment. We may be doing something with Patreon regarding streams soon, so...
Right, we have to figure it out.
We just have to...
We just can't...
We're revamping right now.
We cannot...
take non-Super Chats.
Right. Let's see. You've got all the got all the obvious ones. Obviously, you know what you're doing. But I'm just thinking of, like, is there some way to spice this up? I feel like Elesh Norn could be the way to do it.
Yes, it is nitpicking-nerds.com.
Because now we're venturing twice each time. Especially if you read the English version of this card. Yeah, now we double our venturing. And that's really silly with Radiant Solar. I mean, I assume you're like, when you combo, Radiant Solar is involved so that you can venture infinite times if that's the way you want to win. Totally valid. Ashnod's Altar's in here too, so that means you probably combo with Displacer as well. Again, for infinite stuff. This deck is cool. We just need a few more. You know what card I've liked lately that I'm going to cut Commune for is Circle of the Land Druid.
There's
4 cards.
We're definitely going to be doing this. This is our like 4th deck audit stream, 3rd or 4th. So we want to make this more of a regular thing.
Yeah, we want to get people involved. It's fun to look at everyone's decks, kind of showcase them live, tell you how I would try to improve them. It's just that feels like what this channel is all about, really.
Yeah, plus it's really nice to be able to talk to you guys live and just, you know, it's so much different than just chatting through YouTube comments. So it's really nice to be able to have like kind of the back and forth interaction.
Seriously, it's super cool.
Yeah.
So we don't need removal. We don't need really creatures at all. We just need some cool cards that like supplement the venture theme that we got going on. You have a lot of initiative cards. Are there anything that goes well with initiatives that you've noticed?
I mean, a lot of my initiative cards are usually like pretty blue and stuff and like flickery. But if you're casting from the graveyard, maybe you just want cheaper initiative cards and then you sack Outlet and then just bring them back, you know?
From the Catacombs is perfect. It reanimates.
Yeah, they said there's a mana rock, right? There's a
tome or a
yeah. There we go.
So there's actually a couple that aren't in here, right? There's like there's the random crappy commons that we don't have, and I think that those are probably still just what you want to do.
Yeah. Hi Miguel. There is what's it called? So we do changes, but we could do just regular cuts. I think there's $25 is for 10 changes, but we could just do 20. We could just do 10 cuts for 25.
Yeah, similar thing, right?
Vidor, by the way, it is $10 USD. It does say R, which I did look it up. It says the South African rand that equates to about $250 USD. So it would be about 200 of that currency or the rand
Wow,
to make
Vitor with the 52? Oh my.
It's rand.
50 rands.
Yeah.
Well, if only if I was listening to Mia.
So
who would ever
it
do
would.
that? All right. Yeah, let's get some more.
Hey, Dixon. Yes, the queue is still open. You are added.
All right. How many left in the queue now? 3, maybe 3 spots? Looks like 3 spots, folks. Get your stuff in. This venture deck is sweet. Extra shout out to my homie Grist. I just love Grist. I have no other comments on that. After that, I would say you're going to venture so frequently.
Oh,
that it hurts.
BRL. It's just coming up as R. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's coming up.
we only
Yeah,
have
that's
what
fine
YouTube's-
then. I did get your email. Thank you.
What YouTube's showing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
YouTube is being a little bit weird with what it's
What is
showing.
BRL?
Brazilian.
Ah. Oh, so you sent us $1 Brazilian.
Oh boy.
No? No? I thought that was all right. Hit us with that next deck and we're going to be cruising.
It's Kuro's.
Oh, we get to pick one of Kuro's decks. I'm sure we can just find it. Like,
Thank
I
you
am
so
literally
much,
just gonna
Adam.
open a tab and
You are added to queue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 1 slot
one slot. Who's going to fill it?
left.
Left. You know what they say? As long as the prices are over our heads,
We have 1 slot left, so fill it quickly.
we have 1 slot left. So fill it quickly. You know the rhyme. All right, so I think Kuro's most viewed deck is Will did nothing wrong and neither will you. So we'll just take a look at this and we'll do some Kuro's deck.
Yeah, so Dixon and Adam, just waiting on yours right now.
They want to gain life. I think Teferi's hilarious in this deck. That's really cool. A lot of 1-drops. Holy crap, what is this? This looks
That's
like
crusty.
AI generated, dude.
I am sending the email right now. We are using a new email, so no worries. I just thought
What is
I was
this
having my
card?
email via the email at one point.
I'm
so.
cutting this from crust alone. This looks like it was released in
can't read that.
1895. Get out of here, you crusty thing. Nobody asked for you. Go back to redacted. Legendary
That's
premises.
crusty peregrine Drake. Can we
Can we decrustify?
uncrustify?
Can we peel the
There is
crust
1
off?
slot left, yes.
1 slot, folks. That is the only number of slots we can allow right now, but 1 slot it is. Claire class seems really good for this.
Thank you so much, Light. Turn it. So all the slots are taken right now.
And you know what they say, when the prices are gone?
They're gone.
Oh my god.
I never said I was going to
Look,
rhyme.
I found your weakness, and it's finishing my sentences with rhymes.
Also, I don't care enough to finish your sentences.
Wow. This is for YouTube. This is to put Miso through college.
I'm pretty
And
sure
you're not even finishing the rhymes. Clown behavior. All right, we don't like...
Miso's in the
single
3rd
combat
grade.
very
He'll
much.
live.
He's got a while.
The merchant scroll. Can we uncrustify that merchant scroll?
Did someone comment about it?
No, I did.
Okay.
I commented.
We don't have much, so Kuro, $70 foil is what it's going to take to decrustify that. Silverwing Squadron. That doesn't say gain life on it. Get him out of here. Daxos I've never loved.
Get him out of
Get
here.
him out of here. We got 1 more cut. 0 MDFCs in this deck, by the way.
Do we want one with the multiverse?
Yeah, because you're trying to cheat out stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, you need some cards that cost $1 million. Otherwise, like, why do you have...
I guess. I was just thinking, like, why not Omniscience at that point, then?
Right, that's fair. So, there's when I think Life Gain, I think Benevolent Offering, and this one isn't in here. So,
Yeah.
Kuro, you're
Light
welcome.
borders are not bad. They're just not for us, personally.
Yeah, we certainly whine about them enough. It's
Hey, they're
crusty.
cheaper for the rest of you guys, right?
Yeah. Ugh, this is from Alliances. That was too long ago. Blech, full art. Yikes! I don't know if I'd play 1 in a white sorcery gain 5. It's too late though. We have to add cards. Maybe some X spells.
How about Essence Warden? No, that's green. What's the one that says? What's the one that is that but basically white?
Oh, it's not in here. But that makes sense.
Soul Warden?
Right,
Is
because
that it?
but like it doesn't gain you that much life on your turn.
Yeah,
it just
I
gains you
guess.
life in general. That might be a heads-up play by Kuro. Really sketched out by these sorceries that only gain life. But there's got to be an X spell, right? Blue-white.
Yeah, not a big fan of the white borders. BZ and I have duels in our CEDH decks, and we do have altar sleeves on them.
Could this be a Well of Lost Dreams deck?
Please no.
Nah. Nah. Displacer Kitten? That's a weird one. Teleportation Circle? Let's just search ways to gain life. We gotta make sure we have those. I think Sphinx's Rev is kind of like a card that I would have thought would be a shoo-in for this. It triggers Will, and then if you already do Will, it works into him. Is Will also a sorcery? Yes.
Sphinx's Revelation, Healing Solve. That's what they're saying.
We did just add Sphinx's Rev, so I guess ahead of you on that one.
Yeah.
And Heliod's Intervention. There's another X spell that gains life.
Yeah. Dixon and Light. I am waiting for both of your decks, but everyone else's, I do have your decks ready and in the queue.
I'm not really sure how this deck wins. It looks like it's trying to combo with like Aetherflux Reservoir or something. Not 100% sure on that one.
Got you. Thank
So
you.
let's throw an Archangel of Doom.
A Johnny's welcome. Teferi's Moat.
We want cards that
If
gain
it's
life on
token
our
held.
turn. Solitude. A little iffy on some of these. I just want to gain a ton of life. Just a ton, please.
A ton. How many angels are in here?
Not enough. There's like
Yeah.
5 creatures.
Oof.
Sorcery speed, life gain, huh?
No bottle.
Yeesh. Cards got real crusty real fast. Look at this. What happened?
Yeah, actually, what happened? Considering like, it shouldn't be that much. Authority of the Consuls. If it's
But again, this deck
there's,
doesn't
like, not
care
made
about.
a creature.
This deck doesn't want to be at 65. This deck wants to be at gain 10 when Will's out. You know, I mean, there's one payoff for having hundreds of life, but you just get there anyway. Maybe we just find maybe just another way to untap lands. Yeah, I don't know. Let's do. Maybe just pick a card that gains life.
Any card?
Any card that gains life.
Oh God. I mean, I was thinking with angels if you wanted to do bishop, but that's like not good enough.
Blind Obedience. That's a good
Blind
one,
is
Mia.
so good.
That's a good one. That gains a lot of life on your turn, and it works with Will. Next
On your
deck,
turn? Not sure, but
you literally
Yeah.
extort and gain 3. Wait, you?
I don't know.
Mia doesn't know how Blind Obedience works, everyone.
I was just thinking, considering I like to play it sometimes with like instants and stuff, because I was like, ooh,
Which
that's a
can
little
actually be
spicy.
cast on your turn
Yeah, it can, but
if you're really good.
sorcery speed instant.
All right, so we're up here.
They say Celestine with so few creatures is a bit odd, but I get it.
You know, we're here. We out here.
This one says, this is a greedy doubler, tripler deck focused on +1/+1 counters. Wants to make a ton of mana, create giant guys, get blown out harder, or win ridiculously. Couple obvious things that I'm missing for the theme, like Nyx Bloom Ancient and Doubling Season. They're in the mail, though. Also, I know the land base is rough. The lands aren't super accurate, but the rest is, so I appreciate changes to the non-lands.
Done. So what?
Yeah, thank you so much for supporting.
How many changes we gotta make?
5.
5. Okay. Well, first we're gonna add Penman's Aura because it's the same card as a card you already have in, and it goes infinite. You know, it just goes infinite with XR. So if that's the big play you're trying to make, boom. Also, I'm looking at Arcane Signet, and I really want to cut it. And I really want to cut Talisman, and I really want to cut Talisman also. That's 3 cuts. They're better off as other ramp. Like, you know, we'll get Sky Shroud in. This is like the second time we've added Sky Shroud Claim today.
Yeah, everyone's on about it. They know.
And we'll throw Nature's Lore in just to make sure that the ramp is like more even. But just know that I'm also going to recommend 3 visits. I'll throw it in the considering for you.
I know you've been asking this a lot, but this is, I'm pretty sure, a Mana Gorger Hydra deck.
Is it?
No, it's in here.
It's in here. It is part of the win hard or lose hard theme.
It really
Hydra is very. It polarizes you. Walking Barista, so you can go infinite. I don't know why you only have 1 Mana Dork Elf. I would say, go big or go home. You usually want like 5 or 0. I won't cut it.
How about some of the ones that like deal with +1/+1 counters, like Evolution, not Evolution Sage, Morrowind or something?
Where Marwyn cares about her power, but this wants you to cast X spells to get X Hydras.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're putting counters on Marwyn.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I see Torment. I see Exsanguinate. Totally fair. Infinite.
Yeah, Curse of the Swine's in here.
It is?
I saw it.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Not a card you see every day.
We like it in budget deck. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Guy or Sage. There we go. That's the one I was thinking of.
Oh, when bigger boys enter.
Yeah, thank you.
Profit. You still need to cut 2 cards and add 1 more card. But I want it to be like a, something nuts. Like X. It costs, I don't know.
Pest Infestation?
Oh, Pest Infestation does cost X. Is that?
Yeah, they said also in the
that's in
incubation.
there. That one's in there. This is the first time we've even gone to EDH Trek. I opened the tab and then forgot about it. The Cyber Controller? What do you do? Ooh.
That's
that could be like... That is also an infinite mana payoff. It kills them. That's like exactly what I was looking for. Like, all right, you know what, EDH Trek? We found 1 card on you and we're done.
Do we also think that
That's a really cool one.
what's the other X spell that's an artifact that is not Walking Ballista?
Hangerback Walker? Probably don't need that one. But we are good on ads. We need cuts now. 2 cards that are very stinky.
Do we like Tribute or no?
Gross Sparrow feels like such a replaceable card. It's not even a full ramp, it's like half ramp kinda. Tribute, what tribute?
Tribute to the World Tree?
It's makes all your creatures draw 2 if they're X spells.
Yeah.
Never been a big Genesis Hydra fan. You know what? I've just never been a big Hydra fan. There's probably like 3 Hydras that I enjoy. There's room for +1 synergies that maybe you haven't explored a ton. Like with Gyre Stage, Profane can make.
I like the
kill
Villainous Wealth
someone.
in here. That's fun.
Yeah, that'll get the opponents real dead. Plus MDFC. Big respect. Big respect. Another Bear Umbro. I don't think we need Bear Umbro. Bear Umbra's okay, but it's not broken.
Cool. I'm sending this. This is on Redacted, though.
Ooh.
So sent.
Buckle up. It's about to get real bumpy, everyone.
This is a 5 change. Yeah, Villainous Wealth, super fun.
Buckle up for some redacted shenanigans.
It says, curious as to what I can really do to hold up Malcolm and increase the speed of which this deck runs at no budget.
Let's see if we can get this on one of our favorite websites.
I know we talk about Moxfield a lot, like, because we pitch it, obviously, but we genuinely do really like Moxfield. It's not just, like, because we're running ads.
Yeah.
It's a really good site.
Who was our commander?
Malcolm,
The new one?
Alluring Scoundrel.
Yup.
Public. Yeah.
Does it? Yeah, there we go. You see, this is the problem when you try to export decks from redacted website.
Yeah, no budget, make it run faster.
Oh, okay, so you just have...
Hold up Malcolm, increase the speed of which this deck runs at.
Oh, I think you...
No budget, that's all it says.
I was going to say, I think you added cards into the sideboard accidentally, but you know what? That wasn't you. That was redacted. Working its magic. How about all the cards in the main deck? Thanks. How about that? Oh, look, it makes sense now. There's a reason they're redacted. So yeah, this is like you hit a bunch of times, you get triggers, and you make it big. This is a five ads?
Yeah, 5 ads.
Okay. Oh my god, there's just like so much.
I feel like this is going like 10 different ways.
Well, you want to hit? You want to get evasive stuff going? I don't love the ichthyomorphosis, and I don't love eating by piranhas that much. You know, I think it's a pretty easy swap for Imprisoned in the Moon. And you could swap the eaten by piranhas maybe for something else. I'm not sure. Eaten by piranhas is probably... It's functional.
Oh, hey, Zero. Sorry. Appreciate you coming in.
I have nothing to add, but I thought I would just... That you don't need to add anything. You just need to hang out and have fun. That's all we ask. This card cannot... I'm just going to cut it. It is like the most
expensive.
setup ever. Just the most setup in the history of the world. Just not interested. Tezzeret's Gambit, yeah.
Do you like Blightsteel? I know you've been a big hater of Blightsteel.
I'm not a respecter of Blightsteel.
I know. That is what I implied when I said you are a hater.
Yeah, you know what? I'm out. I'm outie. Go.
He doesn't want to
Get out of the deck. This says you can cast it, right? So how about we'll add another fatty. We'll add Ulamog and actually remove some stuff. He can still kill people in a couple hits because of the exiling. I don't think Blightsteel's that good. You know?
Do you want Thrumming Bird then?
I never want Thrumming Bird.
I don't like Thrumming Bird, honestly.
I've never wanted Thrumming Bird, and I never will. I also don't want 3-mana Thrumming Bird.
How about Thrumming Bird but worse?
Interesting. Interesting.
What's wrong with Blightsteel?
I don't find it to be very impactful. We actually... What the...
What?
Oh, okay. We still have to have 3 cards. I just don't think it's very impactful. I think a lot of the times it'll attack and you won't kill somebody. So it's like a 6-turn clock. You're going to attack with Malcolm, you're going to cheat out Blightsteel, you're going to feel great. Then you're going to untap, then you're going to attack somebody. They've had an entire turn to prepare for it, and 6 turns of the game at least to put up blockers. They're going to block with a ham sandwich. They take not 10 poison. Then, unless you can somehow proliferate them up from 6 or 7 that they're at, you can't kill them. The next turn you attack them again, and they're probably dead. But you just spent 2 full turns to kill 1 person, and there's still 2 other people.
They're going to be coming for your head.
Like, Ulamog is remove the 2 best threats,
Hello.
and it's still... Like, it doesn't have to contribute much after that because it's removal. But Blightsteel doesn't. It often can do literally nothing. Like, Blightsteel is the only 12-mana card that can have no real impact on a game after hitting 3 opponents.
I think Filter Out's pretty cool.
Filter Out's great. We just need to add cards. So, like, what are some cheeky ways to get Proliferate that I don't hate? I don't want to pay... If you pay 5 mana to Proliferate, you're not getting away with anything.
That
so
is
it's like,
true.
oh, I added a counter to Malcolm. It's like, but you could have just played a Time Walk for 5 mana. Like, play a Time Warp and just do that.
Ooh, yeah, Exorable is like...
Yeah, I wonder if... Is Serum Snare on here? Probably, yeah. You're just trying to tempo up. It's cool. It makes sense. But I still don't like those Drumming Birds, and I still don't like... Storm, Proliferate.
Yeah, Ratstorm I'm really excited to put into Atraxa, honestly. Yeah, and Blightsteel does make you often a target, honestly.
It does. And it's like more targeting... You're more of a target than it's even worth. It's like, oh...
I feel like Blightsteel, every time I've seen it, it hasn't been that impactful. I used to run it in Atraxa back when it was like a little less powerful. It wasn't that good. There's a secret episode of Shuffle Scuffle that...
Never aired.
Yeah, that Joe and I were in, and it came down to us in the last 2. And Joe brought out Blightsteel, and I had a mind over matter, so I went just keep tapping it. Cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's pretty funny. Expropriate was not that's allowed in the stack, right? Because if we have Time Stretch, what's the difference? Just crush them. Just
you have Temporal Mastery and stuff too, like.
I think I think like just literal Time Warp is basically the same thing as Tezzeret's Gambit in a way. It's like, and in most ways it's way better, like 1,000 times better. I wonder if there's a way to give Double Strike, but in blue it's so hard. Double Strike. Like, These are so expensive.
Fire Shrieker I'm not a fan of.
It's so expensive to equip these things.
Yeah, and Joda's Avenger, that's 6 mana. That's so much.
And we need to give specifically Malcolm Double Strike. What does this do? Oh my god, it's impossible. The cheapest way to do it is 5 mana.
Mm-hmm. That's not
you
good.
can play Malcolm, then untap, play Fire Shrieker, hit, get a 1 counter. Next turn equip, go up to 3, and you're still not even at 4.
Yeah, I don't know. The only place I would play Blightsteel is probably like Satoru decks. I feel like that's a hallmark card of it, right? Like you're doing ninjutsu out of Blightsteel.
Yeah, because then it's unblocked. Like, that's the thing. It's unblocked. It's basically just an auto kill. Cool. That's sweet. And you can even get really cheeky, and you can put Blightsteel back in your hand after it deals the damage so that you can sneak it out from somebody else.
Do they have that land in here that removes and adds counters?
I don't think it does anything. I was just thinking about it, but I think it just is pointless. It moves a counter from a permanent, but what does he get? Like, he gets
chorus counters.
Yeah, that's not possible. That is not going to happen. Countering the trigger, that's a good idea. Roaming Throne, yep, that's exactly what you want. In here, we need like one more ad. This deck is really weird, but in a good way. In a good way. It's tricky. Maybe we just want like another counter spell. Maybe a Mystic Confluence.
Yeah.
Because it's a spell you can cheat out, and it's a counter spell. You could also do. You know what? We'll do this instead. We'll do Sublime. A spell you want to cheat out, and a spell that can protect Malcolm.
Cool.
Seems fair to me.
Send the next one. It's a $25 one, so it's 10 changes. He says, I made this deck for approximately $130, just looking for constructive criticism and opinions on how it could be better. I do not have a budget, but I'd like to center on the theme of cycling.
Oh.
However, if you feel there are cuts or replacements that don't focus on cycling but synergize well, it's fine by me.
We just played against a Bladewing cycling deck.
We did. It was pretty sick.
So hopefully we have some insight based on what they were playing. Let's see. I'm crunching so hard right now. So you obviously, all the cyclers are here.
And the reason we cut Thrumming Bird and Thrumming Bird Part 2 is not just like they're cheap proliferators, but it takes a lot to kind of get to that point, right?
And they're not
guaranteed. What are you doing?
My computer just started like
humming. Yes.
Hissing. I just confused me.
But
it takes a lot to get going. It's not 2 mana proliferate.
Fast.
It's 2 mana, wait a turn, no one have any blockers, and in the late game, it's basically a dead card. Like, and then by late game, I mean maybe after turn 6 or so, it just feels like it's dead. It puts so much pressure on the cards you have because it's almost like an aura. You know, Thrumming Bird's like an aura. It's only like it's good when you're ahead and crushing, and it's not so great when you're trying to catch up or get advantage or just starting out.
Yeah, he says. This deck also has a lot of discard synergies. Yeah,
that would
makes
make sense. Yeah, that tracks. I see a lot of ramp. 3, 6. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Oh, that's a good card. So 3, 6, 7 ramp. Reasonable. Instance. We gotta up the instance. We gotta get more instance. I'm sure there's plenty of good instance with cycling. It doesn't just have to be creatures.
Is Street Wraith in here? That's one of Beezy's favorites.
Yes, I think Change of Fortune is like.
Meh.
They're just never gonna want to cast that card. See, I don't even like.
Do we like Reforge the Soul?
Oh yeah, just wheels in general. I'll leave the wheels in. I'm not gonna cut all the wheels. It's just like, Thrill of Possibility. I'm also not too big on. There's probably instants we can do. There's probably some super sweet instants that we can add into this deck. And I noticed there's the Archfiend of Ifnir, but there's the mini Archfiend of Ifnir, Ruthless Sniper. He just picks off those utility creatures. I think it's doable. And I assume you don't have creatures that cycle for more than 2 mana, because those are kind of like bad. Those are like bad. I don't see any in here.
How much madness is in here versus cycling versus like
0 madness almost, because it's just there's nothing.
Yeah. I was just curious.
Yeah. There's like cycling payoffs. Jeez, if my computer explodes, we might have to end the stream.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I was gonna keep going.
That would put a damper on things, especially since no one could hear or see me. The win cons look solid. There's plenty of ways to finish off the game. I wonder if Ridge Ran It is like the only cycling card I would cut because it's just so uncastable.
Yeah, it's like he's just vanilla
It's
outside
so
of cycling.
extremely uncastable. Let's take a look. Cycling.
Is there like Archfiend of Ifnir and stuff in here? I mean,
I'm
it's
sure.
unfun, take it out, but... And
I'm
then
sure.
like Waste Nod and stuff?
Archfiend's in here. You're thinking of Bone Miser. Bone Miser's not in here. Bone Miser is a messed up card. Especially if you have cards that cycle for not. And this was the card I was thinking of. Unpredictable Cyclone. If a cycling ability of another non-land card
The
cause
queue's
you to draw.
full. We are basically done after this. Yeah.
Instead, exile cards from top of your library until you exile a card that shares a type when you can cast it for free. That feels like exactly what we want. You cycle a creature and you get a creature for free. Now that creature's on the battlefield, right? If
Pretty
it dies, Bladewing gets even more powered up. Spellplayer Phoenix. When it enters, you bring a cycler back, but that's not that big of a. We don't have
What do
much.
we have for like low, what do we have to like for like small 1, 2, and 3 drops?
Well, on turns 1, 2, and 3, we are trying to play Signets and Cycle. And that's about it. There's like a couple dudes that sit out, but it looks like we're mostly just trying to cycle. That's why I want like Ruthless Sniper. I like because it will sit in play early and generate stuff later.
They say Knight of Dusk Shadow.
Tectonic Reformation can turn your lands into a burn spell. Someone's saying a tornado. What?
Knight of Dusk Shadow.
Knight of. Let me just.
Yeah, we're planning to try and do these once a week, so maybe next time.
Oh, I don't really. I mean, I like this card. I don't really. What does this deck care if our opponents gain life, though? I think it's cool.
Yeah,
It is an early card, an early play, though. That might be what you're
we would
talking
love
about.
to collab with them sometime. And we are looking to go live twice a week. We're looking to do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Bare minimum, one of those days we are looking to do deck audits, and the other time we are looking to, we're not sure. Maybe more deck audits, maybe doing like deck roasts with Patreon. Like we're just experimenting with some new stuff right now.
Yeah. So I like Razketh, right? But I'm gonna move it in the sideboard. Like I think I just want one more instant in this deck, or I'm gonna feel bad. Like I will just feel bad if I don't add an instant.
Shadow of the Grave, I think that's in there.
Starstorm's a good one.
Elesh. Abandoned Sarcophagus, Fluctuator, are they both in there?
Shredded. Let's do shredded sales. We have five changes, correct? So
Yes,
I'm
5
gonna move
no, 10 changes.
10 changes. That's the exact opposite of what I thought. Okay, Starstorm's in. And they're saying what Fluctuator? Fluctuator's in. What was the other one?
They said Abandoned Sarcophagus, Shadow of the Grave. I think Shadow's in there though, right?
This says you can cast spells with cycling. I don't even know if that works, so I'm gonna move that. That feels like we don't want them to get.
Yeah, Shadow of the Grave's in here, right? Or no? Yeah, it's
Yep,
in there.
Shadow of the Grave's in here. I'm just glad we can add more instants now. Just so we can interact.
Dark Deal? I don't think. Do we want.
Yeah, if we're wheeling, we're dark dealing. See how that rhymed?
Yeah, cool.
Are there any creatures with cycling that we missed? Probably not, but I will
I think we
certainly
got
check.
most of the good ones, but yeah, let's check it.
Gem Palm Incinerator, is that in here? Well, I think we should have Gem Palm Incinerator. It could be removals, like, yeah, nobody has goblins most of the time, but it checks goblins on the entire battlefield. So for any reason someone does, it's just a removal spell. If not, we cycle it just like every other card.
Who's the commander? The commander is Bladewing. Has to do with cycling and making zombies.
Bladewing does not, which is why this deck is so cool. It just says creatures in your graveyard. But how do you get them in there? Well, maybe you cycle them. Ruin Grinder. When it dies, each player discards and draws 7. Each player may. Well, that's better than that crappy other...
They said Scion of Darkness is a Chad.
Oh, Wyrm Guard is right here. Sign of Darkness? Oh, that's this thing? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Cycling 3 is pretty rough. We don't want Yadaro because we want to go to our graveyard. Well, okay. If we're trying to add instants, I just want to get my Pride and Joy Soul Shatter in.
Pride and
so we
Joy.
can kill creatures. We need to kill them. Not just with Chaos Warp either. So what does this look like? 1, 2, 3, 6, 4 more cuts. Again, it's hard because of all of the cyclers that are just kind of like locked into the deck. There's almost nothing left.
How many board wipes do we have? Because I did see the one that's like a...
Starstorm, Blasphemous Act.
Do we want Last One Standing?
Toxic Deluge, Damnation. Let's cut Standing. I think that's...
Do we like Cathartic Reunion?
Let's cut Damnation too. How often do we want to wipe the board, you know? And let's cut, Reunion. It could cycle cards for free, but at that point, why are you even playing cards with cycling? I think that's 8 now, but I will double check. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Do you want
9.
Living Death?
One more. Ooh.
Or Mr. Living Death?
How about Living Death? That is a cool one. Now all our crap comes back, just like the modern deck. It cycles actual crap into really like, uh-oh, the board's clogged. That's funny.
Do we want Wild Magic Surge?
Now we're making cuts. Sure, we'll trade it out. I know it's an instant and I love instants, but we got a few now. Lightning Rift, you cycle, deal 2, it's like okay, you know. Let's see. Maybe we do get rid of Reforge. I just don't want to give everybody 7 cards. We can't weaponize it as well as other people. I'm like kind of off. Like, we get more cards than everybody else with this card. Everyone gets less cards with this, and this is like a unique card that doesn't...
Wheels are tough.
It doesn't wheel everyone. Yeah, wheels are just tough. Now, are there any just like bad cyclers we can cut? 2 creatures can't block. Someone loses 1 for each zombie, but that has some technology associated with it. Swamp cycling. Mountain cycling.
Swamp cycling.
Backup trample.
I'm just trying to think of like how these would look like reanimated too.
Yeah, that's just a big problem with these decks is like you end up with, there's 25 cards you can't cut, and they don't really do anything, so your deck might...
Damn has white in its color identity.
Damnation, I think is what I was saying.
Oh no, they're asking in chat.
Oh, right. Ooh. I think we'll trim this. I don't want infinite mountain cycling. I want mostly my cycles to turn into real cards. So maybe that's why we also cut like Gloomfang. But I think this deck's in a good spot.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Here we go. I'll send it to you. It says that this is my fun mixture of vampire, kindred, and thievery matters. Note, shared animosity isn't just for vampires. It can be for when Don Andres turns things into pirates, or if I can flood the board with spawn tokens from the Lost and the Damned. Restrictions are no Soul Ring, no Infinites with like Dual Caster, and for each card to be under $2.
No fast mana, no infinites, and we're doing budget stuff.
Yeah. And it's Vampire, Kindred, and Thievery Matters.
Okay. Hey, chat. Just a last request here. I would love to hit 200 likes in the video. We're close. And I bet some of you have come in and haven't even considered liking the video. Which, honestly, I don't blame you, but this is your reminder that, hey, that's a way to help the video spread. Like a terrible sickness. So when vampires enter, you get to steal stuff. So it's like Vampire Typal, Vampire Kindred. And it's got all the best vampires. So you know what? Maybe you should do this one. This is a 10 change? Or 5 changes?
5 change.
Yeah, let's let Mia take the lead on this.
I don't love this dude. I don't know. Just in vampire decks, he hasn't been that great. I would rather put down like...
Oh, if he triggers Evelyn, though.
Yeah.
Evelyn says whenever a vampire enters, you Gati, someone's top card.
Yeah, but I'd rather put like... what's it called? Like... Indulgent Aristocrat or something, so then at least you could have a little bit of counters. And he's also a 1-drop. Just an idea.
Well, take it out and go for it.
How do I do this fast?
So you hover over and it's Alt 2. Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I guess it's just better, right? I mean, the blood is iffy at best.
it's not bad. Because it's a ward effect.
You're probably going to
That's a cool one.
I'll move your mic.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was like, this is definitely a cool one. That's awesome. Do you not have, where's Captivating Vampire? He's like the perfect man.
He's perfect when you get multiple.
Oh wait, he said no more than $2 each. Sorry, that's my B.
Oh yeah, how much is Indulgent?
Indulgent, 49 cents.
Okay, that's something.
Yeah.
Captivating Vampire is the best man, but he's out of our budget.
Yeah, attack, each one, you gain one. He's hostage taker. Shamkirk. I guess it is very nice to have all these lord effects, but it's like how much are you winning through combat and how much are you winning through other stuff? I'm not, like, can we do better with...
Not all MDFCs are created equal.
Yeah, that's not a great one.
Cut it?
Yeah. Oops, that's not it. How do I...
You have to hover over the 3 dots and then press Alt 2.
Alt 2? Okay. Memory lapse? Do we want... And we could do better for... Like...
It's up to you.
Counter spells.
I want to see what you want to cut.
Yeah, memory lapse makes me think of Dan.
So it's bad. Bad thoughts.
Flickering is pretty cool. I do like that idea.
Get 2 triggers. So it basically says draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Maybe save a creature.
I would maybe put in another flicker spell.
Throw in Displace. That's a budget card. It's funny, we built so many budget decks, like really tight budget, that sometimes I think Displace is not affordable. Because it's 40 cents.
I'm not sure if I'd put Wand of Wonder. It's not really playing it. It's stealing stuff, so it is thematic.
The deck does have, like, that's another problem with cutting cards. The deck has, like, 5 themes.
Yeah. So it has to be a vampire. Shared Animosity, you did mention the...
I mean, that's just good. You
Dawn.
have vampires.
Yeah.
What's Undying Malice doing? In return to action. I feel like flickers are just a little bit better, more proactive.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to
Because now we have to have sack outlets to make these work on demand.
So we'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of this. Do we want some counter magic? Because we do have negate, but we could put other stuff, right? We could put
Sure. I mean, what do you got in mind?
Well, I mean, counterspell is too expensive, right?
I think counterspell's like 50 cents.
I would just just
$1.99.
Yeah, I was like, it's a couple bucks.
No way. I veto that. All right, well, $1.50.
The crusty one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I like the planar incision. I really like the theme here. I might also put in, for removal, I might put in, what's the other one that's not resculpt?
Reality Shift?
Yes.
Just get some instant speed interaction. Okay, we just need one more ad. I thought it's like, this is my vampire deck, and then all the creatures are red-black, and then all the spells are blue.
Hoarding Broodlord is super nice considering it is steely. Oh, not steely. It's a tutor. Like,
Well,
are you sure?
It's a complete wombo combo with your commander.
Yeah,
Spells
'cause
you
then
cast from exile convoke.
Yeah, that's fun. Do we want... We can't... We have Old Atali. We have... I'm just thinking like
Patron of the
steely.
Vein, Cordial Vampire, all the classics.
Yeah, those are good ones. Do we want like any... There's only one board wipe. Do we want a little bit more protection?
Yeah, what's Olivia's Wrath? Does that work?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Do you have that in Edgar?
No. I probably should.
What does it do again? I know it's like...
I think it's
perfect.
minus X with numbers vampires.
Ah, yeah, not
That's pretty
vampires.
cool.
It's very close to like a one-sided wipe. That was the Mia. The full Mia experience with our Evelyn deck audit.
And, okay, so next is 5 changer. I'll send it to you.
There's 5 more decks, right?
This one is Goose Mother.
The Goose Mother. We've played against some people with the Goose Mother before.
Hi, my girlfriend has a love of ducks, so in an unfortunate turn of events, I'm attempting to make this deck viable to bait her into playing Commander. I think this is more or less ready to go, but would like to like to input in case I missed anything for budget, I'm happy to add maybe another $50 into it.
All right, this is Baiting Girlfriends with Ducks, the NN official deck audit. Welcome to our stream. If you're just tuning in, you've reached the pinnacle of the stream. All right, so was there a huge budget? And this is a $5?
5 changes, $50 max for change.
$50 max. That's going to be no problem. Unless we try to add, like when we try to add Passionate Archaeologist. Ooh,
That's
boy.
RB.
This art is really weird. I have never seen it before.
The idea is to use the Goose as a Voltron commander with a backup plan of animating the tokens or turning them into rocks to make the Goose bigger.
So we're kind of like taking advantage of a bunch of artifacts, entering, and doing something with the Goose after that happens. Okay.
Do we not have Knight of Sweet's Revenge? Because you have Jaheira in here.
Knight of Sweet's Revenge is here.
There we go. Perfect.
There.
I was thinking about the other printing, which is why I was like...
All right, so there's Nettle Cyst. Is there any other Nettle Cyst-esque cards?
I thought you were
for each?
We're not taking any more submissions right now. But we will be doing this at another time. So we're trying to do it like once a week.
Right, and then we'll just make the USD less than like $10. Just so we don't run over. Rudaclad. Wait. Why are we in blue-red?
We're not blue-red.
Like Rudaclad. Okay, this makes more sense. We can awaken our foods.
Yeah, Cyber Awakener. That's pretty cool.
Your girlfriend likes ducks. Are there any cards that just have ducks on them? Because at some point, the EV of getting your girlfriend to play is so high. If you just put cards that are like, this is just a duck.
What's the site that people use to search art? It's not Skyfall, right? Oh, okay.
Are there any Magic cards with duck in them? Or are there just like ducks on them? Is there a duck in here? No, these ducks aren't prominent enough. If you could play Personal Decoy,
that would be cool. That would be.
That would be the play.
He said I already added Swan Song.
Wah.
That's good.
Wah. Okay. We want a Voltron with like artifacts. So, oh wait, I need to go back here. Each artifact. So we want like a Nettle Cyst-esque effect. I mean, Vorel of the Hulklade, where you just like double. That's not in here. I mean, that seems like pretty good. Get in there, Vorel. It's very simple, very cool. Troyan's cool in this deck. I don't know about Serpapard.
If it's a Voltron commander, do you want do you have Nurok Stealth Suit in here?
No, but they have the other things, so
okay.
Very similar.
I just figured because of the instant speed equip, it might be.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. Let's do the Conies. I don't know. Royal
We have
Treatment,
not played
a big fan
Duck
of.
Game. I don't know what you're talking about.
The Duck Game. That sounds really familiar.
What's Urza's command?
We can probably cut it. It makes a construct, so if that's what they were going for, because we have a lot of food, but we can just get rid of it. I'm also going to get rid of Tyvar Stand. These one-of protection things aren't as relevant when we can recast the Goose Mother.
They said Heroic Intervention, and we could play it next time we see Tough Cookie for the food reanimate. That could be interesting.
Tough Cookie for the food. Oh,
yeah,
the animation of the foods. Yeah,
that's cool.
That's a goofy. It's a goofy card.
And then you could utilize some stuff with like Feasting Hobbit. That's interesting. Is there anything else we can use the foods for?
There's plenty of stuff to use the foods for. Maybe like when an artifact enters. When artifact.
Oh, do we want Displacer Dinosaurs or whatever that's called?
Displaced dinos?
Yes.
How much are they? There's 16.
But he said his budget was 50.
Okay. Whenever an artifact enters, huh?
Essex?
S6. Oh, it can make tokens of something else? That's such a big, splashy thing. You make 6 foods, but actually, it's 6 constructs, or it's 6 Whirler Rogues. Oh,
Any of the doctors?
The doctor's already... One of the doctors is already in here.
Yeah, I saw the third doctor.
Okay, we need to make sure we cut a card. And then we don't forget.
Do we want rampant growth for something else? Do we... Traverse?
Let's get rid of... Not traverse, but let's get rid of reverse.
Yeah.
And now we can add maybe some... Arcane Signet is another one I would cut too.
Do we want Life's Legacy for card draw, considering your goose is going to be kind of big?
How about Life's Legacy and Risk Cards Expertise?
Yeah.
Those are both very good Voltron cards. Yeah, I'm in on that. I hope she starts playing. You have to let us know. I'm curious if this thing can get someone to play Magic. Honk.
1 second. This is going to be another 5-changer.
Excellent. Excellent. 190 likes. We're almost there. That would be a
Thank
new
you,
record.
guys.
200 would be an absolute new record. It would shatter the previous record. It might even send me sort of college. Like, YouTube would see that,
I wish.
and that would help our cat out a lot.
This one, I sent it to you.
Okay.
It says, nothing crazy. This is a play from Exile deck. I'm pretty happy with it, though I thought I'd throw it here. $50 to $75.
Alright. I've been good about listing the decks this time, too. I don't think I've missed one. So this is just kind of a general play stuff from Exile. The Root Wallows are a nice touch. I think that's funny. They're really good with Valdorn if you have them in their hand. Time Bug can... Oh, you got Suspend in here? Oh.
Yeah, because you have Gargadon and stuff.
Oh boy, some of these cards are a little vanilla-y, though. They're a little vanilla-esque, so I guess that means we want to be a little faster. We want to play fast just so we can run people over, instead of slowly drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean, because they have big boys like the Apex Devastator with the Cascade. So, I mean, you love the Cascade, and your deck's 2/3, you know, these colors, so go for it.
For what?
If they're playing stuff from Exile, I saw they had some Cascade synergies.
Oh, got it. So I don't like Spider Silk Armor.
Cage Sun?
I also don't like Cage Sun. You know, maybe I'd like it in one color, but not so much two.
Doubling Cube?
I get what you're doing with these. Doubling Cube, I don't like it anywhere. I feel like the math just doesn't work on it.
It's hard to do even in, I only run it
Spider Sight's the
indoor,
same thing.
and it's like pretty hard to...
Yeah, it
punch
still is
that.
like, sometimes it still looks really poopy. Alright, so we're going to have to be cognizant of, like, this deck's got a lot of sort of slots spent on Suspend, which is fine. We're just going to have to make sure the cards we add are more impactful.
Do you want Cascade?
Except for this one. I'm cutting this one.
Cascade, Haste, Elf, whatever?
Cascade, Haste, Bloodbraid. No, Bloodbraid is on the right track. You know what? Where's the Volcanic Torrent? That works with Suspend spells. You can cast 2 Suspend spells on your upkeep, or by removing counters from them, and then play this, and now you got 4 spells all of a sudden, and you're just going off.
Yeah.
Raised by Wolves is so funny. I think Shared Animosity would be good, because it just pumps your wolves, and you're just attacking with wolves.
Do they have Delayed Blast?
Do they? Yes, they do.
Perfect.
I'm going to go ahead and cut Mammoth Growth. It's a little bit small.
Any
Too
Foretell
small
cards
of-
we could add?
Too small of an impact.
Any more Foretell cards we could add?
No, there's not too many good ones.
Yeah.
Sorrel's Pagmate and Demon Fire are some of the better ones. Demon Bolt. What are some just like huge nonsensy cards? We want to make sure we have overruns. This deck will have no trouble generating the wolves. We just need to actually crash
You
them.
want like Terror? No.
Crash
Well,
them
it's at
through.
$50 to $75. How much is like Terror rocking at if you're gonna be
Too much. Not like too much, but it's like
Ooh,
it's like ridiculous.
That's like pretty expensive.
Let's see. This is different from some of the decks I've seen. The Madness is very interesting playing into... I've never seen that done with Faldorn. People just ignore that part and go like, bunch of card draw.
No, Madness is cool.
So I don't hate that. It's just neat. We do need to add a lot of cards. I'm trying to think here, like, are there any other good ones that with Madness that we play? Probably not in red-green. We'll see. Maybe you want... Violent Eruption. Do we have that? No, I think that's one of the best ones, actually. I like it more than a lot of the other Madness cards.
Yeah, I feel like so many Madness cards are so, like, vampire and creature-centric, so...
Yeah, they're just not fantastic. They are not fantastic at all. Wheel of Fate. Realistically, you should cut this. It's going to be more group-huggy than good.
Do we want to give wolves haste or anything?
We want to give creatures haste for sure.
Do we
so
want to
I'm
put
thinking
in...
Fires of
Yep.
Yavimaya. And I'm thinking Rising of the Day. Both very good
Yes.
budget cards. And then maybe let's just try to find a hammer, you know? Greater Gargadon?
I was like, do you want, like, Endray's Forerunners or something?
Yeah, I was thinking Enrays,
Then
Greater Gargadon, one of those types.
they said New Atali, but isn't New Atali kind of expensive? I mean, they said $50 to $75 budget, so...
Oh, you know what? If we're casting from exile, this card is dumb. It's $15.
It's pretty expensive
Hashtag
nowadays.
worth it. I'm going to have to cut that card from a budget deck, and it really hurts my feelings.
Yeah, it does.
I won't get to play with it now. I have no decks that want it. Maybe I'll stick it in the... No, I can't stick it in the Dargo deck. They're trying to make the deck worse. Okay, I believe we have 2 left?
We have 4 left.
4 left. I was... Oh, you're checking them off as we start them.
Yes.
Got it. Understood. So there's still plenty of decks left to audit. This is... What do we got?
I do not have any criteria. I was just given the list. If you want to
is this
give...
a 10 change?
This is 10... This is a 5 change. $10.
5 changes. The last one was also 5, right?
They said, with the Abaddon deck, I'm going for Burn/Cascade, no budget.
Well, you're center stage. You're on screen, and you got 104 cards in this deck. So I'd recommend
Cutting some.
cutting 4 extra cards from this deck. All right, he just said Cascade. There's like not really a theme.
Burn/Cascade, no budget.
Got it. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library, then they can Sin Prodder it. Okay. Look at all these rocks. Oh my god. Jewel Lotus, Chromox, and Lotus Petal should never be in the same deck as Chromatic Lantern, so I'm going to cut that. Pretty easy cut for me. This seems like a deck that has top in it. Yep. I keep thinking this is a white card, so I'm going to switch the printing. Thank you. That was annoying me. Alright, so we're burning.
I mean, this is pretty fast, right? Or some parts of it are fast. I might... Let's see.
So, there's no budget.
The total amount of life you're lost.
Your opponent's lost his turn.
I think that's interesting with the Lieutenant. That's pretty cool.
If you have Passionate, you should probably have Keeper of Secrets as well. It's another way to burn. It's another card that's spiked to high heck lately. This looks sweet.
Yeah, that looks
That's
cool.
pretty cool. Ancestral Statue, because you can keep bouncing it. Okay.
Do we want, like,
Okay.
Archfiend?
I always like Inevitable Betrayal. It's just a bribery that you... Like, you're trying to cast these other cards. This is a very high impact card as well.
Oh, I was just thinking because Bloodletter's here.
Let's get this out of here. It's a little bit low
For
impact.
top end, you could do double the life lost.
What are we playing?
Well, since you have Bloodletter...
No, like, what are we adding?
I was thinking, like, Archfiend.
Archfiend of Depravity?
Despair.
Oh.
It's just an
Depravity's
idea.
bad. No, get in there. Get in there. I'm surprised that card held so much value. Alright, so
It says you can
3 cuts.
calm Ancestral Statue, Rakdos, and Tremor.
Oh, this is, yeah. Yep. Just like... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Totally makes sense. Can't fault you for that. Do we have...
They have
perhaps
D2s
perhaps
and
a
stuff.
Perforos? It's just... I think it's a little bit better than... Maybe a little bit better. And it's just as burny.
I
Burn
mean,
people out.
probably not for deck showcases. I'm not really, like, sure what we do for that. Maybe for...
No, I've considered that.
Maybe Patreon, maybe?
I would just consider a place for people to highlight their decks on stream, show other people off, and show it off to other people, and just kind of have it be like a, hey, are you looking for a new deck? We got 50 that we're going to show you, you know? Like,
I feel like that's something we'd have to queue up in advance, though, because we'd, like, it would be nice to know a little bit more about them before we like went on stream to start presenting them.
Well, we can always just have them give us a blurb and plenty of options. That's why streaming has got me so excited. So, but I did forget. We have 1 ad and 3 cuts. So what do you think is standing out? Descent is very birdy. These are kind of, I don't know. I don't like this card, actually. I'm going to cut this one.
People submit super chats, and then they say it's because with Ancestral and Rakdos I can cascade until I find Tremor in the deck. And people will submit super chats with $10 or more, and then you'll email it to me, but queue is closed right now, so we are not accepting any.
Right, queues are closed. We're finishing up our queue. Winding down a little, if you will, but we're still having fun. And we did get to 200 likes, which is
Yes,
sick.
thank you so much.
Do you want to show them Miso as a reward? That was always the reward. You're going to see Miso. That's Miso. He's been asleep basically exactly in that position for
Hours.
2.5 hours, maybe, since
Yeah.
you last saw him.
He's a good guy. He's pretty cute.
All right. Then you get the pleasure of readjusting that. Let me open this so it's easier to see. Here, you want to readjust? Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. My head still doesn't fit on camera.
It never will.
When did it? When did it? Perplex, I think, is a little bit.
Yucky.
It's a 3-mana counter. Enough said, right? 1 more cut, 1 more ad. I want to burn people. What can we do to burn people?
Is there any, like, if you're cascading, is there any, like, storm burn?
Not necessarily. Damage each.
Yeah, we plan to do this, like, once a week or something. Acidic soil, they're asking?
Oh, price of progress. That makes me think I just priced. Let's just. But we have. There's a lot of basics in here. Is price of progress already in here? No, it's about to be. Price of progress. Big burn spell. As long as we survive, it's okay. And we got 1 more cut. 1 more trim. There's so much ramp in here.
There's a
1, 2,
lot.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Is it that feasible to use Mox Amber? Like, how many
14.
legendaries do they have?
Oh, Mox Amber's looking a little stinky. I'm gonna cut Mox Amber, actually. You need more cheap legends before I play that card.
Okay, next up. This one is a 10 changer. And it says,
Gave.
I love building around Gave. This is my 4th Gave deck. This one I want to be all combo pieces. I added some non-combo removal. I could probably use some protection for the combo. Spicy, not CEDH.
10 changes, you say?
Mm-hmm.
No budget?
Not mentioned.
So we're just comboing. I'm sure there's Ashnod's Altar in this deck. I'm sure there's Kathar's Crusade in this deck. I'm just doubling season. You know it. You love it.
We just probably want a lot of card draw, and then we want
That looks cool.
the protection for it.
Imagine the lower half of your body being a giant snake monster. 3-headed snake monster, sorry.
Yeah.
That would suck. Earthcraft is in here too. I mean, you could add Squirrel's Nest. That's another combo. Doesn't really do a ton outside of that. Tutors.
How much card draw do we have?
Look, I don't think this is a very high power card. We'll get rid of that. And this is 10 changes?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, stack a sapling out of mana. Cryptic Trilobite makes mana for mana. Extra counters, life loss.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Okay.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Scurry Oak.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Miso's back. He heard that we hit
Love
200
you.
likes, and he's thinking maybe he's going to go to college now.
You might even go to
won't.
college,
It's not
buddy.
gonna happen.
You might even go to college. Come here. Come here. Ugh, stop stepping on my phone. We love you.
What's up, buddy? Who likes Miso?
I like Miso.
Throw some greetings for Miso in the chat. If you like cute cats.
He loves you. We love you.
His fur is like dead. Okay. This deck is very sweaty.
We appreciate it, though.
And we really, really like. It just looks like everything's part of an infinite.
Do we want some? Yeah, I think we
Like
just
I would
need.
recommend adding maybe Utopia Sprawl.
Yeah.
You know, like we got one
Do
cat.
we also want Do we have like Timio's safekeeping and stuff to protect combos? Do we want like?
Well, for that point, you just go for. What I would go for is actually Kutzil, because all of your creatures have base power higher than their actual.
Do we want Grand Abolisher then?
Well, this is Grand Abolisher that says you can draw cards.
Yeah. Well, I just mean in general, since you are comboing.
Maybe you want both. Let's get Grand Abolisher in.
Says first Miso hater. All heroes need a hit. No, Miso's first hater is me.
Yeah, you know what? She's actually correct. Stop liking me, please.
I love him. He's my son, but also like sometimes he's real annoying.
All right, I'm looking at Young Wolf, and is that for Yawgmoth? Combos with Yawgmoth and Blood Artist and stuff? I think so. Plus you can remove counters. Yeah. So that combos with Gave. There's too many combos in here. It's like there's like exponentially just billions and billions of combos.
We love you very much.
It's silly. It's silly is what it is.
He says, I'm not sure I run enough forest for Utopia Sprawl.
Oh, maybe not. Do you have fetch lands? So 1...
He doesn't have like
2, 3, 4...
color.
5, 6... 7...
Buddy.
8, 9, 10... 11... 12?
Yeah, we love Miso.
I thought you had fetch lands. I guess that's not... It's not enough.
He's just hogging the camera now.
Yeah, is he on cam? I would love to see if he was like...
I don't know.
Oh my god, dude, you almost fell. He almost did a somersault.
He's like not that
This cat
smart.
is so stupid.
He's really stupid. I love him.
So I can't
That's why he has to go to
cut
college.
a card from this deck without cutting an infinite combo.
Hey.
So I'm just going to start cutting cards.
Hey.
And I don't think doubling counters is what we want. This deck is insane. This deck is absolutely a combo like playground. So I've cut 2 cards. We need to cut... Is this a tenor?
Someone says,
Was this a tenor?
yes.
Okay.
Someone says web of combos, sort of like how fungi grow.
Right. I think if you're comboing this hard, seriously, Doubling Season and Cathar's Crusade can go. Because now we're looking at cards that are just 5 mana that we can kind of get elsewhere. And that they're going to be like some of the last ways you combo. You have so many cheaper ways to do it. So maybe I'll be looking to try to get rid of some of this redundancy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
You. We can't see,
Hi.
though.
You're like totally... Don't eat the chocolate, buddy. Don't eat the phone. It's not food.
I'll get him.
He's purring like crazy.
He's not that smart. Come on, buddy. Lay down.
Yeah, just lay down for your own good, please. We're starting to get to the point where, what turn is this deck winning on? What even is this card? Literally, I don't even know what this is. Oh, Mazarek, another card that goes infinite with a ham sandwich. This deck does want fetch lands at some point. What does chat think? This is like a lot. We've got the Ivy Lane Denizen combo. We got the Slimefoot Ashnod's Altar combo. We got the Yawgmoth Undying combo. We got the Undying Ashnod's combo. We got the doubling tokens, doubling mana Ashnod's combo. We got the Death Triggers Infinite Leaves combo. I think what I'm looking at is 5 cards that pay off infinite Death Triggers. We can cut one of those.
Yeah.
Let's cut Corpse Knight.
Do you want, like, silence for your combos, then? Privileged positions to protect the combos?
Maybe that's more valuable than a Doubling Season. Maybe that's more valuable.
Yeah.
Tribute to the World Tree.
Hey, no. Hey,
this deck hurts my brain. It really hurts my brain. We got Mana Crypt in here too. Mana Crypt and Swiftfoot Boots I don't think get along very well because I think a lot of times whatever you're doing is so powerful that it just outscales.
Do we want like Lotus Petal?
Like this type of stuff. You might want fast mana and other things like that. But I'm gonna just cut Greaves too. I'm not gonna add fast mana to a deck. You feel free, but I think stuff like some of the cards that can go to power up this deck is stuff like Steve, where it's like you literally top out at 5. I don't think this deck needs much ramp at all, and you have 1, 2, 3,
asceticism.
4, 5, 6,
also,
7.
if they're mostly creatures.
Let's get Priv. Let's see a privilege. Oh, what did I just do? What did I just add? Dark privilege. I don't want it. Whatever I just add, I hated it. Oh God. Oh God. Okay.
Do you want asceticism?
I do not like that card, but I like privilege position.
You are so soft and stupid, and I love you.
So we actually have one more. One more to cut. And then we'll be able to add cards.
Are we going to be able to get pips easily? Because I see Geralf's Messenger is 3 black.
It is. It's also like a...
It's a combo, I know.
It is the payoff, you know?
Yeah, I was just curious if we could find something else that was like maybe a little easier to cast.
Cryptic Trilobite, I'm unsure if it combos, so I think that's a cut. Because almost everything else in here, I'm sure it combos. So now we can, like... Did you say no tutors?
1 second.
Because that's how we're going to make this deck absolutely own people.
Hey.
Hi, buddy. We love you.
He just said, this one I want to be all combo pieces. I had some non-combo removal. I should probably use some protection for the combo. Spicy, but not CEDH.
Okay, so Privileged Position, Spicy, Court of Calling to summon all these dumb creatures is very good. Going to be very strong. You know what's also very good? It's good in CEDH, but this is just how it translates. Eldritch Evolution is going to be sick for you. Now, all of these cards say combo with a ham sandwich and win. Maybe another sack outlet, maybe Altar of Dementia. Now you can mill people out if, like, as part of the payoff. This deck is tight. This is a tight deck list. What does it need? What does it need?
It said more combo protection, so do we want, like...
Right, so we added a Privileged Position, Abolisher, and Kutzil.
Do we also want, like, silences, or do we want, like...
This deck is not...
Well, not...
CEDH is the only format aggressive enough for silence, and even then, a lot of decks don't want it.
Do we want...
Hi,
and we'll do we want protection? That's why I was talking about, like,
Well, so, like,
Cameo's safekeeping earlier. And
Oh,
that
like
sort of
one-ofs? Like one-of spells? I mean, like, Veil of Summer might get you somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the go-to.
They said Heroic Intervention, but...
Yeah, this deck is so much better than that card, right? Like, get out of here.
Bye.
Scoot. Now there's hair everywhere.
Ugh.
His hair is so long, too. That's the gross part.
I don't... Ugh!
Sorry. It was on my keyboard.
I don't give a
You don't give a
This place is awful, and
It's horrible here.
this place is awful.
This is
and
the hardest deck check I've ever had to do because of me, so... You're not going to
No,
college.
it's because of you, because you're making the hair go.
I know, I forgot until the end. I'm so sorry. Just close your eyes.
No. He's
You're
a
gonna
small
cry.
golden retriever, and this house is a prison, yes.
Yes. Both of those things are true. Mia, add some cards to this deck. What do you think? What is good protection?
I want protection. Because usually I think they would try... I think the two things that they would try and do is, like, bounce with, like, maybe, like, a Psych Rift. Like, maybe even a mini one. Or a big one, so, like, it would be harder to set up. And then I would think, like...
So, like T-Pro?
Yeah, maybe T-Pro. Do you think that that's fast enough, though?
Well, this is non-CDH.
Yeah. And then I would probably put something that's, like, a one of, like, protection.
So another, like, Veil of Summer?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, we'll protect these combos for you. You know, you give them to us, and we will keep them safe. As will Tamio. This deck is a...
combo.
Nightmare. This is a very strong deck. This is probably the strongest one we've seen, except for... Now, this is... Maybe we had 2 CDH in the beginning, so this is on par with those, at least, right?
Yeah.
This is maybe a little bit below them.
Okay, next one.
2 decks remain, folks. This one is Ariat? That's cool.
This one says, just spice it up. Deck is very tight and reliant on an abundance of auras.
Yeah, I would imagine
And
this
it is a
Aura deck-
5-changer, and I'm going to let Miso out. Be right back.
Yeah, you want to go to the bathroom, too, you know?
Yeah, partially, but also I need you to leave.
Miso, you're not going to college. Not today. Not today. So this is a tight deck. I'm sure we have all snow basics. Yep, bunch of snowlands. Sarah Sanctum. This is a strong deck. Let's see. There's just a trillion auras to, like, you know, sift through here. I'm sure we have Replenish and Retether and Unfinished Business. Yep. Every card that isn't in an aura works with auras. I think you're losing out on some trickery and instant speed interaction by not having that. I don't think 3 here is enough, especially when these two are, like, not really interaction. I want to destroy my opponent's creatures, so I need to make room for at least, like, a Snuff Out or something. Like, I want to have at least one way. I know, like, Swift reconfiguration, that's not It's not really a removal spell. Land tax. It's not an aura. I like cutting land tax, especially in high power decks. It is not an aura, and it is not that great. Underworld Connections. I always read this card as sacrifice a land, and then it's Phyrexian Arena. And that card makes me want to cry. So we'll try cutting that too.
Thank you so much. We really, yeah, it was like, we really had fun doing that up here. It was cool.
Viper's Kiss. Is this good enough? I don't know, but I'm not sure I will cut it. And then we gotta cut 2 more. So like Spirit Dancer's great. These are all the cards you expect.
I was like, Core Spirit Dancer was an awesome one to come out.
Never been a huge fan of this guy, honestly. When it reduces enchantments and it's not an enchantment, I noticed that a lot. It's a little clunky.
Do we want any bargain stuff?
Like,
I don't know.
Like a Beseech or something? I mean,
we're probably not going to add tutors.
Right, I'm not going to...
But I was just thinking in general.
It pretty much just has to be an aura or an enchantment. Look, like you said, the deck's very tight. There's 33 of these things running around. And we even we cut some. We cut
any awesome ones?
2 auras.
Any awesome white ones you find in your deck that you've...
I'm looking for non-auras to see if we can cut them. -1/-1. Let's put into a graveyard. This actually does not seem good. It's a lot of mana.
Hello.
What's going on, people? You have tuned in for the tail end. Not that it'll be any less exciting, but the tail end of our deck auditing.
Yes, so this will be our second to last one, and we have one more after this. But this can be seen as a VOD.
So are we not Voltroning? It looks like we're just going for value, because there's none of the, like... Oh, there is all that. So there's all that glitters, but there's not... Don't you just want Ethereal Armor? Also? I would assume so.
I see ossification. Do we want, like...
Well, that's kind of the removal in this deck.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, do we want other auras like that?
They kind of have them all. At least the ones that cost 2 mana. They know that 3 mana is, like, not
a little rough.
Worth paying. So this is a 5-changer?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Mantle of the Ancients returns all your auras. That feels like exactly what this deck wants to do. It has other cards that do the exact same thing. And it's kind of a finisher. But I would assume that if you want all that glitters, you also want Ethereal Armor. So I'm going to add it. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know if I missed something, but sounds good to me. Ooh, Catilda could be cool. Do we have her in here? Let's get that. She's big. She can have... She functions as sort of a win condition. This deck is not...
Could be a little bit sustained because of the lifelink, too.
Yeah, a little bit of sustaining. Turn a creature into a threat. You're hoping to keep Ariat out. What's a good way to try to keep Ariat out? I mean, this protection stuff is nice. She is shielded by indestructible here. Shielded by Faith is an option to give her indestructible also.
Anything with Shroud?
Gift of Immortality. I don't think there's much white stuff given hexproof. Spectral Ward. Protection from all colors. It stops damage-based board wipes and...
They said Nomad Mythmaker for getting stuff back from graveyard.
I like Nomad Mythmaker. I do like that him a lot. I like him.
Yeah, I'm so happy you have Ondu Spirit Dancer. That was the one I was thinking of where I was like, that slaps.
Sweet. This deck looks like it can do some damage. Absolutely do some damage.
We have Veto in here.
Pizza Man Veto. That doubles up the Ariat. And I guess it's good with our newfound ad of Catilda. What the heck is this? I have never seen this. This is kind of scary. I don't like that one. Make it go away. Oh, we have to add a card.
Yeah,
look, we need interaction. We need some like, gotta have one. Gotta have one piece of non-aura, non-janky flash, instant speed, target removal. Or spot removal.
Okay, last one.
The final deck.
This one is combat-focused, vampires only, no infants, no hard twos, there's no fast mana. It doesn't have to be all 10, but if there's anything that looks out of place or spiced up, like, let me know.
Okay.
Vampires only. That's a pretty interesting way to take this.
I would never have gone there.
I love the new Order of the Sacred Dusk. That's pretty cool.
Okay, wait a second. We have to, since this is the last one,
Yes.
let's just move this. And this is a we gotta give, that's the rule. All vamp decks just go to Miirym.
Oh.
She's the vampire queen. She's the queen of vampires. That's what everybody calls her. Even her parents call her that.
No, they don't. Please.
That's right, your parents don't call you.
No, I don't call my parents.
10 changes. There's the new guy that makes a dark ritual.
I think that's pretty cool.
I love him.
Charismatic, that's cool. You don't like Twilight Prophet.
Darn Skippy, I don't.
It's not an attack trigger either,
Cut
so...
it, cut it,
Oops.
cut it.
It's Alt 2.
Well, I also don't like Bishop of Rebirth very much.
Yeah, I was like, there are a fair amount of targets, but... Yeah, that's not...
Oh, it is an attack trigger.
But yeah, that's why I was
I
saying.
thought it was
like,
an enters trigger or something. I don't know what I thought.
my
Forget me.
attacks, lesser
This
than...
is why I'm not the vampire queen, you know? Plain and simple.
I do like Mavern Fane in here a lot because of that. Attacks the player with the most life. This is combat based. Clevelenyo, that's a good one. Captivating, that's really cool.
Are we doing Bloodline Keeper?
Bloodline Keeper definitely could be cool. Sorry, I was just pulling up the
Look at just giant punchies.
Are you not keep putting...
Oh, it's in there. It's a weird one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's flipped. Okay, that's not our fault.
Patron of the Vein, probably. Because
Ooh.
you're going to be making so many 1/1 counters on all of your stuff. Because
Yeah,
you
their
have a
stuff's
lot of
gonna be
vampires.
dropping like flies.
Oops.
Let's scroll beyond and see what they got else.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see.
Well, you can also just double tap and scroll with your fingers.
Oh, okay, okay. Damn, Knight's Whisper, Pact of the... I'm not a big Pact of the Serpent person, but it's not the worst.
How do we feel about Dread Return? There's not that many disposable.
Yeah, I was like, why are we putting stuff in the
Dummies
graveyard?
to
Is it just cuz?
Yeah, I would trim it.
Taunt, that's pretty cool.
I like taunt. Oh, a lot of instants. Very tricky. This
I'm
deck's
not
very
I'm
tricky.
not a big fan of Kaya's Guile.
It's been good for me, but I
Really?
don't. But this
I don't
deck
think
feels like
it's-
it's slanted a little more aggressively.
Yeah. We've already...
Oh, Rowan's Grim Search can go.
Yeah.
It's like a Read the Bones type. You know, it's very replaceable, so we'll try to make it better.
This is interesting, Plum the Forbidden.
Plum's better in like an Edgar deck.
Yeah,
How many-
I don't
many
know how
dummies
much
do we have
like
here?
replaceable stuff you have.
Well, we should. We should know.
Yeah, 1 second. 32? I mean, how many... I think it's a little hard to make bodies, except for with, like, Mavern
There's Dusk
Fane.
Legion Zealot. There's Martyr of Dusk. There's the Pest guy.
And also, how many legend... I think... Oh, there's probably enough legendary vampires for Olivia. I don't love like this Olivia. I usually like normal Olivia because...
See, I'm not a big fan of normal Olivia.
Really?
Yeah, not a big fan of you anyway. You could just...
Yeah. So...
Ramp looks...
I think this is probably gotta go then.
Okay.
Because there's not as much disposable stuff.
I mean, it's also a response to board wipe too.
Maybe.
No, it is.
Yeah. This is... I mean, you're gonna be attacking a lot, right? Like...
Yeah, you
But-
can make multiple bloods.
Yeah, plus you're making a lot of vampires. That's pretty cool. Curse of Opulence?
Oh, I guess it does trigger Isshin.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, because it's attack. That's pretty cool. And then that'll transform.
What does March of the Canonized do?
I don't...
Oh, it goes pretty wide, and then you maybe get a 4/3.
Yeah.
All right, I got lifelink at least.
I mean, how many... We've done... That's 5 cuts, I think, right? Yeah, we've done 5.
Was this 10 or 5?
No. We... Is it 10?
Yeah.
Okay, we've done 5 then.
Mm-hmm. So 5 more. This marks the halfway point, folks. What about throwing in the initiative? I don't know if that helps. Maybe if there's a vampire that does it.
Are we gonna be sacrificing? Like, I guess the tokens aren't bad for that because we could catch that for free. That's pretty cool. 38. Death Touch Lifelink.
Do we want to start? I guess we should finish cutting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm packed to this or maybe.
I kind of love Pact.
Well, maybe we should do some
that's just
like
me.
I want card draw, but I'm not sure if like.
I mean, that I would classify Pact as card draw.
No, I know. I'm just thinking about if this is the type of card draw I want, right?
I mean, a 3-mana draw 5.
Yeah.
In an ideal state, usually you can probably clear up 3-mana draw.
Do we
3.
want something different than Knights? Like Knights Whisper is not bad early on.
I mean, again, I'm going to leave it up to you as the final say. If you hate these cards, we should go.
I don't hate them. Generous gift. But I just like if we're going on attack triggers, right?
Right. See what we can find.
Then maybe we should like do stuff on like attacks and not just like ETV. Not a big fan of this one. I don't think.
There's some sacrifice stuff going on, but
I think it's like it's such a like a weird. Are we flickering this or is this just a
One-time
vampire?
thing. It's a vampire.
I don't know. Right? Like
What do you want to
that's
do?
cool. I don't love the sacrifice theme, but it's not the worst, I guess. No, I like those. That's pretty fun. Yeah.
Do you want to add cards first?
Maybe. I just want to go off attack triggers, so these ETBs probably, or dies triggers probably isn't like exactly
Take
what.
them out.
Like I'll probably take this out, and that's fine because it's like a little bit drawing, losing. Like, is there something better we could put in the 3 slot?
I don't know. We could see. If you want to Scryfall it.
Sure. Is it O?
Yeah, O colon for Oracle. Oh, Drana's a vampire that was an attack
Yeah,
trigger.
that's
Is
a
she
good
in there?
one.
I didn't think I saw her.
No, I don't think so.
Well, there's not that much overlap between Isshin and Edgar Markov, so I'd say this helps.
Which one is this? The Last Blood Chief or Liberator or both? Yeah, that's Last Blood Chief.
Okay.
Liberator's not the worst either.
Does she also trigger on attacks? Or I think she's combat damage.
She's combat damage, but she's first strike, so all your other stuff, because it is combat focused.
Yeah, that could work.
So. Okay, 2, and then, well, you have the most. Okay, that's pretty cool. UVs. How much do you think we're triggering this?
I guess as you cut 2 drops less, but probably still a lot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you would want to change the Oracle search to like just
What?
get rid of attacks,
I was like, you can help.
or no, get rid of creature. I guess. Like that's all. I think that's all you need.
Mm.
Like, like literal Edgar Markov would be good in this deck because he has an attacks trigger.
Do we? Let's see. Doesn't have to be all 10. Yeah, it was.
Like that's
I
literally.
mean, it
our
doesn't.
boy.
It doesn't say. What's it called? It doesn't say budget restriction. So.
Get him in. That's funny. I never think of him as having an attack trigger.
Because he never
And we've
shows
been
up.
mentioning him this entire time.
We got the settlement attacks for each blood token. I don't care about that.
What about this? This does something with
I
attacks.
thought it was in here. Yeah, it's in
Oh,
here.
she is. Okay, she is like a little foil. And we're getting real stinky real fast.
Yeah. Can't be blocked.
Does it have the one that's like a 4/4 that draws equal to vampires? It probably does, right? Yeah, there it is.
Champion of Dusk.
That's a classic.
Do you have what's his face?
Oh, Jake and Joel commented. What did they say?
Hey Jake and Joel, your deck failed to take down the dynamic duo at Vegas.
I don't know.
We had a lot of fun though.
We're just unbeatable, you know? It's hard. It's
What
hard when you
about
can't.
Florian? I know it's not an attack trigger, but it could get you card advantage in because it is it is combat based. So how many are we up to?
I don't know. You get to view full.
Yeah.
Probably close.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, but it's 6.
6. Okay.
Done 6.
4 more,
So
folks.
we need 4 cuts and then 5 adds. Can you
Right.
help me?
Let's see what's up. CMC.
Yeah, I know he's really
around
expensive.
3.
I wish they would reprint him, honestly. They said Rodolph Duskbringer.
Rodolph, like, yeah, he's all right. Maybe Nighthawk Scavenger is a beater. This deck's trying to beat, right?
Yeah.
Never Vampire Nighthawk.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, Vito's a good one.
Vito, Pizza Man.
Pizza and Vito.
Vito.
Astarion, because he's like gain life, lose life based on.
If we're attacking enough.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
The Decadent. Ugh.
Not that one.
Never this one. Much better. Astarion would have got so much hype if this set actually released around.
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Do we want this because of combat damage? No, he's
Well,
not
we're
that
trying to
good.
attack.
Yeah, he's not that good though.
We just want attack triggers. Turns out there just aren't that many, which is okay.
Yeah, a lot of vampires are ETB or damage based, and not really a ton in the attack trigger.
Not a ton in the attack trigger, arena.
Do we want more removal?
This deck's got a lot. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, or 5 spots, and 2 board wipes. Skull Clamp for draw. Legion's Landing. Are there any attacking things that would help our vampires?
No, not him.
Grave Titan. He's
Not
not any
him.
good. That card
A very
sucks.
Bishop of Binding, a very fair removal vampire.
Oh no, is this like the Oblivion Ring vampire? It is, but when it attacks, target vampire gets power. Alright, you're squeaking in on flavor. You're squeaking
Yeah,
in
that's
on
a flavor win. He says doesn't have to be 10 if you're burned out. It's more of just like a.
No, I think maybe what we're missing a little bit of is ramp too. I see
Yeah.
6. Talisman.
Do you want Mind Stone and stuff?
Oh, we gotta get the.
They have all
Conviction-
talismans.
So wait, we're missing signets. This is a Mia deck. Maybe we Felwar Stone. There we go.
Yeah.
No,
No, it's
Felwar
right
Stone's
here.
in there.
Do you want
Help
Mind Stone?
me! I don't want the signets before I want that. Rakdos Signet and probably Orzhov Signet. Or maybe instead of Orzhov Signet,
You want
Wayfarer's Bauble?
Bauble's not bad.
Gotta show some love to the Wayfarer's Bauble.
Bauble.
Bauble! So we're cruising.
We are at 105 right now, so I think we
Sweet.
just need to cut.
Yeah, I think we just need to cut
5.
and that'll be at the 10. So pumps. Attacking is great. This is probably like the whole reason the deck is Isshin. It's like the classic one.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool one.
Yeah. We just cannot cut a vampire, so we have to just start cutting non-vampires, right? You would think.
Yes.
Like, I think Curse needs to go now. Like, we're out of room, you know? This thing is cool.
Was Legion's Landing transform into?
It transforms into a land that poops out vampires.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
kind of like Ramp. Sort of. But it is worse now that we cut a few vampires. And we don't care about doubling the trigger to flip it. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Descendants Fury, we like turning vampires into vampires, but
I mean, how many disposable vampires do we really have?
well, we cut some of them, so maybe this deck isn't as welcoming to that card anymore. Maybe we can get away with trimming Shatter Skull. I think in 3-color decks, I like Shatter Skull less. It's the worst of the 5
Yeah.
single colors. And Agony is obviously the best one.
Yeah, Aghanim's really good.
That just leaves 1 cut. I'll leave it to you. What's your least favorite card in this deck?
Honestly, I hate to say it, but I'm not a big fan of like the Pawn of Ulamog or like the Callous
Maybe since
Blood
we went
Mage.
down on the sacks, we can just go and cut this. I think this makes sense to me. This
Yeah.
feels like a beat 'em up type deck. I like adding things like Drana and even this kind of dopey 1/1 guy, the O-ring. And Edgar's like I mean, that's
Yeah.
a shoe-in.
I mean, you're getting so many counters.
That's a shoe-in. That's cool. What a cool way to end it. I mean, Mia's
Yeah.
got an Edgar deck, and this is like totally a twist on that.
It's super different, and I really like that.
All right. We thank you for joining. We have hit 200 likes, which is crazy good, and we are going to end the stream, but we'll be back Thursday for something that's maybe a little different. We shall see.
Thank you so